Right, good morning everyone. Welcome to the 27th of April 2021 Infrastructure Operations Committee. You should have a run sheet in front of you now. Committee members, the run sheet has a list of speakers, but I have a live copy here from Governance with those that have actually also turned up to speak, so we'll be going off my sheet. So just let you know there, and I'll have a few more comments to make when we get to there. So welcome everyone to the meeting, and welcome to Councillor McPherson, who is on Zoom, and Mayor Paula will be joining us soon on Zoom, as well as Kesh and Maxine. Right, so we'll move on to apologies. I have full apologies from Councillor Forsyth and Mongai Hill, partial apologies from Councillor Naidu-Rolfe, Councillor McPherson for later today, and that's all I have, partial apologies. Are there any other apologies today? What today? By 9 tonight?
Yep, that's all right.
Okay, well, we'll do. It's actually in your hands. So with that, I'll move the apologies be received, seconded by Councillor Gallagher. All those in favour? Any against? That's carried. I'll move the confirmation of the agenda, seconded by Councillor Gallagher. All those in favour? Are there any against? That's carried. Are there any declarations of interest? There are none. Okay, so we'll start with the public forum. Now, because we have so many speakers interested in the items, and there's a variety of items they will be speaking to today, I am going to have to limit you to 3 minutes. The public forum session is normally 30 minutes in length, but we would go well over an hour if we stuck to the normal 5 minutes. So 3 minutes when you come to speak. Unfortunately, that doesn't leave time for committee members' questions. So hit your high notes, hit your points bang on, and we'll go from there. Oh, and we've got more. All right, so first up in the hot seat is Judy McDonald. Good morning, Judy. Now, the bell will ring obviously at 3 minutes, but there's also a timer here, so we're in your hands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not surprisingly, I'm here to talk about the Eastern Pathways link as a pedestrian advocate, in the hope that this can definitely go ahead. It is a unique opportunity to prevent Hamilton following down the pathway of Auckland into massive congestion and basically restricting access to cyclists and pedestrians. This is our opportunity to get something closer to what is being done overseas in the Netherlands, Denmark. And in order to make this Eastern Pathways work, we have to address the huge elephant in the room, which is Five Crossroads. There is already, unfortunately, a lot of heat being generated in the media in reaction to the proposals for this particular intersection. I have been involved in some of the planning stages as a pedestrian advocate, and it is very clear that the only way Five Crossroads can be sensibly handled is to turn it into a four-way light-controlled intersection, because anything else is going to be very expensive and not entirely satisfactory, apparently. And this has caused a lot of problems with local residents, it seems. And it seems that one of the issues is that consultation, although I know Council has tried extremely hard, it doesn't seem to have worked well as far as local residents are concerned. They tend to feel that they have not been listened to and that they haven't had things explained to them. I've become involved in accidental conversations with people that have indicated that there's very little information apparently seems to have penetrated to a lot of people in the area. They are anxious about the fact that apparently they worry that a lot of vehicles are going to be directed down their street, and therefore they are concerned about their own environment. Any attempt to actually tell people that hopefully the traffic levels will be reduced by what's being planned really is having little effect at the moment. And I would like to suggest to Council that I think some direct contact with local people is really necessary in order to try to improve communication and acceptance perhaps of what's going on and to address people's concerns. People are sufficiently not aware of the possibilities for cycling and walking, that one conversation I had with an older man in a shop who couldn't see past buses said, no one will bike or walk in winter. That was the absolute flat denial that it could ever be made to work despite what happens overseas. I therefore think that it is important that Council does some very direct consultation with people in the area to try to improve matters. My reasons for encouraging cycling and walking are very accurately summed up in an item called, or a book that's about to be published called Curbing Traffic, and I have given a handout which has the review of that book. I'd ask councillors if they can to get hold of it and read it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy. You made your points well. All right, so next submitter up is Joel sorry, I can't read that. It looks like Dr. Scrawl. Kernashov, is that correct, Josh? Joel, sorry. Good morning, Joel. Welcome. Right, you have 3 minutes and you need to stop when the bell rings. Thank you.
I'm supporting Eastern Pathways for cyclists. As a Hamilton Boys High School student, biking to school is a good idea. It keeps you fit, gets you outside, and is often faster than taking a car. When biking safety is your most important thing to think about. That is why fixing the Eastern Pathways should be funded and started. As I emerge out of the tunnel, Hukanui Road starts there. There are other students using the footpath, so riding on the skinny pathway is my only option. Widening and defining or even separating the cycle paths from the road would increase safety for all cyclists along the Eastern Pathways. Buses also cause a problem. When stopped, there is a space in between the cars and the buses, and it's very small. This problem almost caused me to get squashed between slow traffic and a stopped bus the other day. I couldn't stop because that would have caused me to hit, and I couldn't go on the pathway because there were students waiting to get on the bus. Car parks next to the road cause problems because parallel parks have opening doors which force you to go onto the road. This isn't safe, so that's why we should have extra wide or even defined cycleways. Non-parallel parks also end up going inside the park and coming back out again, and this is possible for them to back into you. That's why cycleways should be improved on the Eastern Pathways. Thank you.
That was very good, Joel. Thank you very much for making your points very clear to us. Thank you. Right, next submitter is Wayne from Te Papanui in the Indalea. Kia ora, good morning. You have 3 minutes.
E kororia ki te atua, he mai ngā runga ki runga i te matua te whenua, he whakaropo ai ki ngā tangata katoa, hangaia te atua, he ngā kauhau, ki rota ki tēnā, ki tēnā o mātou, whakatongia tō wairoa tapu, hei awhina, hei tohi tohi rea mātou, mā ke tonu atu, āmene.
Tēnā tātou katoa, my name is Jamaline Tamaki. I am a trustee on the Te Papanui Indalea Community Trust. We have Wayne, as you all know, and also me whenua whāpu. Kia ora. As a trust, we have supported Hamilton City Council through genuine partnership to provide opportunities for our whānau to feed back into key projects. Our neighbourhood has never seen this amount of engagement before, and it is because of the hard work of our staff and trustees working together with our community champions and Hamilton City Council staff. We have seen the fruits of these efforts in the past 6 months, beginning with Te Rā Hapori Community Day on the 20th of October last year, He Paumanawa Ora, Eastern Pathways, Community Hui No. 1, Wellbeing and Safety. We have put together a list of key infrastructure projects that we would like to advocate for across the community of Indalea. Hopefully these have been shared with you all. We are happy to work with yourselves and staff to create an action plan and timeframes on when these can be completed. We have also received a number of support letters from rangatira and different organisations who support these developments.
We've also support the Eastern Pathways projects, but we also ask that when it comes into Te Papanui boundaries, that the colour, the signage be representative and tell the stories of Ngāti Wairere, and we refer you to Ngāti Wairere to be able to get those stories, symbols and colours. We also support a secondary investigation in the 5 Crossroads area, as this whole project has the opportunity to improve wellbeing for the whole city, but also it prioritises the safety and wellbeing of our tamariki and future generations. I'll hand the last bit of time to our trustee Miwhi, who will talk about a cultural kaupapa with you all. Kia ora.
In this presentation, I'll be speaking about kawa. Kawa is a Pacifica cultural drink rooted deeply within the heart of our cultural system. It is a taonga, a way of life for Pacifica people, especially Fijian, Tongan, Samoan. It is our identity and who we are. Kawa is widely used in New Zealand by my Tongan community. A ceremony or an occasion without kawa is incomplete. Fairfield community holds 8 different kawa groups within the Tongan community. These are operated from private homes in car carriages, approximately close to 200 Tongans who participate in this ceremony. Within our community alone, these settings have become a platform and space for bringing people together, connecting of our young ones to identity, and providing cultural values for kawa drinkers. These gatherings within Fairfield conceptualize and contextualize the significance of the cultural practice within our community. We, the older generation, encourage younger ones to participate. If you have a look at the crime rate for young generation, Tongan generation, it's close to 0.
Excellent, well done. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and present this morning. Thank you. Right, our next public forum speaker is Holly Dark, and Holly is also speaking on Brooklyn Road and Eastern Pathways. Good morning, Holly. You know the drill now.
Yes. Hello, kia ora. Thank you for having me. My name's Holly Dark and I live in Pearsons Avenue in Claudelands. I'm here today to express some concern about the proposal to close Brooklyn Road as part of the Eastern Pathways project. I'm also here to present to you a petition signed by over 160 concerned local residents who are concerned about the same things. Every person who signed this petition, including myself, is very concerned about the consequences for our local community if Brooklyn Road is closed. Our streets will turn into rat runs, where the traffic will cut through on their way to and from the city. It's a major thoroughfare, Brooklyn Road, which has 10,000 cars a day. Those cars will come onto our streets if Brooklyn Road is closed. Our area is a thriving community where people, including our children, still play and walk on our sidewalks. Our local streets are not designed for the increase of traffic that will be a consequence of the closure. Council has stated that one of your goals is to have living streets. We already have living streets. We already socially live within our space. While I and many local residents support the Council's overall goal of better biking and walking safety, we do not want our streets sacrificed to get the goal of the project finished. Alongside these concerns, many of us in the local area feel the community engagement for this project has been totally inadequate. To put it simply, not one person I spoke to knew about the closure of Brooklyn Road. For a project like this, that is not good enough. The council flyers, which some of us got in our letterboxes, do not say one thing about Brooklyn Road. They simply give a big overview of the project. Consequently, many people in our local area didn't give you feedback because they didn't realise the impact on us. Last Monday night, over 130 local residents attended a meeting organised by the council to talk about the closure. There were definitely strong feelings and concerns that were evident at that meeting, and I'd like to thank Councillor Sarah and Rob and Maxine and Martin Parks, who I'm sure is here, for attending. And I'm sure that they can convey to the rest of you the concerns of the local community regarding the traffic impacts on our streets. I'd ask you to take into serious consideration the concerns of the local community. These are our streets, these are our homes, and your decisions will impact us. You need to engage with the community again. You need to hear our ideas and to gather our feedback. This will ensure the local community's voice is heard. Thank you.
Well timed, thanks Holly, and Amy will come and collect that petition and stay in contact with you about that. Right, our next submitter speaking on item 19, the public transport update, that's Roger Stratford.
Oh, ready to begin? You have my written submission. I just want to summarise briefly. During the decade of 1970s and 1980s, we had a central government instituted carless days. Now, referring to the Waikato Regional Council Public Transport Update, the verbal report which we will be hearing this afternoon, I've got a proposal where we to assist the over 55s. We can allow them to apply and to choose their own fearless day, one day during the week where they can travel on buses within the Hamilton area free of charge. I've described the mechanism in my written submission. A lot of people between the age of 55 and 65 have regular appointments to attend, and it would be really helpful if they could select one day of the week where they could put these appointments on and it's Tuesday day and have their B card ready to submit to the bus driver and get that refund onto their account. Now, how is this justified? Well, it's not until the age of 65 that they're entitled to their Super Gold card, and a lot of older people are nervous due to the pandemic, and this would be a good way to give them some support during the coming months and years. It's doing this proposal of mine, which I hope you'll present to the Waikato Regional Council, would go a long way to improving the well-being of our senior citizens in our community. Why haven't I gone directly to the Waikato Regional Council? Reason why I've come to you here is because, as involves promoting the values of seniors and within our community, it's a political decision, and I believe it should be in your hands. I hope you can put it to the Waikato Regional Council this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Roger. Right, our next submitter is Richard Porter from Bike Waikato, and he's speaking on the biking and micromobility item in Eastern Pathways. Good morning, Richard.
Thank you for the chance to speak to you all again. Bike Waikato acknowledge that there's been a lot of effort and work put into the biking, micromobility and Eastern Pathways programs, and we're quite thankful for those thoughts and that work by the staff and yourselves. Quite rightly, we, Bike Waikato, support both programs and the efforts that they are trying to achieve, considering that we are undergoing a large amount of intensification throughout the city. The way that we approach moving around and living in the future, while it's not going to be Jetsons-like, it is going to change. And we're going to have to think about how we make those changes and how our infrastructure is future-proofed for those changes. And that future-proofing needs to think about those future generations, the people that responded to the long-term plan, those younger generations who are all in favour of faster and large improvements to our walking and cycling networks. So we've already heard some of those people speak, and quite rightly there are people that have concerns at the way that this is being rolled out, and we agree that there's going to be a lot of discussions that need to happen, and the discussions that we've had so far are just the beginning. It's shown that there's going to need to be more to work out how we make this fit. There are a lot of people with a lot of choices, a lot of expectations, but there are a lot of people who've already said previously what they want. We talked last week about the interested but concerned people on bicycles. Hamilton already has the similar number, 60-something% of people saying that they would jump onto a bicycle if they had the right infrastructure. By getting people onto those bicycles, we then free up the roads for some of the people that need to be using vehicles on the roads. It's something that we can make happen and get the results out of. So while we don't have too many of our own, Western Rail Trail is probably a good example of the fact that we have really good pickup with people using active transport modes, and we need to continue that on. Separated cycleway construction in Vancouver over 2 years for 4 connected routes, so you could ride from one to another, resulted in a 40% growth in cycle trips. So there's plenty of information out there. Got to remember that Eastern Pathways is not just about walking and or cycling, it's about travel altogether. And there's plenty of people that are asking for more than just walking and cycling, better vehicle trips, but also public transport. And let's not forget that when we're talking about these, we're talking about everybody. We're not just talking about one particular thing that might impact people. Let's talk about the entire area and how it's going to help everyone. Okay.
Right, thanks very much, Richard. Right, our next public speaker is Adam from Neuron Mobility, and he's speaking on the personal hire devices item on our agenda. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Neuron Mobility, which is ANZ's largest micromobility provider. We operate in 11 cities across ANZ, including Auckland, Dunedin, Adelaide, Brisbane and Canberra. Having seen the scooter this morning, you probably noticed it looks considerably different to any other offering on the market, and that's because we design and build the scooter from the ground up for safe, efficient and sustainable commercial rideshare. It is tempting to talk about some of the features that separate it from the competition, like the larger wheels, the wider deck, the swappable battery and the attached helmet. But this morning I want to focus on something fundamentally more important, which is the approach that we take to partnering alongside cities. We have a history of collaborating with cities across ANZ to solve individual challenges along the way. For example, you'll see the world first helmet that is attached through the helmet lock there. That was designed alongside Brisbane City Council, who had come to us with a challenge. Although helmets were being provided as legally required, they were slung over handlebars, which resulted in helmets being stolen, helmets being disposed of in public places, and ultimately helmets not being available for riders to use them when they wanted or needed them. Within a matter of 2 to 3 months, we had deployed this solution, which has enabled 90% of all scooters across the fleet to have helmets available. We went a step further. We actually financially incentivised the use of those helmets as well. It worked so well that we rolled it out across all cities and all countries, regardless of whether or not there's a legal requirement to do so. In Adelaide, we co-developed a fall detection system that connects a fallen rider with emergency services at a single touch of a button. And in Slough in the UK, we co-developed QR code parking, which in high density situations allows for 99% compliance for parking. In addition to tech, we find that investing in people is of utmost importance. That is why at Neuron we hire more people per licensed scooter than any other provider, which is a significant reason as to why we have such an exemplary record across ANZ when it comes to parking compliance and issue resolution in under a 2-hour time frame. Should the outcome of the personal hire devices trial allow for it, Neuron would absolutely be delighted to partner alongside Hamilton City and bring the same level of service to the city and its people. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Right, next we have Lauren and Hamish from Lime Scooters.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for having us here today. Once again, I'm Lauren Mentjoks, Director of Government Relations for Lime in New Zealand, and I'm joined by our National Operations Manager, Hamish Ellis. We're here to speak to agenda item number 9, and we know that the council staff have prepared a pretty comprehensive report for you all about the scooter service so far. We're here to give you a summary from an operator perspective.
So just wanted to say firstly thanks to the council and thanks to the staff for our history to date. We've had almost 2 years of e-scooter operations, and we've gone through a number of challenges together. Obviously the initial investment into the city came with an element of risk and definitely some operational challenges that we've gone through, which have included things like COVID, seasonality and high decay. So that's been an experience for us and for council as well. We've also continued during that time in our history together to go through some ongoing investments in safety, including the upgrade recently of our hardware, some upgrades to our app, obviously a large number of relationships that we've built in the city, and some improvements in our technology, including recently with parking. As we look to the future, we'd be very interested in continuing our relationship with the Hamilton City Council and serving the people of Hamilton. We're very interested in getting people out of cars, so modal shift remains our #1 goal, and in doing that, simplicity is definitely a #1 factor of getting people out of cars and replacing those short car trips. We've also had some experience with the introduction of other operators in other markets, including Auckland and Dunedin, and more recently in Wellington. And what we have seen is that the number of scooters is not necessarily correlated to an increase in trips, and nor is the number of operators. In fact, the adverse has actually been the case, and we have prepared a slide deck that has some data to back this up, which we have shared or will share after this. So in conclusion, we're really interested in staying. We'd like to thank everyone again for the opportunity to serve the residents of Hamilton and look forward to future discussions.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, we really like working in Hamilton. We want to be here for the long term. We have e-scooters and e-bikes as part of our offering. We're the largest operator in New Zealand currently. And given that climate change and congestion and mode shift are really the issues of our time, we think this is a really important issue for the community, and we ask that elected members continue to have oversight over the shared scooter scheme, at least in the short term. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much. Right, next submitter up is Robin McIntyre and Robin is speaking on cycling in Eastern Pathways. Good morning, Robin.
Good morning, I'm Robin and thank you for the opportunity today. I'm a bit of a newbie, so bear with me. So I'm a cyclist. Obviously, I, like many of us, started cycling as a child. It was the only way we got around. And I took a break for a while because I got older, bought a car, did everything what everyone else does, which is drive to work in my one-passenger car for years. I also had health issues, so that was kind of a necessity. Now I'm a e-bike convert, and I cycle every day. So obviously 40 years ago when I started cycling, there was a lot less traffic and the speeds were slower, so you could argue that there wasn't the need for the cycling infrastructure that we're looking at now. I think many of us know that the investment priorities haven't changed with those changes in population and congestion, and I really want to applaud the council and its staff for these 2 projects, which I think are a really bold step and practical step forward. So I'm just going to leap forward and just say that I'm really asking for the council to take the leadership on this There's obviously many reasons which you all know. There's the imperative for climate change, there's the health and wellbeing of people, there's financial reasons. So really I'm asking the council to demonstrate this vision. So when people say, why do we spend so many millions on these projects? Have an answer and tell them how robust the business plan is. Tell them about how the spending compares to the millions that would otherwise be spent on general roading. And tell them about the decades of poor investment while traffic volumes just got greater and greater. When people tell you that the cycle lane is empty and no one's going to bike in the rain, tell them about this particular middle-aged woman who cycles every day. Tell them about my mother who had to teach her elderly friends how to live without a car when they lost their licences because they'd never taken a bus or found any other way of getting around. Tell them about disabled people who are stuck in their houses because they're too afraid to cross the dangerous intersection. Tell them about the safe routes that their children can get to school and they can ditch that school run in the morning. And when people complain about congestion or the lack of parking, tell them about the awesome plans for cycle routes. Tell them that it's a fallacy that more parking means more business. Tell them that every cyclist is one less car on the road, and tell them what brings life to the city is healthy people and a healthy, vibrant environment that goes with it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Robin, for your first time. That was very good. Well done. Thank you. Next submitter is Hilary Lyons, and Hilary is also speaking on Eastern Pathways. Good morning, Hilary.
Good morning, and thank you for your time to listen. I'm talking about the Eastern Pathways. And sorry, I'm a bit nervous. The population of Hamilton is increasing, and so are car numbers. I looked at the final 2018 Community Insight Safe Ways to School, and repeatedly I was saying that what was liked was separate, wide pathways, connected infrastructure that provided access and separation from live traffic, such as underground pathways, wide cycleways. I believe that the best option for the 5 Crossroads would be doing an underground pathway. Pedestrians and cyclists would be kept separate from the live traffic. The traffic would flow and be less congested, and pedestrians and cyclists would have a safe route. The 5 Crossroads works. Lights would have a big impact on the shops lining the main roads, making it harder for people to stop, and maybe they'll reduce their business. Closing Brooklyn Road would severely impact on the residents of surrounding streets. I'd like you, please, when you're considering the options, may you councillors have some wisdom and insight and maybe look at past projects that of what's happened on the eastern routes that are now impacting on the 5 Crossroads. My first one would be just over 50 years ago, the east-west rail line of Hamilton was put underground. But at the time, I was under the impression and heard that the Grey Street and Pitchgrove roads were not included due to cost. We're going to have a big impact now with the rail ports opening. The Boundary Road Bridge 40 years ago was constructed. Initially, there was no pedestrian crossing put on the northern side. There was one lane each way with a cycleway, both sides. In 2006, councillors decided, because of traffic congestion, to reduce the size of the cycleway and create two lanes going east and one west. It's really made it dangerous for pedestrians and crossings to cross that road. And when the 5 Crossroads was refashioned for Waiwere Drive opening, the Brooklyn Road entrance onto the 5 Crossroads was narrowed, so you couldn't have 2 car lanes, one to go left and one to straight ahead. That's causing congestion at peak times. I believe for the area, the separate underground pathways for pedestrians and cyclists would make it more expensive now, but more cost effective in the future for the eastern route. And also when you think of at Hillcrest and Hillcrest Primary School, initially the children there had to cross the roads. Underground pathways was created there, and has it made it really quite safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Hilary. Next speaker is Claire Bailey, also speaking on Eastern Pathways. Good morning, Claire.
And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I support and endorse the concerns raised by Holly Dark in her presentation and the survey of local residents. I also support the underlying principles of the Eastern Pathways. Who wouldn't? Its central premise is the safety and well-being of active users, pedestrians, cyclists, e-scooters, etc. And yet this laudable aim is not evident in the proposals put forward for Five Crossroads. In essence, 3 options have been considered, analysed and costed for Five Crossroads, all focus on blocking Brooklyn Road and placing traffic lights on the other 4 roads. Nowhere is there mention of the measures adopted by progressive road design which ensure barriers separate human and vehicular traffic at crossing points. Commonly these are subways, but when the question was posed at the recent community meeting why underpasses were not considered, your officials said it was too expensive. Which raises the question, is this really about safety or safety for a price? Because I would like to suggest that the price you will pay in ratepayer support is greater than perhaps you anticipated. Let's cut to the chase. The upshot of the current proposal is the 10,000 vehicles which currently use Brooklyn Road each day will find other avenues to reach their destinations, most resorting to the residential streets which put them back into their familiar path. Roads never intended for this volume of traffic. To say these roads will be upgraded is spin at its worst, because the reality is the environment and safety of Daisy, Pearsons, East, Young and Gillies will be downgraded and degraded. That is a reality that has come home to residents in the last few weeks and resulted in 130 people turning up at short notice to the community meeting last week. And in the face of the analyses and costings behind the current proposals, your reassurance that the business case does not predetermine any specific option for Five Crossroads lacks credibility. There is a sense amongst residents that a decision has been made and that any further consultation is simply a tick-box exercise similar to the communication tactics you employed to engage with the Claudelands community. But back to the overarching tenet of the Eastern Pathways project, which is community wellbeing and safety. Closing Brooklyn Road and installing multiple sets of traffic lights in one of the red light running capitals of New Zealand will not see residents take to the streets in the way you intended, but could see them take to the streets in protest. This is a sad impasse. All Hamiltonians stand to gain from a successful Eastern Pathways, and this particular aspect affecting the Claudelands community deserved more consideration. I hope there is room for you to reflect, reconsider, and this time meaningfully engage with the community at the heart of your proposal to find a solution which will not destroy community and/or your standing as our representatives. I hope you will engage in genuine engagement versus a tick box exercise, cognizant that great communication is about the received message, not simply pushing a message out and telling yourself that this constitutes engagement.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Claire. Right, we're just going to, our next speaker is on Zoom, and it is Lauren McLean. Lauren, can you hear us? You're on mute. There we go. Yes, Lauren, you've got 3 minutes. You probably won't hear the bell, so I will ask you to wrap up immediately. So we're in your hands.
No worries. So thanks for your time this morning. My name's Lauren. I'm a mum, I'm an avid cyclist, and I'm really excited that we're talking about a project which has such a transformational impact in our community. Now the thing is, I understand that as councillors, a project like this can put you in a really tough position because they're often ahead of where the general public is thinking today. Many people instinctively think that building more roads reduces congestion, when factual research indicates that that's not the case. And many people believe that spending money on non-car transport is a waste, and that people just won't cycle as their primary form of transport, particularly whether it's for their cars. But again, that's been proven not to be the case overseas once proper bike infrastructure has been put in. Many people automatically think that closing the road or removing car infrastructure will slow commute without consideration that removing cars from the road actually makes it easier for the people that do need to use their cars. And then there's also the terrifying matter of the climate emergency, with huge changes to how we live to drop emissions, and yet many of the public still think that we're all just going to buy an EV and to the sky. In other words, as councillors, you're fighting against status quoism. Plenty of loud voices, often those with the most money, who will shout down things which involve change. But on this issue, we so desperately need change. Expert advice on everything from health to the climate and the safety of our children demands that we break from how we've been doing things and history where people can get around without using cars. I was reading an article the other day about car dependence, and one passage was so relevant that I'm just going to read it out. It said, narratives justifying car-dependent infrastructure have become deeply embedded across the political spectrum, justifying enormous hidden subsidies for cars in the form of infrastructure such as roads and parking lots. This becomes alternatives and forces people to use roads as their primary transportation system, creating a nation of drivers who are predisposed for even more subsidies for cars. So to sum it up in a nutshell, our car dependency is something that can be really tough to get, but actually cars are terribly expensive to fix and their people. And there's a raft of benefits from moving away from that dependency. There's also no point in going piecemeal with this. We need the biggest, boldest solution possible. I'll give you an example from my life. I'm a cargo bike user and I have my kids, aged 1 and 2, with me on the bike whenever I want to go around. And this means that safety is paramount to me. If I want to go from Roderstone to Hillcrest, 90% of the way I can go on lovely, separated cycleways, and that's perfect. However, when I get to Cambridge Road, there's an absolute disaster of a paint-on bike lane. Cars poke into it, it disappears at a zebra crossing, youth poke into it at the shops. It's just really dangerous. And I hate riding it by myself, and I'll only do it as a last resort. And there's absolutely no way I'm willing to do it like a bike because the risk is far too great. So that means if I want to get to that part of town, I take my car. That 90% of lovely separated cycleways goes to waste.
Okay, time's up, Lauren.
Yeah, be bold and go forward.
Well done. Very good. Thanks very much, Lauren. Thanks for joining us on Zoom. Right, our next speaker is Joe Wrigley from Go Eco, and Joe will be speaking on biking and micromobility. Good morning, Joe.
Morena. Tēnā koutou katoa. Go Eco recognises the human-induced climate change as a critical issue which is impacting Aotearoa New Zealand, and these impacts fall disproportionately on those already facing inequality. We recognise the role of mana whenua and support Māori to realise kaitiakitanga in their rohi. We support work towards adaptation methods which increase community resilience to climate change and decrease carbon emissions. Today I want to refer to 26.2.7 of Tai Tumu, Tai Pari, Tai O, and remind this Council that all transport infrastructure decisions must consider the history of systemic confiscation in the name of public works and the impact of infrastructure on roading, water, cultural sites and our environment. Our position is that due to serious issues surrounding climate change, low-carbon transport options should be a top priority in city planning processes, moving away from individual car ownership to an efficient, modern and resilient transport system available for all members of our communities. Safe and accessible walking and cycling options, multimodal transport, affordable, reliable public transport and sustainable urban development should be incorporated in city planning to reduce distances needed to travel to work, educational or recreational facilities. To this end, we support moving forward cycling infrastructure for Boundary, Massey, Hall, Mill, Norton, Ohaupo, Ross Trevor, School Links, Te Rapa, Ulster, Tristram, Anzac and Bankwood. This list in itself is an exemplar of how much work we have to do in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, to achieve a livable and future-focused, climate-friendly, sustainable city. Kia ora.
Great, thank you very much.
Through that one.
Well done, you get the prize. Thanks so much, Joe. Right, our next speaker is Cohen Lears, and he is speaking also on Eastern Pathways. Good morning, Cohen. How are you? Good. You know the drill?
Yep.
Great. We're in your hands.
Me as a scooterer going down on Eastern Road, every morning I would hop out and start my scooter, and immediately I would always have to hop near the bike lane so other pedestrians can get nearby because of the short space we have there. And I would have to do that around 10 times each time I'm trying to go through there. And so yeah, it's very difficult to get past pedestrians with the little space you have, and hard to get past other bikers who are trying to get through the Eastern Pathway, not on the bike lane because the bike lane is too small for the bikes. Construction workers are also a big annoyance to many bikers and scooters. Even though it's kind of a very little thing, it's very annoying because many bikers will have to walk their bikes for about a minute for pedestrians and cars to get through and all that kind of stuff. Also, I think the most important thing is when you're going through some lanes, the little lanes you have to go through, usually cars will zoom in front of you just before you go, so you would nearly get hit by cars, or they would zoom past you as soon as you go, and that makes it very dangerous for a lot of kids who are not only scooterers or bikers, but for walkers as well. Yeah, that's it.
That was excellent. Well done. Thank you so much. Right, Helen Spencer from Bike Hamilton is up next speaking on Eastern Pathways. Good morning, Helen.
Morena, I'm Helen. I'm a member of Bike Waikato and a 50-year-old cyclist. My family car sits at home. Some basic data: I'm on an e-bike covering 500 kilometres a month commuting to CBD. I live in Hillcrest and up to Te Rapa area. Generally, I choose Wairere Drive. I chose 2 days to count some numbers just before April. The rainy day and the sunny day were reasonably equivalent, 40 to 42 people I counted passing the other way between Ruakura Road and the river. Of those, 10 to 12 were adult cyclists and the others were children and young people. It always is a pleasant ride. There are underpasses, there are good mornings, there are familiar faces, and we are becoming a living community. I can stop and check with a child if they're having a bike issue. I say good morning to other parents. It is a living community on Wairere Drive, but it's not enough. Imagine if we could transfer the equivalent to the Eastern Pathways route. I'm an ex-teacher of one of those schools along that route. If we could have children and parents biking, scootering and cycling along the Eastern Pathways, we create living safe community. With the morenas, with the help, are you okay? And it feels safe. As a 50-year-old, I've also asked colleagues that work with me. They would easily commit to e-bikes if safety was the issue. So I asked that Eastern Pathways be considered, that commitment to underpasses be looked at. On Wairere Drive, underpasses makes it safe. At lights, I counted on those 2 days, 80% of my lights had red running cars in which they were crossing in the green light. Had I been sight impaired or an enthusiastic child, I don't like to imagine the consequences. So, Eastern Pathways, how many more of those young people and those families could travel safely and create friendly community to all of those schools?
Thank you, Helen. Right, we're going to go to Zoom for our next submitter, Hayley Hamilton. Hayley, good morning. And again, you won't be able to hear the bell, so I will interject and tell you to wrap it up.
Hi,
Hi.
everyone. So I'd just like to quickly talk about the Discovery Drive pedestrian crossing. It's lots of red light runners. So I am speaking, I suppose, on behalf of our growing community, with many young families that would like some speed calming interventions. We'll take anything. Would like, traffic lights, speed and monitoring cameras on the lights. Just around the corner across from the Flagstaff shops across from the Allendale aged care facility, there's some awesome speed bumps and like a pedestrian bar. That would be great. It's just to protect our children mainly, because there's at this Discovery Park crossing there's primary age children access to Totara and Endeavour schools. High school children use the crossing to access the Rotorua Junior and high schools. There's several daycares around the area that people have to cross and to access those. There's very popular exercise and recreation tracks. Everyone, takes their dogs and down by the river and uses the cycleways. There's two very busy bus stops, playgrounds, sports clubs like the biggest ones in Hamilton at the Flagstaff Suburbs Park, and with the Northern Football Club right there on Discovery Drive. Drivers are just zooming down Discovery Drive. It's a 50-kilometre straight, and down the hill, it's just, we need maybe, some light, real-time speed cameras. And as winter is approaching, for example, like my boys use the parks 3 times a week with rugby training, 1 or 2 times over the Friday, Saturday for their rugby games. We do daily dog walks going down to the river, so that's just one family. So if you multiply that by thousands, you can see, it's just an accident waiting to happen with just that unprotected crossing, really. But thank you.
Okay, thanks, Hayley, and thanks again for coming in within 10 days or so to speak to us. You've made your issue extremely clear, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, our next speaker is Kat, and Kat is speaking on the Thomas Road roundabout. Morning, Kat.
Good morning. This is my first time too. So,
welcome.
You have a written submission. It's a nice long page. The problem I'm writing about is the roundabout at Thomas Road and Horsham Downs Road, and it's got 2 pedestrian crossings on the 4 roads leading up to it. I'm sure you've all been around that area. So at peak times, the roads are incredibly busy by the McDonald's and the BP New World points, and pedestrians, including students and the elderly, are taking real risks crossing the roads. I say this, I've got 3 boys, 2 6-year-olds and an 11-year-old, and the 11-year-old has just started biking to Rotorua Junior High School. The concern is that the risk to the safety of pedestrians, school kids and the elderly at this roundabout, with the time it will take to implement any proposed long-term changes out at Ormond Road. So I'm talking about right now, real time, what are we going to do about it? My proposal is, I'd like to see pedestrian crossings with an island put in on Thomas Road at the Flagstaff side and the Horsham Downs Road before Moonlit Drive. Ideally, pedestrian crossings would ensure safer journeys. The 2 crossings in the area are outside Rotorua Primary School, and they work splendidly. There is already a raised island, a refuge, in place on each of the other roads, but they are currently not sufficient at peak hours for safety. Now, how do I know this? I sent my kid off to intermediate this year, and I took my boys and we sat and watched outside the McDonald's. Within 1 week, I'd seen 2 near misses in 1 day, and it quite frankly terrified me. I'm a mum, I'm a teacher, and I'm also a cycler and runner, so I understand we have a need to share the roads, but we need to do it in a very safe way. Your plan, the HCC biking plan on the Bike Hamilton website, highlights 4 bike outcomes for making Hamilton a bike safe city. Safe, visible, easy and adds value. So improvements for pedestrians at this roundabout would add value as more residents could safely walk and bike in the Rotatuna area. This would increase the recreation and also income opportunities because people could walk to the shops, to the restaurants and the cafes. I have gone through MPs, I've gone through councillors, I've written, I've talked. I've also gone and canvassed local businesses just to see, just one MP, one councillor, just to see what people thought. And the consensus is it is a concern, but what can be done about it, particularly at a low risk, low cost way? Can we do something in the meantime to shore up safety for my kids going to school and for other kids? And the elderly too. I think that's me. The written submission's there and it's all in its glory.
Great.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Kat. And our last public submitted today is Horiana Henderson. Good morning. You know how it all works. You've been here a few times and we appreciate it.
Tēnā tātou. I'm Horiana Henderson. I am a mum. My husband and I both live, I'm speaking in relation to the potential closure or partial closure of Brooklyn Road with Eastern Pathways. I'm a mum, my husband and I, with our 3 sons who are at high school, intermediate and primary school age, live in on one of the streets that would be affected by the closure. I don't have much to say other than I tautoko what Holly said. My husband and I really appreciated that she made the effort to make sure that we were informed about something that really impacts on our family. And I would just say, if you want to know what I think and how I feel and what I would like to say, then just re-listen to what Holly said. Ngā mihi.
Thanks, Horiana. That's very clear. Thank you very much. Okay, so that is the last of our speakers. Look, really appreciate everyone taking the time to come and talk to us today. Those that have done it for the first time, you did extremely well, and those that are regular, frequent flyers, you're always a pleasure to see in this chamber, so really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Right, members, we're going to start moving into the meaty bits of the agenda. Now, look, before we do, if I can just say, please keep questions concise and straight to the point. We don't want to be here till 9 p.m. tonight because Councillor Bunting has indicated he needs to go. I ask that I know that there are strong views around the table on some of the items. I ask that we work collegially together as a team and take a real wide city approach. And I think we'll be able to get some really great decision making done today if we work together. So we will start with item 5, which is the confirmation of the committee minutes for the 23rd of February. Thank you. Councillor Wilson's moved, seconded by Councillor Bunting. Are there any matters arising for correction of the minutes? I can confirm they're a true and accurate record. There are none. So that's been moved and seconded. Just raise of hands, including those on Zoom. All those in favour? Are there any against? There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. Working with 2 screens here, so bear with me. Right. Now we're on to the first big meaty item, item 6, the Biking and Micromobility Programme business case. I'm going to ask Martin Parks to come down to the hot seat. Morning, Martin. You can bring your team with you. Now, this is a really important item, so we're not going to take it just as read. So, Martin, if you can just provide some context, not too long, hit the high points why we're here, what you need from us, and then we'll move on to questions of the report from the members. Thank you.
Thank you. I think before I get started, I just want to acknowledge all the people that have spoken this morning. It's great to hear so much interest in our future transport network. I also want to put an apology to the community in the 5 Crossroads area. for any angst and upset that has been caused through our current processes. And I've given them my assurance that we'll certainly be working much closer with them going forward. So this report is about our biking network plan for the city. This is a long-term vision of what we want to achieve going forward. And it's a 30-year vision to encourage a shift in travel behaviour, provide a more balanced transport system for the city, and provide people with opportunities to choose their mode of transport going forward. We are a car-dominated city. We all know the facts. We've heard about them many times previously. And I think what this business case is presenting is these are the opportunities for to give people travel choices going forward. It's a citywide long-term vision, but we have to start somewhere. There's a lot of interest in biking. We know that from our community engagement. Huge amount of the population of Hamilton want to bike, but they don't feel concerned, and we've heard those concerns today about safety. And every time we engage with people about biking, safety comes up every time, guaranteed. But if we can provide a network that is safe, separated and connected and comfortable, we know that there will be a significant uptake going forward. I'm going to pass over to Ben Petch. Ben's from AECOM, and I've also got Nathan Harper from AECOM as well. These guys did a great job pulling the business case together. And Ben's going to give a bit more of an overview of the business case, and then I think we'll get into a bit of debate, if that's okay.
Yep, great. Thank you. Thanks, Ben.
Great. Brenna, and thank you, Martin, for the introduction. I'll, as Martin mentioned, just give you a brief outline of the business case and some of the need behind it, which begins with increasing congestion in Hamilton's future, one of the key drivers, continuing to do what we do right now with roads. Needing to improve safety. We've heard that time and time again from engagement, but it's also factual that cyclists per kilometre are exposed to a greater degree of risk. Hamilton City has a Vision Zero objective. Investing into this program will chase after that objective. Another key driver is the need to mitigate and adapt to climate change, which we heard a bit about today from submitters, as well as the government's net zero vision. Transport is a key lever by which we can shave off some of the greenhouse gas emissions the city produces. We are also facing direction from the government to intensify urban areas through the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, so there will be a lot more people living within the urban areas. Our transport network needs to do a lot more than it does right now, provide a lot more choice and be a bit more equitable. With this in mind, and to align with the Access Hamilton targets around biking, we've recommended a 30-year program to facilitate more use of biking and micromobility as part of a multimodal transport network. Various approaches were developed with stakeholders and with the public. We asked what would get people on their bike, get them out on their e-scooters more often, and 84% of our respondents agreed or strongly agreed with the recommended approach, which included a large degree of separated cycle facilities, which were seen as safer fundamentally. The proposed biking and micromobility program focuses on 3 core areas of investment around travel behavior change, end of trip facilities, and the expansion of the biking and micromobility network. An additional element would be around maintenance and the resources to set up and deliver the program. In terms of implementation across 3 decades, the first decade focuses on aligning with the long-term plan draft in terms of the biking-related budgets and initiatives already shown in there. Focuses on building from the existing central city outward, as well as developing some of the bigger cross-city connections and laying the pillars for the later decades of delivery. Decade 2 is about creating a multi-purpose network that lets people go a lot of different places and works for a lot of different reasons. It expands network coverage and also focuses on local links, which are starting to build up the really door-to-door kind of connections. Decade 3 is around filling in the remaining gaps, improving some of the existing infrastructure, and also completing the local links network. Throughout the course of delivery, open spaces and park linkages would be considered in terms of opportunities to facilitate connections across the network. This is really about committing to a vision and a strategy. The long-term plans will set up the funding. Further business cases are expected to be required for the complex and high-risk projects. We worked through a series of implementation principles, which were set out in the report, so I won't repeat them, but they're very fundamental things like designing for all ages and abilities, and working with the community as the program has progressed to implementation. Holding a long-term vision and strategy enables council, in my opinion, to leverage co-investments with related projects with the public sector as well as the private sector and facilitate direct investment opportunities. We don't intend that this is a static program. We expect that there is room to change and monitor and continually improve across the decades. Pending your okay, we would be looking to submit the business case to Waka Kotahi in May, and there's a placeholder with the board for consideration tentatively set for August this year.
All right, great, thank you. Okay, right, committee members, I'll open it up to the floor for questions, and we'll start with Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, gentlemen. Just a couple of detailed questions at a high level. Anzac Parade Bridge and Boundary Road Bridge, and we just heard about Boundary Road Bridge this morning, how it used to have 2 cycle lanes, now it's got 3 traffic lanes. What would be the approach there in terms of, in your proposal here of a separated, how do you envisage on such a narrow corridor already? What would be the approach you'd take?
Anzac Bridge is quite difficult, to be honest with you, and we have done some early work looking at that bridge. From a structural point of view, not a lot more can be added to the facility there, so we wouldn't be able to put a clip on. I mean, there's a couple of reasons. A, structurally it can't take a clip on, and B, from it's got a, I understand, a heritage status as a bridge as well. So it's unlikely we'd get agreement to actually add a clip onto it for that purpose. So from that perspective, we are looking at some interim safety measures for the bridge for cycling, and those will hopefully be implemented before the end of the year, financial year, weather dependent. But this is where the active modes bridge, the new one across the Waikato, comes into play. With regards to Boundary Road Bridge, there is obviously space because you've got 3 traffic lanes out there at the moment, but we'd need to understand whatever we promoted, what the impact is on the wider transport network if we were to reallocate road space at that location.
Thanks. And just back to Anzac, you mentioned some potential intermediate treatments. What would they be?
It falls under the low cost, low risk category. It's simply a signing, lining, and cycle wands exercise. So there's a resurfacing project that's due to kick off in a week or two's time. Once that's been done, we will remark the road with the new cycle facilities.
So it'd be a separated sort of cycle lane, it wouldn't be the Clawlands type sharing?
There'll be a buffer with a separated cycle facility. There's enough room to get cycle lanes across the bridge with a buffer, but it's narrowing up the traffic lanes. We're not getting rid of any traffic lanes, if there's people that are concerned about that. So we're keeping the same number of traffic lanes through the Anzac Grey Street area, but we're just reallocating some space to create some safe areas for cycling.
And would you be looking at raised safety platforms like the Clawlands Bridge?
Not for this interim phase, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report. Attachment 1, is that what I could call effectively a citywide master plan for micro-mobility going forward?
Yes. Correct.
Okay,
that
so
is the master plan at 2050.
Between now and 2050?
That's correct,
yeah. Have we done any community consultation on this? These are the community and in particular biking the biking groups such as Biking Waikato to see whether or not this master plan fits their understanding?
Answers.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that. We had a degree of stakeholder involvement throughout the process, including when we were developing options around how to develop a network plan. We developed on the back of that, as well as looking back at past engagement with the community, of which there was a substantial amount, different approaches to creating a network that would meet the requirements that we had discovered. Through that, we were able to test 4 different ways of creating a network across the city, which are also attached just following that, those themes.
Yep.
Those were consulted citywide with the public, as well as at some key stakeholder workshops. And following that, the network plan was finalized effectively.
So do you think there's further work to be done, and there will be further work done with the community when these particular projects are rolled out over the next 30 years?
Yeah, I mean, that's extremely important. Yeah, each project will obviously have an impact on its local community, and we want the community buy-in. It's really important. I mean, one of the principles of Eastern Pathways is taking the community with us, and that applies to every single project that we roll out through the biking and micromobility plan. There's no doubt about that, yeah.
Okay. In paragraph 5, you talk about the by 2050, 13% of all trips will be done around the city by bike, which I assume means scooters and a whole bunch of other alternative and whatever technology might be available in 2050. Do you think that Waka Kotahi might balk at that figure, given the expected $1 billion spend over 30 years to achieve what appears to me to be a relatively low uptake?
I think it's 13% across the city. I mean, we're certainly going to get higher uptake in certain areas than that. And I think those figures potentially could be quite conservative.
Okay.
So, some areas you're going to far exceed that 13%. We know that. Depending on the demographics, depending on the destinations in those areas, you'll probably exceed 20% in some locations quite easily.
Do we need to update the business case then if it's going to have legs with, Waka? I mean, I don't know how they will view what to me appears to be a relatively low citywide percentage for the amount of spend.
Well, they've been involved in the process from the beginning, so they're aware of the figures that we're putting in. They'll also undertake a review of the document actually before it goes off to the board.
Yep.
So there may be changes that they might require. We just don't know that yet, but there's still a process to go through after today. Yeah.
Okay. And just one final question on this, and I've got some more questions on the second report on Eastern Pathways. But following on from the meeting that I attended with Councillor Sarah and Councillor Maxine last Monday, I perceived from the meeting that there are varying views on the word safety. And it just occurred to me from that meeting that what engineers may regard as a safe cycleway may not be the same perception that mums and dads might have of safety in terms of letting their kids hop on bikes to get to school and so forth. How will we, and that will result in fewer cyclists hitting the road if the parents hold back on that safety. How do we mitigate that in terms of getting, the engineering safety correct, but not the public perception as to what is a safe route?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good question. There's a whole heap of processes that we will need to go through to get the right outcome. I mean, that obviously involves the community, key stakeholders, Bike Waikato, other cycle advocacy groups, Waka Kotahi. But what we are designing for, and this is what will get the 13% uptake across the city, is for all ages and abilities. So basically from the youngest riders to the oldest riders out there. So we're basically going from 5 to 95 It's all ages and abilities. If you get that right, that's when you'll see the uptake, probably well beyond 13%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you think Waka Kotahi are going to be on board for that? That the fact that what might be in this business case now is not necessarily that rigid, that they might not be, they might not become more flexible over time, and bearing in mind this is a 30-year program, a lot more flexible in terms of what the final solution might be in terms of, you know, safety in particular areas around the city?
Yeah, I think that there's a degree of flexibility. I mean, this is a very high-level strategic network plan for the city, so it's got a long way to go, a lot of, you know, barriers to get through before we hone in on exactly what we're going to do on every single route.
Yep.
And who knows what's going to happen in 15, 20 years' time. What, as you say, what's going to be around for people to move around on at that point. Hoverboards or things like that, I'm sure will be around, but who knows what we'll be dealing with. You know, electric bikes were probably not, you know, in vogue 10, 15 years ago. We weren't even talking about them, but now we're having to deal with that, and we have to deal with that volume of electric bikes and scooters in our design work. So that's, you know, potentially we have to make things a bit wider to accommodate faster moving vehicles as well. So there's a lot of things in play.
Thank you, Chair.
I think, Councillor Pascoe, you'll see in the report that that 13% is actually a tripling of what we see now on our roads in terms of cyclists. I know 13% doesn't sound a lot, but it is actually, it does, in the business case, it does say it's actually a tripling. It's 3.8 now, so. 3.8% of trips are made on bikes now, and the target's 13%.
Oh, yeah, okay, yep, thank you.
Councillor Bunting, you are up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you very much for the report. It's very exciting. I think I heard you answer my first question to Rob, and I quite liked the answer. And the question I was going to ask you is how set in concrete, pardon the pun, are these routes you've got here at the moment? Like, is there room for flexibility to move around, take some diagonals?
Yes.
Right,
Is
okay,
the
without
basic
weakening
answer,
our case.
yeah.
Great, because what I have noticed is that they seem to follow our busiest roads, a lot of these routes.
Yeah, look, I think once we get to the more detailed investigation of these routes, a bit like the discussion we had around Clyde Street and whether that was could that be all things to all forms of transport? And we, you know, in the end, it was decided that no, that was going to be a PT priority route, and cycling would need to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
And I think we'll have that same discussion on some of these routes that we've identified on this network plan.
Like Boundary Road, for example.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, that's great. That gives me some degree of comfort. But that wouldn't weaken our case with Waka Kotahi.
Not at all.
Great. Good to know. We've talked a lot about e-scooters, but am I right in that it's still actually illegal to ride an e-scooter on a cycle lane?
That's maybe a question for somebody else. I think the legislation is changing.
Yeah,
I think it's coming through soon.
Right.
So,
so we're building this with the anticipation that e-scooters will be on the cycle lanes.
Most definitely, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Cool. When we talked about the stakeholders, consultation, etc., how many or how big is our sample size? Because we've talked about percentages of people favouring this, that, next. What numbers are we dealing with here?
Yeah. When we went out to the public with the shortlist approaches for different ways to go about developing a network, we had about 800 responses, give or take.
Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you. You'll probably hear from more as hot points come up. And that does bring me up to my final question. Taking the community with you. Now, we speak a lot of that. We've already seen how hot this can be before we've even put pen to paper, really. What are your ideas on that? How are you going to take the community with you?
I mean, certainly for each part of the network, we'll need a pretty strong engagement and communication plan. We certainly want to work right alongside key stakeholders in the community. Workshopping. I mean, probably a good thing is around what we did for the Innovating Streets. We did these co-design workshops with various stakeholders.
Right.
And so you get an outcome that the community have actually had a strong say in and worked on together. There are some non-negotiables in those types of environments though, with regards to traffic regulations and stuff like that, so they need to be mindful of those. But immersing in the community, understanding what those issues are, and then having the community work alongside us as we develop our plans is really crucial.
Do you see a role for us around that table?
Almost
in that?
definitely, yeah. I mean, the final decisions will be made in this room anyway.
Yeah,
whichever
absolutely.
designs
But I'm talking
we go
about as the
with.
interface to the community.
Most definitely.
Great.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, councillor. Next I've got Deputy Mayor Taylor, and then it'll be Mayor Southgate and councillor McPherson. So Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on numbers. Bottom of page 20 in our agenda and top of page 21, there's a grid there with benefits and outcomes from the biking program. And I just querying the numbers. It says number of users in the do minimum option is 6,600. That seems quite low. Is that what you're? It just seems like unduly conservative or unduly low. Is that the number of users currently, or?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. That's projecting forward the current proportion of users, as Councillor O'Leary pointed out, which is 3.8% now. So projecting forward that you will have a bigger population, so the users will increase, but the proportion will be about the same.
So it will increase 2,000 to 6,600?
Correct.
What is it at the moment then?
I was in the 3,000 odd range.
3,000?
I can find it for you. Sorry, 4,350.
So there's 4,350 cyclists, scooterists, micromobility at the moment?
Correct.
Okay. And this is saying do nothing or do the minimum and you'll get up to 6,600 in 30 years. Spend between 700 and 900 million uninflated, and we'll get up to 23,300 in 30 years. That just seems like a conservative. It doesn't. Is that as much as we're hoping to get? Because it's if you inflate that, you're looking at 1.2 to 1.6 billion, I would suggest, over 30 years. So is this? And I'm not being critical, because I'll support the vision of this, and although I worry about the quantums in terms of the spending, but is that our best kind of hope, that we're going to spend more than $1 billion and get up to 23,300 users?
I mean, I think that's conservative, and I think we can be more ambitious than that, I believe. And I think, as I said earlier, I think some parts of the network we're going to see a larger uptake. I look at the Hamilton East area and the opportunities that are around the schools. I think there's this significant opportunity there to get far greater percentages than that we're saying is a 12% across the city.
Okay.
So I think that's a number that we've come up with, but I believe that's conservative. I don't know if Ben or Nathan want to add to that.
Add to that briefly. It is purposefully conservative, given the fact that we have to justify it in a business case sense. So we're doing quite a bit of crystal ball gazing into the future, which always creates a bit of risk in terms of how accurate you might be. So by necessity, in the business case speak, we're being conservative. That shouldn't hold you back from setting an ambitious target.
In 20 years, we might have these magical hoverboards, and so everybody's using them. And yeah. Thanks, guys.
Mayor Southgate, are you with us? You're there in spirit? Yes, here she is.
Yep. Sorry, can you see me?
Yes, no? Yes. Good morning. Yay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the good presentation, and it was really good to hear all the voices in the public forum. My question relates to the route in terms of its overall delivery of the routes proposed in the micromobility that around separated cycle lanes, dedicated line. Because I think one of the key priorities has always been that separated cycle lane, and I'm being separated by some kind of proper physical barrier, whether it's it's a median strip or it's some other way of actually making sure there's no points for bikes and cars to come into contact as well as we can. So in this first map that shows the network proposed, how much of a portion of that network will be cycle lanes that are separated by some kind of physical barrier from transport, whether that's cycle wands or moving the verge over or some other mechanism? How much of that do you anticipate will be seamless off-road cycleway?
I mean, there's off.
I'm meaning off-road as in separate from the traffic, not necessarily off the road carriageway.
I mean, when we've done our community engagement, everyone has said that, particularly those people that are interested but concerned about cycling currently, have said if we provide safe separated, and that's separated via a physical medium barrier or off-road, safe separated facilities, then they would cycle. So we know we've got.
How much in the way of percentage of those lines that are drawn on these maps, which are quite clear, will be that?
So in the business case, we talk about it currently is only 6%, and we want to get that up to 43%. I mean, the view would be whatever we develop up going forward, it's got to be for all ages and abilities. So we'll look to separate those facilities from the general traffic as much as we can. I mean, there will.
6% going up to 46.
43%.
43% with how much of the network complete?
Yeah, if I could, can I jump in, Martin?
Yep.
Thank you. So the cross-city connections and the community links, which are the two top levels of the network, are intended to be fully separated with a physical barrier of some description. Martin is right that we are aiming for, I believe it's 43% of the total road network being treated with a safety intervention.
Okay, so that's the sort of thing that you see already existing on Wairere Drive, where the cycles are off on that very wide shared footpath and of course cars are on the road. Is that the kind of outcome that you mean by separated? Or that does mean that green paved with a few cycle ones, or is it all of those kind of things?
It'll be a mixture of things. Yes, the Wairere Drive shared paths will have their place in the network in the future. But the other thing we're getting back from the community is that they'd rather have pedestrians and cyclists separated in their own spaces along these corridors. So what we'll be looking to achieve, particularly on these what we call cross-city connections, is you've got your general traffic, and then you'll have a space completely separated out for cyclists. Then you'll have a space completely separated out for pedestrians. And those separations will not be by paint or cycle wands, they'll actually be physically separated out. So we've got to think about how we reallocate the space in these corridors going forward. And we've also got to consider public transport in the mix as well. So there's a lot of things to think about as we go through the design process. And pedestrians, yes.
Okay, that's full, so I'll probably have some questions when we come to some of the specifics around the eastern pathways about our ability to do that in some corridors versus others. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms Southgate. Councillor McPherson.
Morning. Look, partly on the Paula's subject as well, I would like to know the sort of precise answer to that as well, but particularly I want to know, is this a plan that's just come from the transportation part of council, or does it include the parks part of council? Because many of the off-road opportunities would also go through parks or gullies managed by that other part of council. It's not looking at the map on page 35, attachment 6. It's not. It's sort of a bit like what Bunty said earlier. It appears to be a road-based network, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that. It's only indicative, but I'm not sure that this is an all of council plan.
In response to that question, good question, and we have engaged quite thoroughly with our Parks and Reserves colleagues. We've looked at their plans for the future, particularly through what they've asked for in the LTP. When we're trying to, we have aligned their thinking with our thinking to ensure that biking connections are used in the development of this citywide network plan. So yes.
Does that include Gipthorpe past the 10-year plan? Well, I mean, where you might even have better influence?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay, thanks. The last question relates to, there's at least one new area shown on that map, R2, which we're talking about being a major PT and active transport network. It's not really showing up in the next 30 years in your plan at all. So I'm wondering about whether the growth part of council's been included. If you look at R2, there's nothing going through that. It's not part of the city right now, but Blind Freddie knows that it will be within the next handful of years.
Blind Freddie.
So how far out are we really taking? Because 30 years' time, that's going to have a house in every square available inch.
Yeah, I think that part of the response to that is how we envision greenfield growth areas being developed. So you'll see in the staff report and in the business case, one of the initial activities is to develop a design guide for biking and micromobility to guide infrastructure provision throughout greenfield areas. So as new areas come in, such as the one you've mentioned, the appropriate treatment levels and network provision would be made at the time when that was structure planned and later developed.
Can I suggest that that's too late? That you need to be staying where the strategic corridors for cycling and micromobility should be, not waiting for developers or suburbs to open up and then to have them fitted in. We need to know in advance. And I'm worried that the whole of the far eastern side, outside Wairere Drive, doesn't really show it as a key cycling corridor or micromobility corridor. So I'm asking that some more work perhaps be done on that.
Yep, we'll note that. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from Councillor Dave's question, just in terms of having guidelines going forward, firstly, the regional infrastructure technical specifications, my understanding is that those influence what developers are putting in terms of the quality of what they're putting in, the provision or not of cycling infrastructure. Are there plans to be changing those?
My understanding is yes.
Is there a time frame?
Robin Denton may be the better person to answer that question, or Jason on that, Jason Harrison. But there's certainly a need to relook at the street design guide.
Yeah.
So we are accommodating, those cross sections that include those separated cycle facilities and wider footpaths and things like that in RITS.
Yes.
Yep.
So is it correct that we need both? We need a street design guideline to inform infrastructure, how we do infrastructure all over the city, and then that informs that would help inform a review of RITS.
Yes.
Okay. Could we get some more information around timelines for that? Because I also hold some concerns around what is happening in growth areas going forward and whether we have the right things in place to guide the right kind of development.
So through Through the chair, yes, in June 2020, our elected members did ask for the design guidelines to be completed on, as well as the biking and micromobility program in a briefing. So that is something that we have on our radar to include and to put in place to inform the regional infrastructure technical specs as well. And we'll bring back more information on timeframes.
Okay, thank you. The other question is, say we're able to partner in a more substantial way with central government around in terms of funding this work. What could we deliver within, say, 15 years if we had the money to do it, in terms of our delivery capability?
It's a very good question. I mean, it depends on a number of factors. I mean, funding is obviously a key one, but you know, if we're able to leverage funding from a different source rather than locally, then that would be great. Resourcing within council to deliver such a significant program would need to be looked at very carefully. Resourcing externally with the construction industry would need to be worked on very carefully. But I think the key one is community readiness for change. And, you know, we've seen already that, you know, if you start changing things or talking about changing things in a community, it can be quite an emotive issue for people to get their heads around. So there'll be a huge amount of work required up front, getting community ready for a big change to their transport network and how they get around. That would be my biggest concern. If we were going to speed it up, is the community ready?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bunting, you've had a go, so I'm just going to jump in and then I'll come to you. Just a couple of questions. Thank you, and thank you very much for the hours. I know this has been a significant project, and you've probably had little sleep at times, and it's really very much appreciated. Thank you. I just want to follow along from where the Deputy Mayor was outlined some concerns around the targets and whether we're a bit conservative. But first of all, in the business case, it actually says our target's only 12%, whereas Access Hamilton target's 13%. It may just be a typo, but you just make sure that we pick that up. I did read every single page of the business case over the weekend. So I guess my question following along from the Deputy Mayor is, what's the reasoning that we use to come up with that figure? And have we looked at other cities that have been where we are, wanting to achieve in future a significant mode shift, and have they achieved a lot higher? How do we get to the 12%, which should be 13%?
Thank you for the question. It's a curly one. I think it's fair to say before we start that the forecasting of the future is very uncertain, and you know, my guess is probably as good as yours. But what we did do in the absence of a good active modes forecasting tool, which other cities do have, we don't have one for Hamilton or the Waikato. We used graphical information systems, otherwise known as GIS, to look at what the catchments are around all these routes. And also we had to look at the propensity of people to cycle. How keen were people to get on their bikes effectively? And we did a lot of work looking at other cities around to try and figure out what those factors are. We had to crystal ball gaze a little bit to see what we thought Hamilton might do in response to future congestion and things. But what I can say about all of that is it's pretty conservative. I'm very confident it's conservative. As Ben explained earlier, we didn't want to push the boat out too far. We don't want to get into the realms of unbelievability. So there's a fine middle line to be drawn. So that's where we've put it.
Okay.
Under promise and over deliver, isn't it? That's the line.
Apparently, yes, definitely. Now the second one was, my second question was, what opportunity will be available to us, assuming we are successful with our funding, to, as we move through each specific project phase and we we engage fully with the community to trial things like we're going to be doing with Innovating Streets. Is that a possibility? Do we have the funding for that built into this business case?
I think there are opportunities for that. An NZTA, Waka Kotahi, would support that approach. They've moved a long way from where they used to be in respect of delivering projects. They now know quite through their own experiences, you've got to take the community with you.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they wanted to give the Innovating Streets stuff a go and do that the co-design stuff. So but they've come a long way, and I think we as transportation engineers have also come a long way in that respect. So yes, there are opportunities for that type of rollout to happen.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. That's my questions. Councillor Bunting, back to you.
I appreciate your indulgence, Madam Chair. One question. During the long-term plan discussions, we moved the Parks Connections program into the micromobility, biking and micromobility case. Have you done any of that? Like, has that activated your decision-making in this, or is that still to come?
No, the Parks Connection stuff is included.
Right, okay.
I think there is actually a figure in the business case on that, and I can't remember exactly which figure it is.
Right,
I think it might be, let me just quickly find it for you.
While you're looking, Martin.
Go for it, Ben.
I think the Parks Connections work, to the degree it can facilitate some of the connections we're talking about making between destinations, it's definitely in play. Where it's a path around a park that doesn't really go anywhere, it's probably less relevant. So, and as you expect with each of these corridors, as you pick it up and go to implement and you look at different ways of achieving the connection between the two destinations, you'll capture where you can utilize some of the off-street connections through parks and open spaces.
Yeah.
And incorporate that as part of your decision making.
So you have put that in there, basically?
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
That's a short answer.
figure 14 on page 46 of the business case. So it does sort of give an example of that integration with the open space paths.
Okay.
And then a classic example is out at the Gorton area, the Mangiti path there. That's one that's a great link.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great. Thanks, Maurice.
Thank you. Councillor Van Osten, you have a question or some questions?
Look, thank you. I've heard what you've said about increasing the usage and that's fairly conservative. Also about the flexibility of projects through the time frame. What I'd like to know is, and also taking into account acceptance from the public around the use of cycleways, and thinking about a best case scenario where the public are really open to it and begin using the infrastructure that we're putting in, how flexible are we in being able to bring forward projects to be able to take advantage of a positive outcome?
Yeah, great question. So in terms of flexibility to bring forward, we've effectively constrained the first decade worth of work around what's in the draft LTP in relation to biking projects and related capital costs. There is opportunity to advance work through the long-term plan discussions. Longer term, as I mentioned earlier, it's as a program, we are looking at tracking where things are being successful, where the opportunities are to do more and better. And I believe working in partnership with Waka Kotahi would enable you to advance some key initiatives in later years, subject to funding and business cases and all that sort of carry on.
Okay, thank you. And kind of related to that is the education of road users, and not just cyclists, scooters, pedestrians, but all users. I was at the Love Your Bike Day and saw the bus and the blind spots that were in there. So, how are we being able to use opportunities to be able to educate public on the use of roads?
I think that's an extremely important part of the process, and it's included in the business case here is around the education programs and road safety campaigns that we'll need to up across the city as more cyclists and scootering occurs. So that's a resourcing acknowledgement in the business case as well, that we'll need more resources in this space to do that work. And you know, we do a great job currently with our education programs and cycling programs in schools, but we need to take that wider across the city as well.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. All right, there don't appear to be any other questions. I would like to move the item, and the recommendation is on page 14 and seconded by Councillor Bunting. He just got in there before you, Councillor Thompson. Okay, so look, I'll start. Again, thank you, Martin and the team. This has been a considerable amount of work, and it is really appreciated. We are still quite high level in this business case, and this is the process that NZTA put us through. Now, committee members, I have raised that not only with our regional relationships manager at NZTA, but also directly with Minister Wood when the Mayor, myself and Councillor Wilson met with him for an hour last week. And I just want to touch on a couple of the things that he talked about. I had the opportunity to talk about mode shift, and he was, you know, I think any time a minister picks up his own pen and starts writing notes on a pad, it's a really positive thing to do. We talked about our vision for the city, and also I made sure that we got the point across around the fact that while we are the most car-dependent city in New Zealand, we also have the highest percentage of residents willing, through our surveys, willing to move to different modes. So if we were going to be a partnership with the government, then we were the city that, if they want success, we were the city to absolutely do that. So I did talk about the conflict that the NZTA process puts us in with our community, and I used the Brooklyn Road as an example that unfortunately that is not the way that Hamilton City Council engages. We do like to take the community with us, but because of the constraints of the process, it meant that we had our team go there without the detail, and yet the public wanted to know the detail. So that's when I broached that with the minister. He didn't seem overly surprised, and I thought that that was really a positive thing. So I think he's probably heard that before. The comment that he did make that I was delighted with was that he said that by all accounts it seems that our city has the strategies and the vision ahead of others, and that we are ready to go, and I think that it was something very positive as well. He seemed most keen on delivering mode shift, or his interest lied mostly with mode shift in greenfield areas, and of course it's much easier to build new. But I also pointed out that Hamilton as a city has very wide roads, and we have small footpaths and wide verges. So in terms of retrofitting for mode shift, I think we are so well placed. We don't have those narrow roads of older cities like Wellington or Napier. Just a couple of other things before I run out. I think in the business plan, the target of 75% of the population will live within 250 metres of a separated biking facility. I looked out my window and looked at what I thought was 250 metres. I thought, wow, that really is aspirational. And the other thing that worried me was in the plan, of course, it talks about if things continue the way that they do, the way that they are with our growth, we will run out of road capacity for accessing our central city by 2036. And I certainly don't want that to happen. So thank you. I'll go to Councillor Bunting as the seconder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't tell you how exciting it is to be at this moment. last term, I sort of was one of the only cyclists in council, and this year it's a different time round, and I'm really, really excited about it. I stood on cycleways, yeah, so getting to this point is actually quite unbelievable when you look at these sort of numbers. So thank you for the tremendous work this committee and that group has done. Look, I have a dream that we will be the most cycle-friendly city in the country within 20 years. We're flat, we're small, we're warm, we need it. Everyone will have their opinions on the routes in this, and I'm grateful to hear that we are flexible on those. Personally, I think the plan needs more imagination. I think it needs more direction, diagonal directions. I think we need to go more off-road, and I think we need to use the parks, but that's still doable, and I'm very happy. Dave is right about R2. Putting the cycle routes in there first and then developing around them is a much smarter way to go. Otherwise, we could find ourselves retrofitting new suburbs within 5-10 years as our population grows, like Councillor O'Leary has talked about. Our research and years of feedback has shown that most Hamiltonians would shift to a more active mode, like walking, riding a bike, if there was a safe alternative. Our government has said they want mode shift. The planet is crying out for it. Our Minister of Transport, as Councillor O'Leary has said, is right into this. Last term, I went to Wellington, Christchurch, Auckland and Dunedin on a research trip, and I saw that some cities had done this better than others, and some had made some tragic mistakes in taking their communities with them, or not taking their communities with them, as the case may be. And from those lessons and researching, I've deduced that our job is threefold. Firstly, build a safe, smooth and separate network that only clashes with busy traffic routes as a last resort. So there is that alternative. We provide the alternative first. Then we encourage people to use it through incentives, and then only if people aren't taking the alternatives do you use disincentives for car use, like speed humps and cycle lanes down there. You are not going to be able to irritate people out of cars by using bike lanes as a barrier to car use. You're going to create more anti-feeling, more road rage, put more people's lives at risk, and there is a Mike Hosking in every single town. That'll make it harder for us if we do that. So again, build the network first, stay off the existing busy roads if you possibly can, and it's not a cosmetic thing. It's a safety thing, and it's a taking the community with us thing. Encourage them to use it through incentives, and only if people aren't taking the alternatives do we disincentivise car use, because all modes of transport have relevance. We are small, we've got plenty of roads at this point, let's use them all wisely.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Mayor Southgate next.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that good debate, and also thank you, Chair O'Leary, for articulating the main points, which I fully agree with, from our meeting with the Minister. I'm all about having an aspirational plan that takes community with them on the journey, aspires to be the best we can as a city within practical means. So I maintain, as I have done for the last 4 years, that separated cycleways, giving physical protection for cyclists is always gold standard, and anything else is what we do because we are an old city and we have to retrofit. Totally 100% agree with Mark that on our main routes we create a whole lot of potentially expensive and fraught issues around intersections, but I'm sure that will come up in the next discussion. But I think having a clear vision going forward, a clear map to start from where people can see what the city will look like, instead of being small pieces of cut up spaghetti, we're actually starting to link the bits together into a more seamless network, I think will get us further. I personally think the off-road cycleway that takes you all the way from Pukete right through to Ruakura off-road is the type of thing we should aspire to. The difficulty of that, of course, is connecting west to east and east to west. When I lived further up north of Hamilton, I was able to get down on that network, or otherwise down on River Road or River Path quite well. What I've found since moving is getting across city is is where the real challenges are. Connecting those major intersections are a big issue. We're a city built on a grid sort of network. We've either got roundabouts, which are very unhappy news for cyclists, or we've got very complicated intersections in many instances. So make no bones about this, it's going to be a challenge. But the Minister seemed very pleased and delighted with the work that we have done as a city, and all credit to those people who've been on this in amongst the cycling detail more than me. So he was very, as Angela says, of the view that Hamilton has a lot to offer as one of the biggest metros to become to take mode shift to that next level, because it's not just about cycling, in my view, it's all about getting that mode shift for climate outcomes, for community outcomes that are far greater than just the ability to cycle or go in your vehicle. I think the future around transport will be quite different in years to come, and some of the levers will not come from us. Some of them will come from things like increased fuel prices, and when Japanese exports, etc., the second-hand cars are less so in the market. There'll be costs around buying private vehicles that are higher than we're presently seeing. So, look, we've got to be agile. This is the message I would say. We've got to be agile and flexible. I'll support this. We're coming up into the Eastern Pathway, so provided that we keep an open mind. Just because we drew a line on the map does not necessarily mean that is the line, no matter what, and all roads will lead to that line. We will have to adapt and flex as we go forward. But congratulations to the staff, and I do acknowledge the huge work that you have done there. We've had a few horses as far as taking the community with us, which are just reminders to get in amongst the community to sort those out and going forward. So thank you.
There we go. Ding. Thank you, Ms Southgate. Councillor Pascoe, and then it'll be Councillor McPherson. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Chair. And look, I'll also echo the Mayor's comments in thanking Martin and his team for the work thus far. One of the outcomes today is that I'm pleased to see that we have got what I see as the first iteration of a master plan, which somehow will connect the bits and pieces of cycleways that we have around the city, which thus far have not had the uptake that we expected they would get. I think Richard from Biking Waikato mentioned last week at the LTP hearings, build it and will come, but that hasn't been the case thus far. So I'm hoping that we will get a level of confidence now in terms of having a master plan of sorts, a flexible master plan that will show how that connectivity will occur. My concern, though, is over the cost of the project. We're talking about $1 billion, that's $1,000 million over the next 30 years. And, even though hopefully half of it will come from Waka Kotahi, it still is a cost of $500 million on the taxpayer, as well as a cost of $500 million on the ratepayer. And what concerns me more than the spend is the potential limited uptake. The 24,000, which was a number the Deputy Mayor calculated, means that those 24,000 will have around about $42,000 spent on each of them to create these cycleways around the city. So I think we need to really look at putting together more evidence around the number of users that we're going to get, and hopefully it will be much more than the 13% that's been, or 12% that's been indicated in the business plan. That revolves around, I think, what Martin said about community readiness. We need to have that, and we also need to have some real rules and understanding around safety and the perception of safety, which might be quite different from engineering safe to how our users will perceive safety. And if I picked up anything this morning, we need to have community engagement on a micro level as we roll out the plan, that there will be certain issues in some areas around the city which will be quite different to other areas, and we will need to make sure that that micro engagement is pretty much near the top of the list before we start to roll out those plans. So with 9 seconds to spare, I will end my debate
Well
speech.
done.
Thank you.
I've found a bell for the Zoomers, but it's not working. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks very much. Look, I echo a lot of the things that have been said, particularly good speeches by yourself and Councillor Bunting. I'm pleased to hear that you took up those issues with the Minister, Angela, because my biggest fear about this isn't Rob's fear of whether it'll have the usage or the financial fear, but whether we'll get the share of investment from the government in any sort of timely fashion. Unfortunately, we've been burnt lots of times by the central government agency, and I think we have to absolutely be a crack record with them for many years to come to fix that sort of problem. That's a bigger problem than community consultation. We know eventually how to get on the side with the community, but we haven't cracked the central government agency. I was surprised the Minister even found where Hamilton was, to be honest, and the agency's not much better. Look, but to be a bit more serious here, I am a bit concerned that of the lack of connection between the growth elements of the city, the growth work that's been done in the City Council, and where this network should go. I'm really pleased we got to the point of promoting a cycling and micromobility network, but it doesn't necessarily fit with where the future growth's going to be, both internally with with existing parts of the city, or with the new parts of the city that we know are coming. There are some things that are down there that don't match the vision that I think councillors have shown they have for growth and for key strategic corridors, and there are some things that do as well. So it seems to me that it's been a little bit developed in isolation. So I think it's a good start and we should use it, but we should then go and look at those routes that have been shown there and just match them and continually refine them as we refine where the infill is going, where the key strategic corridors and nodes are, both in the new and existing parts of the city. That's what I would like to see improved, along with some more guarantees of funding from NZTA. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Right, Councillor, sorry, my apologies. I think this is the first time this term I've done that. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair Angela. Yeah, look, I'll be supporting this because I support the vision. It does come with a couple of buts for me. In terms of scale, I'm concerned that it's a bit out of kilter. I'm somewhat alarmed to hear that we've only got between 4,000 and 5,000 odd cyclists at the moment. To get up to 23,000, and that's what the report's saying, we are planning to spend between $700 and $900 million over the next 30 years on cycle infrastructure. As Rob says, that's into the billions once you bring in inflation. That's too much money. I won't be supporting that scale of spending. So I can say that right now. But I am a believer in the use of e-bikes, scooters and whatever else will come our way as a means of getting around the city. And I'm also satisfied that annual plans and LTPs will give us the opportunity on a project-by-project basis to approve or decline. And I also think as the years go by and we build in this new cycling infrastructure, we need to keep an eye on usage, as Councillor Pascoe referred to, just to make sure it is being picked up. So we need to assess that impact, I think. In a way, I tend to agree with Councillor Bunting. I don't think this plan is massively visionary. I still feel we have a bit of a default setting to try and squeeze cycling into road space. Are we as a council trying hard enough to avoid clashes with roads? I don't think we are, and I sometimes worry about the reasons for that. At times I wonder if some of our cycle planning is driven by a political agenda to make the modes compete for space. whereas it really should be just about adding to our transport network and options. But that won't stop me supporting this plan. I believe in principle, the principle we're trying to achieve. But I will very clearly signal that on a project-by-project basis, if I believe there's been insufficient attempts to find better routes that don't conflict so much, I will oppose them. And even more importantly, if I feel a project has not been consulted on well, then it'll be going into the rubbish bin. But with those big reservations, I will support this plan today as a foundation for what we're trying to do with transport in the city. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little nervous actually this morning, and I feel like that reflects the importance of this business case and this decision today. Hamilton has really done really poorly in terms of getting funding for cycling and safe cycling and walking infrastructure for decades. While some of the other cities around the country received stimulus funding for their cycling projects, we didn't, while others received a lot more from the Urban Cycleways funding. We got about 5 million, whereas they got tens of millions. And we've also fallen down in terms of getting the SchoolLink project underway to date. And now we're finally on track. But part of the reason why we've fallen down so many times is that we haven't had a coherent vision for cycling and micromobility for the city, and a pathway to a coherent and comprehensive pathway to get us there. That's what this business case provides, and so it is so important to moving things forward. To get more people cycling in a really significant sense, you have to connect things. You have to have a useful network which takes people from where they are to where they want to go, which is what we have with our roading network. But we don't have that in any sense with our cycling network at the moment. We have only a dozen kilometres at most of safe paths to cycle on. So when we say that we see Claudelan's Bridge and we say, hey, I haven't seen a huge number increase in the number of people cycling, it doesn't make sense to critique a single project and then say it hasn't brought all these cyclists. Because how do they get to the bridge and how do they get from the bridge? We wouldn't put a bridge across the river for cars which connects to no roads, or at least no safe roads, and then ask why no one was using it. So we really have to keep that in perspective, that we need things to connect together before we can realistically expect a dramatic shift in the number of people cycling. The other thing to keep in perspective is that we have a huge deficit in cycling infrastructure at the moment. And so while $1 billion might sound like a lot, actually it's hardly anything when you look at what we have spent on roads in the city to date, what we're planning on spending on it, and the really low base that we're working from to get cycling up to scratch. If you look at the RLTP for 2018, the Regional Land Transport Plan, $2,400 per person went on roading, $100 per person went on public transport, and $40 per person went on walking and cycling. Government policy statements put 2% of the entire transport budget towards walking and cycling. And when then you look at the level of people cycling and the safety issues that we face, we can see the result of that huge underinvestment. This is about catching up. And so we need to put that in perspective. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair Angela. I'm going to keep my comments very high level. I think today is potentially one of those really exciting days where we get to do something transformational. Doesn't happen often in local government. But this is an opportunity for us to go out to our community and say, hey, we have a plan. We think it's pretty innovative and exciting, but it will come with some stresses and concerns, because we're going to ask you to change some of the things, some of the way you do things. and that is we're going to try to encourage you over time that to save our streets from congestion, we want you to embrace cycling and other modes of transport to get you to and from work and play. And we have a plan for that, and we're beginning to invest in it. I think we're slowly saying that when we build new streets, we'll build them with this in mind, so that we have cycleways and hopefully bus lanes already built. But we will also have to retrospectively go around and fix some of our older streets, and that will come with some inconvenience initially. But I believe in the long term will pay significant dividends. I often wonder if Sir Dove Meyer Robinson retrospectively felt that was there anything more he could have done to have convinced those in Auckland in the 50s that investing in critical infrastructure, then in spending the money, was the right thing to do. I have no doubt there are a number of older Aucklanders who said, gosh, we got that one terribly wrong. This is our moment. This is our moment to say that we've got a plan. We're going to invest in a strategy that is going to improve these alternative modes of transport. And that's why I agree with it wholeheartedly. In terms of quantum, I see we roughly will spend over 400 million in roads in the next 10 years. That excludes resurfacing of roads as an OPEX spend. And we're asking to spend 120 million in the next 10 years on improving cycleways. And I think it's a worthwhile investment. And it's one that we haven't done well historically. And I look forward to doing it much better over the next 10 years. So I'll support this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Just continuing on from that, that discussion from Councillor Ewan, 3 quick things. I agree with Councillor Sarah in that the infrastructure spend historically is low and there is a degree of catch-up. And when you do the maths on that, those figures, it's only 16 million a year of council funding, the net cost, relative to our roads and other infrastructure costs is not, it's not an unreasonable request, so I can support that. I think Mark summed it up the best for me in terms of our journey on this mode shift, in that we need to incentivise before we disincentivise, and I think that's a really clear steer for staff to navigate, is work with how we can incentivise these opportunities rather than feel like it's attacking and then the community gets their back up and gets defensive. And I guess my final point on that, when we talk about bring this community with us, bring elected members with you, because that will make your job a lot easier as well and will help bring the community on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher, you're next.
I wasn't going to speak, but I knew as Chair you did want me to make a contribution.
I did, yes.
Absolutely. I take the point. The reason this is, to a degree, potentially a historic moment, and I can't duplicate the brilliant contributions of Councillor Thompson, my good friend Councillor Wilson and Councillor Hamilton and others. It's interesting, Councillor Wilson talked about Sir Dove Meyer Robinson, and without going on trips down memory lane, when Dove Meyer Robinson was mayor, obviously in my own case I was, along with Pascoe and Macca, I was a pupil at Boys High, and I cycled across from Frankton, Norton Road, across the Claudelands, initially rail bridge and then road bridge and then conversion in the fog, and I didn't give it, and my parents didn't give that a second thought. You know, because they had a perception of safety issues. There was no safety issue with them. If I was now living in some high density parts of the Frankton Norton Road area, I would give a whole lot of second thoughts whether the equivalent young boy would just cycle through town now, and in fact I'd be probably, I suspect, against that idea. So it is about perceptions of safety. And it's good that we remember Dove Meyer Robinson with the narrow-minded, conservative little councillors around that dotted Auckland. And of course they didn't listen to his vision, they didn't pick up on his vision, and of course Now Auckland has to do what we're actually in part having to do now is retrofit. You know, there was days, and if you want to look at other societies, dare I say it, look at Germany in particular, Netherlands, where, you know, multimodal transport is very much, you know, part of the fabric. And for those motorheads, you still get to drive at unlimited speeds on the Autobahn. Apparently they're radically trying to reduce the speed limit on the Autobahn to 130 kilometres. I think that's a green initiative at the moment. But the fact is, you have choice, and that is the issue. You have choice, and your kids get to go to school safe. You don't have to drive them there. You know, there are going to be the things like the walking buses, the public transport, the busways, the cycleways, all of those things. It is about multimodal choice and keeping people safe. And let's not get diverted with the money thing, albeit I think Sarah quickly puts that into perspective. In 30 years' time, the same old is just not going to work. As simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Osten, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and I'll be really brief. Most of the topic has been covered today, and I share Councillor Thompson's excitement and Councillor Wilson's moment of real change happening here. I fully support the business case, and while we're shoehorned into a planning process by Waka Kotahi, this business case is really planned and strategic, and it shows our community that we've got a big picture view and a big thinking view around it as well, and that we have some real vision for how we want to get people around our city. And the 24,000 users that's talked about at the end of this, I believe is really underestimated, and that in fact once you get a momentum going, it can build beyond our belief, and I'm sure that will happen. Community readiness is vital to this, and vehicle user education is critical also for its success. So what I would also like to see is an equal big picture thinking and implementation around our communications, our community engagement, to be able to really strategically look at where the problems will be, how we might be able to resolve them, who we will be engaging throughout that process, and really use that in a planned and strategic way to equal the business case that we're putting up. I too look forward to being able to spend some of that money and use it, the facilities around the city as the decades go, and I look forward to the opportunity to be able to advance some of the projects that we've got, to be able to meet the growing demand that I have no doubt will happen once we get people thinking about how they can use our city in different ways. So thank you everyone, and I'm more than happy to be supporting this business case strategy. Kia ora, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I'll just wrap up. Thank you everyone for all of your debate. Actually, I think there were such a wide range of points and debate points raised that signify the magnitude of this decision today and what our city may be like in 30 years' time. I think in all of our decision making, we must embed the residents of our city and our strategies. If we don't embed in our decision making our strategies going forward, then we do end up, as Councillor McPherson often reminds us, with a whole bunch of coffee table books. And those strategies are things like Vision Zero. We were the first city in New Zealand to fully adopt Vision Zero. We won't get Vision Zero, and we won't achieve it without significant mode shift. Access Hamilton, that's another one that drives how we move people and vehicles around our city. Our refresh of our CCTP, that's very people focused. And again, that's to me about mode shift and of course our climate change commitment. When I think about our residents, even though we heard today some concerns from the public gallery around Brooklyn Road, those same people still said we really support Eastern Pathways. 78% of people want to get on a bike, and I put myself absolutely in that category. I am completely married to my car, and I'm one of those terrible percentages that's in the business case that will drive 1.7 kilometres to my gym every single morning because I like that convenience, but also, and more importantly, because it's not safe. So if you can, and I said this, I remember someone from, wasn't Richard from Bike Waikato, it might have been Peter Boss from Bike Waikato, when I first was given this role by the Mayor, and he said to me, "Well, you don't even own a bike." And I said, "Yes, but if you can shift me, you're going to shift a massive amount of our city population, because I just won't get on a bike because I don't feel safe. But I do need to go with Councillor Thompson on a bike ride. If it's off-road, I'm there." So I think we do, our residents are absolutely asking for this shift. A couple of the other just quick highlights from that sort of blew my mind in the business case was that the commentary around what a wide traffic lane can accommodate 1,900 cars per hour, but a high quality, and when high quality bike lanes we're talking about separated, can accommodate over 4,500 bikes. So we have to make this shift, and I think for no other reason, all of our strategies that we have debated in this chamber and said are important to this council are embedded, and this plan is the action on the ground that will deliver on Access Hamilton, on Vision Zero, on our climate change commitment. So thank you, colleagues, that was an excellent debate, and we'll get ready to vote. So if we can, on Zoomers, if you can raise your do your electronic hands for ease for the staff, please, or both, and members, if we can go to the board. Thank you. Okay. Oh, they're just doing visual, that's fine.
The motion is carried unanimously.
That's been carried. Great. Excellent. Look, that was a long stretch. We'll stop now till 12:10 for morning tea. And if our WRC colleagues in the back there, you're welcome to join us in the tea room. Okay, do we have a quorum? Yep. Okay, everyone, we are back. We're going to try and... we're going to try and not stop for lunch too late. So we'll sort of try and aim for 1:30. But with your leave, if we can bring up item 19, which is our visitors from WRC, because I'm assuming the Eastern Pathways may take a couple of hours to get through as well. So we welcome Councillor Angela Strange and Andrew Wilson for a verbal update on PT. This is page 487, and it's just to receive the report when we get there. So we're in your hands. Welcome.
Thank you very much, councillors. I really appreciate the opportunity. So I understand you've got a humongous agenda today, so I'll whip through it as quick as I can, which is cool. So public transport update. Actually probably need to update the cover photo to reflect the new train service that's operating as well. So just by way of a very quick update on Te Huia, we'll outline that and then we'll move into the bus network for the city, where it's at in terms of patronage and where it's heading in terms of network design and what the implications are for the city as well. So Te Huia launched on the 6th of April, passenger rail service between Auckland and Hamilton. It's in its 4th week of operation as of today. So the week 1, 2 and 3 patronage numbers are outlined here. So week 1 averaged about 114 people a day, week 2 118, week 3 we averaged 210 a day, and today we had close to 150 on the services in the morning, so it might be just shy of 300 for today, which is really positive. The first Saturday service operated on the 17th of April. Demand exceeded our capacity, so not everyone that wanted to use the service was able to use it, and the train carried about just shy of 400 people on that day. In terms of customer service, customer experience, what people are experiencing on the train, we conducted a survey on just targeting the first week of operations, and we're really actually delighted with the results. So high rates of passenger satisfaction with those that were using it, rating it about 4 out of 5 stars. 99% of respondents would recommend Te Huia to others, and 94% intend to continue to use the service on an ongoing basis. So really positive results in terms of establishing the service. In terms of on-time performance, 100% of the trips to date have been either on time or slightly early compared to schedule. So overall, very happy with the initial results. Through the chair, not sure the process is, if there's any questions, happy to take them at the end or as we go.
Let's do them at the end.
Yeah, at the end. No, sounds good. Yeah. So just like a brief overview of Hamilton's bus network, and very much focusing on services that are operating within the city. So there's about 22 bus routes, 5 routes connecting Hamilton and neighbouring towns, and about 1,300 trips per day is currently what's operating. In terms of patronage on our public buses, 2019 for Hamilton and surrounds, we did just about 3.3 million boardings. 2020, 2.49 million boardings, and the difference is really the impact of COVID. So the graph on the graph there shows the impact of COVID and the initial lockdown, which was pretty devastating in terms of patronage, just fell off a cliff basically, but is building up back to pre-COVID levels, and the recovery is different by service type as well. Week on week, we're building back towards the pre-COVID levels, which is encouraging.
Yeah, can I just say that Waka Kotahi have been really amazing, making up that revenue shortfall and fare recovery, and that is due to continue for another couple of months. So
it's enabled us to continue with service provision and not have to worry about service cuts in order to make our budgets balance, which is really cool. So within Hamilton, there's about 20,000 active B card users, and we're averaging about 14,000 boardings on buses in Hamilton per day. Some stats about the city in terms of the 14,000 boardings per day. There's about 3,700 people accessing the CBD by buses each day. Of those, 70% are adults. And if you did a sort of scenario, if all of those adults drove, you'd need about 2,600 parking spaces to accommodate them, and we'd expect there to be about 22,000 additional vehicle kilometres travelled on city roads each day. the really interesting thing we're seeing from the data is these people are coming from all over the region and all over the city to access the CBD. The graph above shows our profile, normal weekday demand profile by time of day, and you can really see the network's characterised by two big peaks in the morning and evening. And when we look at the user groups across that demand profile, you can see the peaks are really driven by youth. But the important thing to point out is youth only make up about 30% of our total patronage. Adults over the age of 18 make up 70%, but they're just travelling right throughout the day. It's the school travel that dominates the peak periods. In terms of funding, so that the cost of providing the city's bus network, so this is just services wholly within the city, is about 17.7 million per annum, around that to 18 million. And it's funded by a combination of passenger fares, waka kotahi and local rates. It roughly works out to be a third at the moment, pre-COVID, and it's what we would expect post-COVID. At the moment, it's a little bit different because waka kotahis are covering 100% of the fare revenue fallen gone due to the impacts of COVID. As Councillor Strange pointed out, brilliant. So I always like to point out and put it into context. The graph shows figures from the current regional land transport plan and needs to be updated to reflect the new one. But you can see public transport makes up about 4% of total expenditure on transport over that 6-year period. So is this good or not? And it depends on what the system's designed to do. I think the most important design principle for you to understand as governors is the trade-offs between ridership and coverage, and gives a framework for judging the performance of a network as well. So I can explain this really, really quickly. Like imagine a fictional town. The dots in that diagram indicate dwellings, houses, businesses, schools. The lines indicate roads. Most of the activities is centred around a few roads, pretty typical of most cities. So imagine that the town had 18 buses to run its PT system, and the question is, how should the town deploy its 18 buses? And the answer is, it depends on what the governors want to achieve. So there's two fundamental design approaches that pull in different directions. You can deliver a ridership-orientated network or a coverage-orientated network. So ridership is you concentrate your buses on the busiest corridors with the highest density, and you'll get the highest ridership and patronage, higher fare revenue returns. But the trade-off is not everyone has access to a service. There'll be in lower populated areas there'll be further walks. Or you could spread your resources everywhere. So it means everyone gets access to a service, but the service frequencies will be fairly low. You have longer waiting times, and you'll have lower overall ridership, but you do ensure everyone has access to a service.
So, Andrew, would you see more empty buses running around on the coverage?
You absolutely would see more empty buses running around on a coverage-orientated service, and that's mainly due to the frequency of services. So frequent services are a lot easier to use, offer a lot more freedom in terms of how people access whatever they're trying to access. And we can give some examples of that. The real challenge here is these are equally worthy goals, but they pull in different directions. So the question is Hamilton's network coverage or ridership orientated at the moment? So it is absolutely at the moment coverage orientated. Of the 22 bus routes, 20 operate at a 30-minute or less weekday frequency, so that's a pretty low frequency. It's spreading resources thinly to ensure everyone has access to a service. 2 of our routes operate at a 15-minute frequency or better, 2 of the 22. 95% of households are within 600 metres of a bus stop, and we expect to generate about 2.9 million boardings post-COVID, pre-COVID. So the question is Hamilton's network performing well? Well, relative to a coverage goal and ensuring everyone has access to a service, it is. Relative to a ridership goal, it's not. So strategic priority confirmed in the regional public transport plan and endorsed by this council is to transition to a ridership orientated network over time. And we've got that well underway. Just to give a couple of examples of the power in investing in frequent services, this graph shows patronage on the Orbiter service over time. So introduced around 2008, had a rapid rise in terms of patronage. Around about 2013-14, we We played around with the service frequency, reduced it, the route got a bit more complex, and patronage declined quite significantly as a result of that. 2018, we reinstated the 15-minute frequency, straightened out the route, and patronage responded really strongly to that as well. So back up to approaching about 1 million boardings per year on that particular route. Very similar sort of experience on the Comet corridor. We consolidated a whole heap of routes into one to create a one route, well-branded, direct, straight, operating at a 15-minute frequency, and Hamiltonians responded really strongly to that. So we've got a huge amount of confidence that we invest in frequent services, Hamiltonians will respond. It's about how do we get there. So on the right is a network diagram of the current network. On the left, and on the right is a future concept, which is much fewer routes, but routes operating at a much higher frequency. The key thing I want to impart today is that transition to a ridership-orientated network has started, and we can move quite quickly on that as well. So the Comet route we already have going between the base, CBD and hospital. The plan is to increase that to a 10-minute frequency on weekdays and 15 minutes on weekends. We've got the Meteor route launching later this year as a frequent route from the base down the western side of the city, Frankton CBD through to the university. That's a happening thing, it's funded. Preparations underway to do that. We're planning on delivering a frequent route from the CBD to the Rototuna area. We can do that in 2022. We believe we've got sufficient funding to do that. 2023, we're planning quite a significant review of the Orbiter route and potential realignment. And then we've got our eye on a new frequent route into Peacocks to coincide with that area opening as well. So that's all within, I would say, the 0 to 4 year time frame. It's all very achievable, and we've got plans underway to deliver that. We also have a funding plan. So you can see the green bar on the right is the total expenditure on services within Hamilton at the moment. In our draft LTP, we're proposing to increase gross expenditure by about $1 million per year over the next 3 years, but also reallocate a significant component of what we're already spending to ridership-orientated services as well. Infrastructure priorities. We need HCC's help to do this. We can't deliver a ridership-orientated services without good supporting infrastructure. It's absolutely critical. So in terms of the priorities that we've outlined already, I'd say the most important one is this enabling this new direct route between Rototuna and the CBD. We can't do that without a bus hub, and my understanding that requires some land to be purchased along with some basic drive facilities on that. There's a number of other things required, but they're less critical. In terms of lifting the Comet to a 10-minute frequency, the most critical item is a new mini hub on State Highway 3, Glenview. We're working with Waka Kotahi to deliver that. But really essential to maximise patronage on that route is safe crossing facilities, decent shelters, just a continuous program of incremental but sustained improvements for the corridor. Flagging Hospital Hill is a major constraint for the network at the moment. It's a really significant limitation on putting any new service improvements through that area. It's out of capacity in terms of platform capacity, and it's a major source of delay for the network as well. So we really need to solve Hospital Hill in order to enable services into Peacocks, but also any further service improvements that rely on Hospital Hill or the hospital are reliant on solving some infrastructure challenges there. So sorry, I whipped through that very quickly.
No, that's good.
Ian, you're happy to take any questions?
There's a few questions up, so we'll start with Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, guys. Always good to see you. So regards, where are we at exactly with buses for under 18s? So is that free trial finished now, is it?
Yeah, so the free trial on weekends and public holidays has come to a close, but what we have done is introduced, in July we'll be introducing fare capping.
Yeah, the 20 buck thing, yeah.
Youth having a lower fare cap compared to adults.
So why do we not carry on with that trial?
So a couple of components to it. Like it certainly did have a significant impact in increasing ridership at those time periods, but also came with it some significant challenges around antisocial behaviour and the like. Yeah.
The getaway bus thing. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Just on I was looking at your graphs with this, your youth peaks. you know, getting to and from school. That's obviously technically school buses. Does EW put on buses that only service the school runs and then take them off the road again, or do those buses wander around aimlessly in those troughs?
Yeah, good question. So the peak vehicle requirement is a bit higher, quite a bit higher actually at those peak times than off-peak. We do generally school transport is accommodated on routes that service everyone right throughout the day. Yeah. There are a handful of routes that have what we call school assist services that only provide that additional peak capacity and targeting specific school travel. So it's a combination of both. Yeah.
Yeah, and you would see our double-decker orbiters as well at
I
that
do.
time.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
they're mostly on for the peak times.
Yeah, jam-packed with sweetie
Yeah.
children, which is great. Would you, because we're building a gentle rapport with the Education Ministry now, would you be keen to work with us on potentially some routes that just service schools, effectively school buses?
Yeah, like if I had more time, I'd go into a bit more network detail. But I think the short answer is absolutely, and I think there's real value in thinking about targeted services that only operate for a specific purpose and a specific time of day. School travel would be a good example of that.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. Just two more very quick ones, Madam Chair, if I may. So I see your routes of the Comet, the Meteor and the Orbiter. Which have a strange theme going on, don't they? So that's obviously heading towards more of a ridership model. What's your time span to move to a ridership model over a coverage model?
Yeah, look. So I think we're aiming for, to use the cliche, evolution, not revolution. So that just building year on year. The LTP allows basically for a ridership route being rolled out every year. It also requires us to rationalise that with existing expenditure. So there's not enough funding signalled in the LTP just to layer services over top of what we've already got. The amount of budget forces us to rationalise and consolidate routes as well. So
wouldn't it be better just to rip the sticking plaster off and say this is how it's going to be?
It would be, that's one option. I think we'd run into significant public backlash to that really quickly as well. So I think the trade-off between ridership and coverage-orientated services are most difficult for elected members actually. So the public expects bus networks to perform like a ridership, but also provide coverage absolutely every. And these are mutually exclusive goals, right? So as soon as we've had it before, as soon as we take a service out of a particular area,
you hear about it.
Yeah, you hear about it 100%, and in particular, elected members will hear about it too.
Thank you. And last question, we've had 2 or 3 submitters in our long-term plan submission round talk about they would catch a bus, and it was pertaining to our parking charge idea. They would catch a bus if it was available, and they sort of catch a bus at 6:30 in the morning. What does it cost? What are the implications of putting on an earlier bus?
Yeah, look, I think the cost depends on the context a lot, but I think inherent in a ridership service, a ridership-orientated network is having services that straddle a decent chunk of the day. So, 5 a.m. to 9:10 p.m. Into the evening, absolutely. And then outside of those periods, providing more demand-responsive type services or targeted services for the lower periods of demand.
Cool. Thanks, Madam Chair. I've gone all day.
We're grateful you're not. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Chair. And look, my questions are around the Te Huia train service. You didn't put in there what the capacity percentage has been, but I assume there's 142 seats, is there, in the 2 services that run up each day?
Yeah, the standard configuration is 147 seats.
Yeah, okay. So in future, could you put the capacity percentage? I do like the raw numbers, but the capacity percentage might also be quite useful too.
Yeah, absolutely. So by way of example, we were at 75% capacity for the second train this morning, but absolutely happy to report.
Yeah, okay.
And
well. The other question, are you keeping stats on where passengers hop on the train? You know, because I know that, Hamilton ratepayers are pretty much the only funder at this stage. But are you keeping stats of how many alight at Huntly and how many at Rototuna and so forth?
Absolutely, that capability is built into the ticketing system, so really rich data.
Okay, so that would be quite useful to get that on an ongoing basis. And the last question is really around mitigation of risk. What happens if I'm in Papakura for the last train back for the day and it's full? What mitigations have you got in place to get me home?
Yeah.
When in fact it's not possible to reserve a seat on the train
Absolutely. So a couple of dimensions to that. One is based on the demand in the morning, we'll have a really good idea of what to expect in the evening, and we can get plans in to accommodate that. At the moment, we've got a bus replacement services on standby, and we're establishing a supply panel for bus replacement services as well. One of the criteria for that bus replacement panel is timeliness of response and being able to respond to a service breakdown. So well covered in terms of, it's absolutely essential we get people back to where they need to be. Yeah.
Okay.
I think also looking at the week as a total, so
Sorry, I missed that.
we might see more people wanting to return from Auckland on that last Friday afternoon.
Yeah,
one.
sure.
So
Yeah.
if we see a pattern, then we'd obviously put more carriages on for those trains.
Okay.
And there is, of course, standing room, which is not ideal, but.
So in this interim stage, is it possible for us to get stats on a more regular basis in terms of, being able to not only ourselves monitor what's going on, but also to be in a position to report back to our ratepayers?
Yeah, through the chair, my suggestion would be there's a number of people in this committee that are on the governance group for Te Huia and regular reporting back through that. So happy to through those representatives share that that data, which is coming through daily.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. My question is in regards to the infrastructure needed to support those more frequent services. What impact will it have on those services if we don't put some of that stuff in at the right time?
Yes, so to be really clear about this, in terms of what we've presented today, I've just presented the immediate stuff we're working on. For example, if the bus hub at Rototuna doesn't happen, that frequent service won't happen until that infrastructure is in place. So if that's delayed, so too will the services. Same with the likes of Hospital Hill. We've got a couple of years to get ahead of that issue, but it will become a really significant constraint for the city. I think we would end up in a situation where WRC is ready to go with service improvements, but it'll be the infrastructure components that are holding things back.
Okay, and just to clarify, what Rototuna was which year in your LTP?
So we're confident we could deliver a frequent service between the CBD and Rototuna from next calendar year. Whether that's possible from an infrastructure perspective.
Right.
I think will depend on HCC's LTP, but also delivering a project as well.
Okay. So that particular one hinges on us, as does making the Comet more frequent. Is that what I'm hearing in regard to Hospital Hill?
Yeah, so we can. Hospital Hill, we've factored in the ability to get the Comet to a 10-minute frequency with the existing Hospital Hill infrastructure. Anything beyond that wouldn't be possible with the existing infrastructure. The critical dependency for the Comet corridor and getting it to 10 minutes is State Highway 3, having a bus hub at the Glenview end. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had just one clarification in that diagram you showed us of the bus routes and that they're starting to recover from pre-COVID levels. But it's true, I think, isn't it, that the high frequency routes recovered almost instantly, didn't they? Or much faster and have now recovered.
Yeah, so the services coming into the city have recovered, which is interesting in itself, and the two frequent routes within the city have recovered basically twice as fast as the coverage orientated services. So roughly about 10% below pre-COVID levels, but improving faster than the other types of services.
Which supports what you're saying, that while we are trying to go for coverage to give people that access, it is the high frequency routes where the best bang for buck is, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's probably worth just clarifying, like
the successes, I should say.
Well, the designing for coverage is a very worthy goal. Like ensuring every resident has access to education, healthcare, social services is a really important thing for the city. Designing for ridership is really responding to population growth, needing to densify parts of the city. Those spatial impacts that coverage orientated systems are really never going to deliver on.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Thanks for this. It's good. And I'm really heartened to hear that you're looking at moving towards ridership. In terms of that though, so that decision's been made by the regional council, you're going towards ridership?
Yeah, it's anchored in the regional public transport
Okay,
plan.
so it's just a case of resourcing as to how fast that happens?
100%, yeah.
Right, okay. And if you get it, when you get to that ridership, how, do you have any plans for how you will cater for those areas that are no longer getting that service?
Yeah, really good question. And it comes back to the point around that, those coverage goals are really worthy goals in themselves. So a combination of things. We're developing the capability to deliver demand responsive services, so smaller vehicles that don't necessarily adhere to a route, pick up and drop off. We've actually got 6 vehicles being built right now, and the first pilot for that is an evening service to and from the CBD. So it gives us the ability and the opportunity to get good at, we haven't operated those types of services before. We're about probably 3 or 4 months away from having that up and running as a pilot, and then the next phase of that is to extend that to other areas. So instead of providing fixed route services in some areas on a weekend, for example, we're going to trial providing that on a demand responsive basis. Potentially a really good an option for emerging growth areas where initial demand is quite low, but you want to enable a public transport service. As that grows, we can transition it into something more comprehensive as well. So great question actually, and the wheels are well and truly in motion in getting that capability established.
Great, and NZTA will support these?
It's one of the, I've spoken quite a lot about needing to reallocate things within existing resources, so the demand responsive is something we're just reprioritising within the existing program, so it doesn't create any additional impost on ratepayers or Waka Kotahi.
Great, thanks Andrew.
Thank you. Councillor Van Osten?
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for your presentation. A really quick question with regard to large employers and what we need to know about their employees getting to work, etc., their work patterns, and has there been any engagement with the likes of, I'm thinking the hospital, university, Wintec?
Yeah, all 3 of those organisations you've mentioned, actually, we've got various work streams underway. The most exciting one is probably related to the DHB of the hospital. So HCC, WRC, DHB have a jointly funded project underway at the moment, looking at travel demand to and from the hospital to be used as evidence base for a whole range of things, but including public transport improvements. And we have ongoing conversations and initiatives underway with the likes of the Wintec and university. One of the things we can do, or the capabilities we have with the new ticketing system, is to be really quite targeted around how we partner with organisations. So if there's any organisation that's interested in delivering something in partnership with us, we absolutely want to hear from them and go out of our way to make things work for them as well.
Yeah, can I just say that with WRC moving into the city, that we've incentivised our staff to use public transport, so given them a discounted rate for the first year, so because we know that parking will be an issue, so we would encourage HCC to maybe look at doing the same thing as well. So.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Chair Angela, Andrew, always great to hear from you. Thanks for all the detailed information. Nice to see you, Angela. My question just relates to potentially using that on-demand service vehicle model to the airport, twice a day, targeting the off-peak flights. Your thoughts on that? Where are we at? I know we were to catch up at some stage, but could you update the committee?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's the demand responsive capability I talked about earlier requires establishment of software platforms, vehicles. Those are essentially overhead costs that we can leverage to do other things. So one of the other early use cases is potentially a demand responsive services between the CBD and airport. We've got a report going to the next regional connections committee meeting outlining some options in that space as well. Yeah.
Cool.
Right, I think that's all the questions. Yep. Thank you. Thanks for a great presentation and coming to see us, and it's nice to see you here, Councillor, as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, the recommendation to accept this item. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. and seconded by councillor Bunting. Is there any debate?
Very quickly. Oh, but you can, sorry.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Just very quickly. Thanks for the report. It's always great to see you guys. No, I just can't speak highly enough or often enough about the idea of revolutionising our school bus services, and I think this is the key right here. We saw the peaks, the demand is there. If we're putting buses into our schools, traffic can be more like it was today. It's school holidays, and boy, you notice the difference, don't you? Imagine that every day, plus with kids biking with the new micromobility case, we are on the way. If parents are not dropping kids off at schools, they will be making more active transport choices themselves, as proven. So, yeah, and I'm really excited about the on-demand work as well. I think that's going to be fantastic. If you're delivering people to a high-frequency route, then by crikey, you are going to be all things to all people, actually, pretty darned easily. And, yeah, I'm also excited, having talked to a couple of the scooter operators, that they are open to talking about using B cards to pay for the scooters. So I can imagine my son using his B card, which I'm constantly getting exhausted on, to catch a scooter down to a high-frequency bus route. So it's very exciting. So thanks, guys. Great to have you here.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair Angela. I'll be very brief. Look, I have spent many years contemplating public transport and bus services and wondering if there were any low-hanging fruit opportunities to improve the outcomes in terms of seeing empty buses. And I'm now convinced that moving to a ridership model is much more advantageous than the current coverage model. And so I fully support WRC in their endeavours. But I wonder, and I think Councillor Mark may have used the term pull the Band-Aid off, or maybe it was Deputy Mayor. I couldn't help but agree that I think actually we should speed that process up. Now, I know whenever we change something, politicians particularly will hear from those who have been disrupted. And I think as elected members, we have to be brave and explain why this is happening and have the courage of our convictions to implement the strategy. Could you imagine these three bus routes operating at high frequency and what that could do for us? I think, again, I've used this word twice in the last couple of hours, it would be transformational. So I really encourage that. And for those who are still concerned about the coverage issue, then the on-demand model will alleviate some of those concerns. But I think we should be sending a signal to the Regional Council, rip the Band-Aid off, move quickly. And if that means we as a council have to spend the money on infrastructure, then let's spend that money. Let's give them the certainty of our commitment so that we match the two together and we get a really good result.
There are no other speakers. Would you like your right of reply? Oh no, Councillor Gallagher just got in.
No, I just obviously appreciate the presence of the Chair of the Connections Committee and her good colleague. And I just want to do a big shout out for that interaction, and that's really good. And obviously it's a mix of the political interaction and the professional interaction as well. It's really great to see you.
Right of reply, Councillor Wilson. Excellent.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Right, let's put that we'll do a show of hands. All those in favour, raise your hands. There are none against. That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now members, we're going to move on to the Eastern Pathways, which I'm going to predict will take a couple of hours like the last one did, which would take us to 3 o'clock. So we will stop for lunch at 1:30. It'll be a little bit disruptive on the item, but staff need a break, we need a break. And then with your leave, I'd like to bring up, after lunch, to come back to bring up item 20, because Mairi has to be somewhere at 4 p.m, so we need to dispatch her in plenty of time. So let's move to Eastern Pathways, which is item 7 on page 36 of the agenda. Welcome back. Right, do you want to present your report? And then we'll go to questions.
It's a big transport day today.
It is.
So
It's a
we-
great day.
Yeah, look, we're talking about transformational programs and projects. This is another one that probably falls under that category. An opportunity through this program to provide a transformational transport network for the eastern part of the city. It's some people think it's solely about biking. It's not, as you're aware. It's a multimodal project that's hopefully delivering more transport choices for the people that live in that area or travel to and from that area going forward. So we've got two single-stage business cases up for discussion today, and may I suggest through the chair that we split that into two discussions?
Yep.
We could start with School Link, if that's okay.
Sure.
And then we can move on to the University Link going forward. So I'll pass you over to James now, James Bevan from ACOM, to talk about School Link in a little bit more detail, if that's
Yep.
okay.
Yes, that's fine. Thanks. Thanks, James.
Thank you, Martin. Kia ora koutou, everyone. It's my pleasure to bring in front of you today the culmination of 8 months' bit of work from a technical team, from our communications team, dealing with community stakeholders and funding partners for the School Link and City Centre University Link business cases. Both business cases are founded on Council's existing strategies through Access Hamilton, through the Regional Council's public transport plan, and for the recently adopted biking and micromobility plan. Our process we've been through is a business case process that's consistent with Waka Kotahi processes. They have been with us every step of the way. They have been on our partnership group since the start of the project and are fully on board with where we're heading. The objectives of the business cases are essentially threefold. One is to improve safety. We know that we've heard from today that safety is a big element in terms of cycling, but also in terms of people accessing PT services. One is to improve ridership of the PT network, but also the uplifting the cycling and micromobility ability of our community to connect to their people and their places. And thirdly is to enhance wellbeing and environment. We know that the transport network is 60% of Hamilton's greenhouse gas emissions, and if we're going to make progress on that, we know that this is an area that we can target. The School Link is a 6.2 kilometre network that broadly runs along the Hukanui Peachgrove corridor. The concept of this corridor stems back to the Waikato Expressway Network Plan in 2009 that's been adopted by the NZTA board. That network plan saw the opportunity for Peachgrove Hukanui corridor to be reimagined and turned back towards the community and the people with the completion of the Waikato Expressway and the completion of the Wairariri Drive Hamilton City Ring Road. Those two pieces of work will be completed this year. They'll be open and fully functioning. Now it is time to consider the future of School Link and what it would look like in the future. It connects 13,000 households, approximately 19 schools, and with our university that's 20,000 students. There's over 1,000 businesses, community hubs and centres located in that area, and the School Link corridor is supported by a network that connects people and communities through to that corridor and to their school. It is the main corridor will be a cross-city connector type standard that is consistent with biking micromobility plan. It is safe, segregated network where you'll end up with 3 broad zones. You'll end up with a pedestrian zone, a cycling and scooter zone where vehicles can travel up to 30 kilometres an hour, and then a traffic zone where the PT will integrate with the car movement. At key intersection points, there is bus preemption where we know the existing delays take place, and there's a high propensity for us to give buses the advantage at these intersections. So at key intersections there will be advantage. It is a business case done at 6.2 kilometre corridor scale. So we have known that Five Crossroads is an area that requires more work. We've signalled this consistently for some time. The engagement we have done with police, with education, with social service providers, with the community has highlighted a range of issues. Network connections and how the traffic moves in around that network that you heard today is one of those issues. We also know that it's a big crime area. We also know there are business concerns. We also know that there is social issues for people in that community. And we also know that there is accessibility to services. So, although we want you to look at the 6.2 kilometres of corridor, we also want you to look at Five Crossroads and say there's more work to be done here. We need to be off working with the community, working with the partners in that area to do better on what there is now. We know that Five Crossroads is one of our biggest safety concerns in the city. To leave it as it is and to move forward into the next 10, 15 years as it is to exacerbate the safety concerns at that intersection. The business case at this point has looked at 3 options, and we've heard that the community have other options they would like us to explore, and that is the purpose of the secondary investigation we're proposing, is to be out there working with the community to explore those options at a more detailed, refined level at that location. What we can't do is kick it down the road and say it's not something we can do. We have to be into that work in order to give effect to the full corridor, but also to make sure that we are maintaining a safe network for all users, not just the buses and the cyclists. The chosen option is a $43 million investment, as I say, which includes safe segregated cycleways and advanced PT stops, with a priority set of connecting networks. We're in attachment 8 of your agenda. We've highlighted where we think those priorities will need to be invested in the first instance over the first 10 years in order for us to make good progress not on the corridor but also to connect people to the corridor and to their schools and families. Our step from this point is that the draft is sitting with Waka Kotahi as for a technical exercise and technical evaluation. We will get feedback on that today. We're looking for your endorsement to take SchoolLink back to Waka Kotahi in its final form for investment decision making. We're targeting the 27th of May meeting, and we believe that given the feedback and the way we've worked with Waka Kotahi over that time, we can make that meeting. It is important that we make that meeting. You will know that the National Land Transport Program is highly committed in the 21 to 24 period. If we can get SchoolLink as a committed project in this NLT period, we carry forward that commitment into the next period, and so we're first in line for funding. So it's important that we have that commitment from Council and from NL and from Waka Kotahi to make progress. Thank you.
Great, thanks for a great context setting, James. Really appreciate it. Right, so we'll stay on the subject of SchoolLink. So we'll go to questions. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, James and Martin, for your presentation. Very succinct. And appreciate it. We're talking high level. I just want to drop in very briefly into a couple of details that were flagged, obviously, with some of our submitters this morning, that being Five Crossroads. It was mentioned that the idea of underground underpass was sort of dismissed quite early. In your secondary assessment, would that be reconsidered?
Yes, we can consider that in the next stage. It will be substantial change in terms of the overall cost to underground. But if the community see that as being of benefit, we can look at the costs and benefits of that and see if it's going to make sense.
And I'm not putting you on the spot. I won't hold it to you, but just an indicative, a quantum versus a signalised intersection versus underpass structure. What are we looking at in bulk terms?
It will be twice. So the signalised intersection is about 4. You're looking at around twice.
If not more, particularly if you've got to move utilities out of the way, which is likely to be.
Right, so it's definitely in.
Oh, significantly more. Yeah.
But it's definitely a feasible option.
It's certainly an option you can look at.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind you've got 5 roads to cross there, and
but when you say twice, that assumes it includes the 5 roads.
If you want to retain status quo, intersection was about 4.5 million for a signalised intersection. To do that will be at least twice with underpasses.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, councillor. Councillor Pascoe.
My first question is about paragraphs 11 and 12 on funding, so it might overlap a little bit into the second part of your, in our draft 10-year plan, we've covered ourselves off for about 40% of the cost, the total, the 40% of the 210 million. Do we run a risk of ending up with that $75 million spend having a fragmented cycle and pedestrian way in the same way that we've talked about that in the previous report, that we haven't got the connections right for all of the schools that we're intending to target?
So paragraph 11 is to deliver the entire
Yes, I
network.
realise that, yeah, but,
our draft
we're only talking about 40% of it, aren't we, in the 10-year plan?
That's correct.
Yep.
Yes, yeah. So what we've tried to do is look at areas that could stand alone. I wouldn't recommend that you did that. It would require a...
No, I'm asking, will we, after spending 75 million, not have a fragmented cycle pedestrian way, given that we haven't spent the remainder of the money and we haven't really delivered on that school connection, those schools connection?
Yes. So you will deliver at a neighbourhood level. You will not deliver at a cross-city connector level.
So in other words, if I lived in Fairfield and I wanted to get to Boys High,
you would have a serious
I would have a
gap in your network.
fragmented.
That's correct.
Okay, and the only way that we would get around that would be to spend the whole 210 million in the 10 years, if that was possible. Although that includes the university too, doesn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. So if you're looking at just the school link, it's 43 million all up for the whole lot. We know that our solution at 5 Crossroads needs some more work, so we're asking for secondary investigation to go off and do that work.
Yep.
Hence, we're starting at the north and the south because we've got 2 communities who are on board, engaged and want to work.
Yep.
The bit in the middle needs to wait for that secondary investigation. That would come back here to look at the options and confirm before we move forward.
Okay, okay. So we may still, in other words, the end result is that only spending 75 million will result in us not having a totally connected school link.
At this stage,
okay.
yes.
And in terms of the spend, the $75 million spend, how much of that is allocated to some sort of improvement on 5 Crossroads? You mentioned 4 to 5 million for signalised. Is that part of the 75 million?
Nothing at this point.
No. So the school link doesn't include any spend at all on 5 Crossroads?
Your 43.1?
Yep.
On paragraph 11.1?
Yep.
That is the full corridor, including the current upgrade of 5 Crossroads.
With signalised lighting?
With signalised lights, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Understand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of quick questions. So we've admittedly stood on a bit of a landmine with 5 Crossroads already. Do you have your minesweepers out for further ones, like, for example, Davies Corner, because we had a few submissions about that? And what other community hotspots do you see along this route?
Yeah. So as we move forward, our next phase is detailed design.
Yep.
This is where we're going to get into the nuts and bolts of which tree stays there and which bit we have to move and all that sort of stuff. There will be times when we're going to have those robust conversations.
Yeah.
We can pick that almost all of the commercial places along the corridor will have views around things like car parking. We will be working with those communities as we go down that corridor.
Right.
So very much the next stage is about those details. Okay. So Davies Corner, yes, there'll be discussions there about how we come to a resolution of what that intersection will look like. Yep. Our current preferred is a set of lights with some changes to some parking layouts to enable the cycleway to go through the middle.
And that's in your first stage, isn't it? Davies Corner?
Yes, they'll be on the first stage. Yeah, we'll be into that potentially in kicking off in July.
Right. So one of my concerns with stages, I mean, you can never do it all right. You can't just sort of get a spaceship and lower the whole thing on. That would be great. But my concern is that we build this fantastic route for a part of it and then suddenly people are left going, where next? And they're on busy roads again. What are you doing to mitigate that sort of worry, with your stage plan?
yeah, as I say, the infrastructure delivery will have to be timed with a whole bunch of other communication, education, all sorts of other things that will go with it.
Yep.
The bit in the middle is fundamental to success of the full corridor. So we have to make progress on our secondary investigation, and we'll have to work together to come back with the right solution there.
Right.
The reason we've chosen Clarkin Road North is because it is connecting to our schools, connecting at a neighbourhood level, so we can get good benefits from that neighbourhood investment. You won't get your full benefits until you've connected the whole lot up.
Yeah, right.
So we've got to have a staging and timing. We were never going to rip up 6.2 kilometres of road and build it all at the same time. It would just be highly, highly disruptive. Your traffic management issues alone would be quite significant. So that staging and timing is very important, and we've put a lot of thought into how we'll, which bits deliver our benefits, which bits are the easiest bits to do first, which bits are the community ready for us to get in and start working with them, and then which bits are our partners ready to co-invest in.
Right. So I guess you give me a bit of assurance of community feedback, etc. But I guess the issue is if we're building this super piece of infrastructure that everyone's going to want to ride on, are we going to encourage them to ride to this blank bit at the end? You know, so
yeah. So we know that things like we're stopping them at intersections.
Yep. So
you can get a transition phase at an intersection from one environment to another one. You can make that transition quite tidy at intersections, so we're not leaving them in the middle of nowhere. The south bit from Clyde Street up to Tiaraha Street intersection, for example, we know Ruakura Road's being built now. We know that Ruakura Road extension and Tiaraha Street, so we can tie them in there and link the networks quite tidily.
Nice.
So that makes sense. And the north one, we can tie it in at Wairariri Drive and at Clarkin, and it can make the transitions work.
Great, thank you.
So the connections part of this project are really, really important.
Yeah.
When you roll those out and how you roll them out. So you make sure that it connects into the bits of school link you're doing as well.
Yeah.
So that's part of the planning once we've got this through the process.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher?
I'm not sure if it's directly to Martin or to Evelisa. Irrespective, 5 Crossroads was designed in a semi-rural scenario. Now if you look at evolution of urban settlement, urban density, irrespective of trying to sort the issue of the rat runs and the concerns expressed today, serious, 5 Crossroads would have needed attention, surely.
Look, I think James said earlier, it's got a significant safety problem at that crossroads, and we do need to address it. Whether School Link was going through there or not, it was an issue that needs to be dealt with by us going forward, yes.
So you would still, I would assume that what you're clearly going to say, we have the price tag, right, I get that, but you're definitely going to give us some options once you've done the further planning for us to try and avoid the rat run sort of situation in that immediate area versus the safety issues that surely a regeneration would address.
Yeah. I think, the piece of work that we need to do is once we get into the detail, is we need to model the area.
Yeah.
You put your options into the model and understand what the impact of that option is on the wider transport network, because there will be a displacement of vehicles and we need to understand where they're going to go.
Sure. And, you picked up the submissions today around, interesting people were referring to their living streets, their living communities, versus wanting to make the 5 Crossroads a living intersection as well, that people stay alive and can use it, because in 30 years' time, same old is not going to do it, surely.
I agree, yeah. Look, and at the meeting we had the other on the 19th, it was quite clear that the people that attended that meeting were very concerned about the impact on their quieter residential streets. They weren't necessarily, there was concern about 5 Crossroads, but they were more concerned about what the impact of any option that we picked for 5 Crossroads on their particular residential streets. Okay. So we need to understand what those impacts might be and mitigate for those impacts, so we don't lose that opportunity of having their children playing outside or these living streets that they feel they have now. We want to improve those environments going forward.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Sorry, my question's been...
Oh, thank you. And Councillor Wilson, you've come off as well. Councillor Van Osten.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. My question's with regard to the timing. James, you talked about the Waka Kotahi meeting on the 27th. How critical is this decision today to that meeting and to our ability to be able to secure funding?
Very. We have a short window. We have 3 meetings left in this financial year to get approval from Waka Kotahi. We've got the 27th of May, the 12th of June and the 26th of June. Those are our 3 chances to uplift the technical issues technical feedback we get from Waka Kotahi, which is already underway, and present the final through to their decision-making committee. So those 3 meetings will determine whether we are a committed project in this NLTP period, or whether we're competing for funding in the next NLTP period.
And do we know much about the size of the fund and the competition that's out there for it?
There is roughly 260 million over 3 years for walking and cycling, and it's 90% committed already.
Thank you, that's a really good answer.
Thank you. I'll just go to Councillor Thompson before you, since you're having a second chop. Oh, you've gone? Okay, all right. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'm interested in the prioritisation of the different parts of the school link, and so the big purple bit in the map, where in the middle we've got 5 crossroads. What would so how much additional funding would we need in the LTP to actually get to the point where at the end of the 10 years we have a full link all the way through, including that 5 crossroads section?
It depends very much on the solution we land at 5 crossroads. If we stay within our $40-odd million, with our $4.5 million intersection solution we've currently got at the moment, you'd need about 8 to 10 million on top
Right. Okay. And then that would get us the complete corridor at least, but we'd still have a number of connections to make beyond that.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And the other question is then, in terms of SchoolLink and Unilink and prioritising those projects, does it make more sense to kind of invest more into connecting up all of the SchoolLink first and then go into the Unilink, or do you think it makes sense to do in those later years a bit of both with both?
Yeah. My view is that SchoolLink is quite a mature project. It's been acknowledged as a strategy for a long period of time. City Centre Unilink is not so mature. Council has adopted the Clyde Street corridor as part of its high frequency PT corridor for the Meteor. And if you add the Meteor plus other services in there, you'll get to around 7-minute headways. That's a bus every 7 minutes. That's your ridership network transition that's taking place now. So I think an early investment in the PT-focused network, and then monitoring how quickly we get through the CBD Active Modes Bridge. Once we've got a business case confirmed with that, once we've got a consent and funding confirmed for that, then you would start investing in your supporting cycle network to link it up.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So if we move, we could either break for lunch now, or we can move on to Unilink, which is possibly going to be another 45 minutes. I'm in the hands. How hungry are you? I say keep going. Keep going. We won't finish the item. I know, because we've got motions and amendments and all sorts. So let's get through the presentation questions and then we can take a break. So do you want to move to Unilink?
Thank you, Madam Chair. City Centre University Link has its anchors in the 2015-16 Council Biking Plan. That biking plan is a vision of Hamilton being the most cycle-friendly city, and it has 4 pillars. One was safety, one was connected, one was separated cycleways, and one was funding together with investors. The biking micromobility plan, this City Centre UniLink identifies as a cross-city cycleway, so it's of your highest standard. We know that as I've mentioned, that the Clyde Street has been identified as a high-frequency PT corridor, and so when Council received the initial report in August last year, you'll recall we had quite a debate around Clyde Street and its relative merits as a cycle connection, given that it was performing multiple functions. So we went out and did quite a long listing process of a whole bunch of corridors, and I know the councillors were involved in selecting what we should look at. There were a couple of workshops. We've done workshops with stakeholders. We've done workshops with our investment partners to look at multiple options. And we came up with basically a number of sort of key findings. One is that this corridor is very sensitive to the ability to cross the river into the CBD. So the active modes bridge is really, really important for the overall success of the cycling elements of this corridor. Another one was that if you are trying to drive PT down Clyde Street, then you really need to look at alternative corridors, and the community feedback, over nearly 70% of all the feedback indicated that they would prefer cycling off Clyde Street corridor. Hence our look at multiple corridors. Our two ones that we've looked at in detail have been the Hamilton Boys High, Beale Street, Wilson Street link, and the Grey Street, Cook Street link. Both of those link well to the City Centre University, to the CBD Active Modes Bridge, and both provide relatively direct, safe, off-road segregated cycleways. The advantage of Cook Street over the Hamilton Boys High corridor is that it provides for a greater catchment area because you're capturing all of the southern Hamilton East section, so a great number of people, with a higher density, lots of potential for further growth as part of the high density movement. It is 200 metres longer than the Clyde Street corridor, but it can be made to be faster for cycling because you can look at the priority at each intersection as you go down and provide for cycling priority at those intersections. Like the school link, it will enable 3 zones to be created: a pedestrian zone, a fully segregated cycle e-scooter zone, and a traffic zone. So you end up with a safe segregated system that is suitable for all ages and abilities. The preferred option is roughly $34 million with investment. Because it's quite sensitive against the city centre, the active modes bridge, we do recommend deferring some of the cycleway investment until we really understand that the business case for that bridge has been confirmed, that the consenting issues have been resolved, and that we have a greater degree of certainty over funding before we invest too much more in the cycle connection element of this network. But we think that the PT element can go relatively quickly. So happy to take questions on that, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Thanks, James. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, I've got a couple, may surprise you. You say that the Cook Street route, I'm looking at page 66, is 200 metres longer than Clyde Street. I'm following your rough law of maths, so I'm suggesting it's probably 400 metres longer than the Beale Street Hamilton Boys route?
It's roughly equivalent because we're relying on the route to go up Beale Street, Boys High, Wilson Street, down the Wairaree Drive onto Clyde and then round through to the university.
Should you go from Wilson Street and across that park and go through the student area there?
Through Greensboro and places like that. Yeah, we did look at that. It's quite
It's wibbly, but if you went straight up to, there's a park up there again, Greensboro Park, I think, which again takes you off the road. Wouldn't that compensate for the catchment gains you get in Cook Street? Because you've got all of a sudden you're tapping into a very large student population area, which is likely to be really affected by this parking issue we're going to have.
Yeah, true. There are lots of ways you can get through that little bit there. The one we've looked at and the cost elements we're looking at in terms of comparing the two options, includes using the Wairariri Drive cycleway as opposed to constructing through the park and through the local streets. So just so you're aware in terms of how we've approached it and how we've costed it and how we've compared it. That could be a sub-option we can test. At the moment, we've treated the Cook Street as the cross-city cycleway connection and the Hamilton Boys High Beale Street option as a what we've called a neighbourhood connection, which is your still a priority. The grey route's on attachment 8 essentially. And it's something that you would deliver anyway. It's just the timing and that and the funding of that you would prioritise as you go along.
Which one you call your superhighway? The $34 million for Cook Street. Have we done any costings on the Hamilton Boys Beale Street, Wilson Street?
That's roughly 30.
30, so it's $4 million cheaper. At this point, okay, but all right.
What you don't get is the Hamilton East community plan called for an upgrade of the Grey Street corridor, and with WRC going and that going into residential and the J Hills Laboratories now going into residential, you are getting a lot more density coming in that area. And the advantage of, one of the subsequent advantages of that is that your Grey Street upgrade badged under cycling has a potential to get a 51% subsidy.
Okay. On that, is Cook Street NZTA's preferred route through your conversations now? Have they had any input?
They've been through the shortlisting process and they've been alongside us presenting it to the stakeholder forums. So yes, they're comfortable.
So have they exerted any influence on our decision with Cook Street over the...
Not at this stage, no.
Not at all? Okay, good to know. Okay, and with regards to taking community with us, disruption, etc., I'm looking at the Grey Street, Clyde Street, Anzac Parade area. How many... Okay, so we're going to cyclify that. How many motorists, pedestrians, etc., are we going to disrupt by doing that, as opposed to going just across these intersections as we would with the Hamilton Boys?
You can imagine there'll be a greater degree of disruption. I'm confident the council has already been through a neighbourhood plan with the Hamilton East neighbourhood plan and have already had this conversation in 2018. So there is a grounding of support there for that. Obviously, when it comes to detailed designs, then the nuts and bolts start coming into play.
And I'm just, last question, sorry, I won't go on too long. The businesses along Grey Street, all those restaurants, etc., we're likely to be sacrificing some car parks. Do you know how many? And probably down Cook Street as well in front of the Cook.
There will be some rationalising of car parking. The scale of that, we haven't done the calculation on.
It's not a... There is an impact, there's no doubt about it, of course. But it's probably not to the scale that people are concerned about. There's a lot of width to play with on that section of Grey Street.
Right. So you'd say you could still park your car?
And we've done some sort of initial sort of concepts that we're still working through them. That actually does retain quite a bit of car parking.
Okay. Good to know. All right, no, that's cool. I'll say the rest for debate. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of this question, it sort of sits perhaps in between the Unilink and or the School Link, I'm not sure, but the Biking Connections program. Is there an opportunity to re-look at the Claudelands Road railway track as a corridor? I know that's been dismissed initially, but it seems like a pretty direct call. I mean, we talked about the other day in terms of a pretty straight option.
We've had in principle chats with Kiwi Rail around it, not in the refined design. They've got two primary concerns, and I went back and checked it last night. One was that the East Coast main trunk is now rated for 4 trains an hour, and as Ruakura takes off, that 4 trains an hour at 900 metres long, there are a range of network issues they're going to have to deal with. We're going to have to do some detailed work at the Peach Grove intersection already with the schooling. And one of the things they're raising is that there's potential for Ruakura to require online shunts in order to get their trains in. Now that's trains backing down the railway line in order to get into and get their cargo unloaded. So they've got a number of network issues that we're going to need to resolve. I don't believe at this point that it would be prudent to look at that in detail until they've resolved those issues and we have a firmer understanding of what that corridor might look like in the future.
But how might I, as an elected member, ask you to preserve that, given that if we don't do it now, we potentially negate the opportunity to retrospectively do it? Isn't now the best time to have that conversation?
We can certainly talk to them about it. Again, all I've had is in-principle chats about what the issues are for that corridor. We can certainly open up dialogue again.
I'm just looking for something a bit more committed, James, because I appreciate, I wanted to see something in writing. Do you know what I mean? Because how can I, hand on heart, go, we've robustly tested this opportunity and it's completely off the table when it's just, you know, in principle chats, to me, it doesn't satisfy that to me.
Sure. I'm happy to open up whatever line of communication is needed in order to have that answer in writing.
I was just trying to catch Lisa's eye and say, that's probably something at the break that we can talk about and see how we can make that commitment, Lisa.
Yep.
You comfortable with that?
Thank you. Yep.
Yep.
Cheers.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Just on Ryan's question around the rail track, and I stood at the intersection of Peach Grove and the rail line to kind of have a look at like how much space there is. Is it quite a bit narrower than the Western Rail Trail? Like just looking at it, it seemed like you would be quite close to the train in terms of the amount of space there is.
It varies along that corridor. It's not all consistent.
Okay.
There's all sorts of, there's transmission line, transmission network, there's rail network, there's encroaching buildings, there's all sorts. It's a bit of a interesting beast to work within.
So would it likely require some further land acquisition in some places?
Potentially in some places it will, yeah. But we'd, you know, if there was a strong desire to take this forward, then we'd certainly look at those things, yeah.
Okay. My other question was just in terms of process today, I understand there's an amendment or a motion to approve the school link, but to send the Unilink back for another closer look at some of the options before it's approved in terms of the business case. What impact would that have on funding in terms of school link? In terms of the Unilink and the active modes bridge as well.
It would, we've only got 3 meetings left this financial year. Depending on the scope of what was requested, it would make that a tight turnaround to then come back to get approval, then go back out. So depending on the scope of what's requested in terms of that investigation, if it requires more community engagement, for example, more partner engagement, then we wouldn't make this financial year.
Okay.
But that's not fatal for City Centre Unilink because it's a longer term delivery program.
So you'd be less, so would you feel concerned about that given it is a longer time frame in terms before we start work?
I think there is a little concern in respect to, James touched on it earlier, around the PT corridor. The Regional Council are keen for us to invest in some infrastructure on that corridor to, support their new Meteor service. So there is a little bit of risk here with our working relationship with the Regional Council,
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to attempt to do is let's get the motion in there. So I'm moving the staff recommendation on page 36. Now that does have some changes, so we'll get that on the board. And Councillor Bunting has an amendment. We'll get that on the board. We'll have questions and clarifications on those. Then we'll collect our thoughts over lunch, come back and then do the debate. Because otherwise, if everyone, unless there's not going to be lengthy debate I mean, 5 minutes each is almost an hour anyway, so, and the staff have been working hard. I'd like to give them a break. So let's try that. So let's get the staff motion. So Chris, can you just explain the reasonings behind your changes to what's in the report? And then Councillor Bunting, I'll come to you to just explain the intent of your amendment.
Yep. Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, this is, these amendments in red are really designed to just pick up what we've heard from the community and give them absolute assurance that at 5 Crossroads we will look at all of the options. So in our view, that was something that would have happened anyway, but clearly that message didn't get through to the community. So we've just made it crystal clear. So in the changes to recommendation B, is that we will actually change the business case before we submit it to Waka Kotahi to make it really clear that we intend to look at all the options. And we've just made the point in item C that approving the business case today does not preclude any particular option for 5 Crossroads. So we're just hoping they're very strong and powerful messages to the community that we've listened, we've heard, and we will engage very well on 5 Crossroads to come up with a solution. The other thing that we've added, apart from just expanding Transport Agency and D there, is once again just confirming, I think we heard some messages from councillors just about the linkage to Waka Kotahi subsidy funding, just to confirm this program that we have in our tenure plan is predicated on Waka Kotahi subsidy. I've been a bit cheeky and put minimum 51% on there, just in case other opportunities arise. Yep, so what we haven't done is we haven't dealt with some concerns that have been arising about the university link in Cook Street, but I understand that's covered in Councillor Bunting's amended resolution he'll put through.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, members, are there any just questions for clarification on this motion? No? Okay. All right, let's move up to Councillor Bunting's amendment. So obviously without debating, can you just explain the intent of...
What I'm intending to do with this one is to, look, none of us want to mess this up. What I'm trying to do is, I think there's a bit more work to do, discussion to be had, selling to be done, whatever it is, on the Grey Street, Cook Street versus the Hamilton Boys Beale Street option. I'd like to take that out of this room and have some robust discussions, answer some questions, explore some options, and still get a single option back to NZTA Waka Kotahi in time for the funding round this financial year. So I'm trying really hard to walk that line between being absolutely satisfied that Cook Street is the right option or Hamilton Boys is the right option. I just think there's more discussion to be had on that one there. So it's essentially the same as Chris's one, but with that difference there.
For Councillor Coe, just D should be in red as well. So D is a revised D.
Yeah.
So D is a change. So what we've taken out is the submit it to Waka Kotahi.
Yeah.
So D should really be red on that.
Okay.
The two go together.
And
so essentially the school link would submit on time, the uni link would bring back to your next meeting, and all going well, plain sailing with that.
So just a question from me on process. Can that be done in time for the next IOC meeting, which is the 8th of June? And then does that fit in with the Waka Kotahi's funding for this financial year?
That we will continue to progress and work with that. The scope of the discussions in terms of how broad we want to get into it. If there's collecting new data or having new engagement with the community, then if that's part of that scope, then we won't make that time frame. But if it's more discussion at the table to get comfort we're in the right space, then that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton? Oh, yeah, no, we've got this is on the processes, so...
The procedural question of clarity between the mover and the proposer of the amendment. If it's only just E that's different, could we just have it as a further motion rather than compete for the same material? Is that the only point of difference in E?
Yeah, I think it is. Yes, it is the only
Chris,
point
you
of
said D is different
D
as well.
is the bigger one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the D is that we put them separately.
Could they be taken as further motions so that it doesn't?
They can, yeah.
I'm relaxed with
It's
that.
up to the, yeah, if you want to do that.
Yeah, what difference does that make materially?
Chris?
You couldn't leave D behind in the first one?
No.
So D and E would be?
No, because D in the first one assumes it's all hunky-dory.
Okay, it may not work. I just thought trying to be harmonious and all.
Okay.
I'm all for harmony, I'm just trying to work out what difference it makes.
All right, no, look, I mean, we're used to motions and amendments,
Yeah.
so just let's leave it. That's, councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Ange. My question is to Mark, just to get a slightly better understanding as to the depth and the nature of this more deeper review of the difference between the routes. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what that will look like. Does it involve knocking on every business on every street? I'm trying to understand the magnitude because that will give me comfort whether or not we're really putting this in the too hard basket. So just help me.
Ultimately, it would, but as James has alluded to, if we do that, then we're going to miss the funding deadline for the year. But weighing against that in my mind is if we do spend $34 million on the wrong route, the most disruptive route, we're going to buy more trouble. So hence, I want to just take it into a quiet room, thrash it out with these guys, because I know there's a lot of feeling around this table that either one.
Right, so just help me understand. So this is really what you're saying is it's not about public consultation, it's about yourself and others sitting in a room with those who are suggesting and fighting it out whether or not we've got the best.
Pretty much, yeah. Although I do want to see, as part of that scope, a far better engagement plan. I don't think we can exact that plan in that month's time.
Is that?
So, yeah, sorry if that's a bit...
Yeah, I think it's clearer for your expectations of what you're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
Councillor Pascoe,
Thanks.
on the motion or amendment process?
Is there a risk, given, James, your indication earlier of limited funding still available in this particular pot with Waka Kotahi, that the university link might get a tick and the schools one not a tick? And that because of, it seems to me that the school one is much more complex than the university one in terms of delivery and cost and a whole lot of other things. And we end up perhaps doing a project that we would have done second rather than first?
No, I think both projects have merit. The school link is more mature and advanced in terms of its thinking.
Yep.
So happy that goes first, and happy that the delivery program prioritises it first. The City Centre Unilink, there's clearly some discussion about options, and this is the right forum to have them in. And I'm comfortable that if the decision of the council was that this needs to be more work, we can bring that to the table. Just bearing in mind that we've got another step that we're going to kick into that we're seeking the funding for, which is where you do your detailed engagement with community. That's what this funding is unlocking. It unlocks that detailed community engagement and design elements. So this is not a end of a process. It's the enabling and the next one to start.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question? Sorry. No.
So now I'm going to go to Councillor Thompson on, we're staying focused on questions from here, just to clarify process.
Okay, yes, just for absolute clarity, so Mark's amendment says that we would seek business case approval at the 8th of June Infrastructure Committee meeting. So that, is that soon enough, or would we be better looking for a council meeting that's slightly before then? Is 8th of June doable in terms of...
It's going to be tight. What I'm interested in is exactly what Councillor Wilson has said. What's the scope of the further debate we want to have? Are we clear on that? So we can hit the deadlines. We can run as fast as you allow us to and fast as you want us to, given that scope is nailed down and tight. So I'm happy to take it back to an earlier meeting. If that's a nice tight scope, we can bring it back earlier.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can discuss that.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll ask my question over lunch with the guys.
Yeah, okay, all right. So can we just go back to the motion, because I don't think either has a seconder yet. So we need a seconder for the motion and the amendment. So I've moved the motion as amended by staff. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Councillor Pascoe's going to second that. And then if we can just move back to Councillor Buntings. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Buntings? Councillor Hamilton's going to second that. Okay, look, let's 20 to 2, so let's come back at 20 past 2. So if you still seek some clarity, go and chat to staff or Councillor Bunting and get some food and come back. All right, so we've dispatched the questions. We've had some lunch. We've talked to staff and Councillor Bunting about any other outstanding issues around the motion and the amendment. We have a seconder for each, so we will now move to debate, and we will start, Councillor Bunting, with the amendment, and I'm the mover of the motion, but I'm happy to leave my debate till after till later.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Right. So look, I need to put it out there that that I'm a strong supporter of the Unilink and the Eastern Pathways in principle, and I'm always happy to be proven wrong. So really what this amendment does is gives staff the opportunity to do so. But if you want to create anti-feeling, fear and anger with your cycling programs, try and squish everyone down the same road and pump them through the same intersections. We've seen that with 5 crossroads already, and we haven't even applied for the funding yet. Now the PT route, there's no disagreement in this amendment. The PT route, Clyde Street, great. That's absolutely fine. But my concern is that we're being told that despite being asked to stay off roads where possible, repeatedly by councillors, despite being told constantly by the community, keep us away from cars, despite the community engagement saying we're just as happy with Beale Street, Hamilton Boys, Wilson Street route as creating the Cook Street route is a better idea, despite the feedback coming back from the community, they're 50-50 on that one. And by the way, that's going to cost you $32.4 million before the new pedestrian bridge, which you won't even get to anyway. So if 5 crossroads is giving us grief right now, you just wait till you discover what this route is going to take you to. It's going to take you through the Knighton Road roundabout. It's going to take you down Clyde Street with all the buses, vans, cars and hoverboards. Down Cook Street across 81 driveways with 4 busy intersections to get across. Onto Grey Street, no doubt taking away car parks in front of about 40 businesses and narrowing one of the busiest streets in town through the Clyde Street, Grey Street intersection, which is hazardous at best to drive even in a tank. Through the Grey Street Anzac Parade intersection, through the narrow Memorial Drive T intersection and across the second narrowest bridge in town to share with buses, cars and trucks. If 5 crossroads is ripping the Band-Aid off, Cook Street is ripping the Band-Aid, your skin and a large part of your flesh as well. Compare this to the alternative, which would go almost directly from Memorial Park, the new proposed bridge, up to Quiet Beale Street, across a priority crossing over Grey Street, past Beale Cottage, along the park at Hamilton Boys High School, where there are about 2,500 students waiting to use it, across a well-needed and already planned priority crossing at Boys High, to a big, wide, quiet Wilson Street, and across an already existing crossing over Wairiri Drive, and then potentially another park behind Eastlink and right through the student flats, through Ford and Beaumont. Greensboro Park would take you right there to the University of Waikato. That is the Beale Street Boys High route, and to me that makes so much more sense based on what we've asked staff to do. Now, cast your mind back, especially those councillors who were there when the Western Rail Trail was being proposed. If this argument was put up now, then staff would be saying, no one's going to bike down a railway line, but loads of people go to the hospital, so let's put a separated path down Pembroke Street instead. Thank heavens the brave staff of the day put in the Western Rail Trail, and the brave councillors of that day supported it. And now it wins awards. But most of all, it makes a statement. It prioritises walking, cycling and micromobility. It is safe, it's separated, it's direct, and it gives priority crossings neatly and unobtrusively across 3 of our busiest roads.
Okay.
Just about finished. I've got one more sentence, if that's okay?
Yes.
I'm calling for us to do the same with Unilink as we did with the Western Rail Trail. Let's be sensible, let's be brave, let's take the community with us. Let's give this another month.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll go as the as the mover of the motion now. Look, if the amendment goes through and becomes a substantive motion, then I'll be able to support it. But I don't think it's the right option. I don't think that the outcome that you're trying to seek with the amendment, Councillor Bunting, will satisfy you. I have listened to staff, and I don't think that there is time. The motion has both Cook and Beale options in it. And the thing with the NZTA business cases in this particular phase of the funding means we have to provide options and we have to investigate those options and then put forward a program. And I don't think that, I do think, and based on my feeling from the Minister's visit, I think that this does put us at a little bit of risk. I know I'm not an engineer and I don't want to be an engineer. I operate from a position of high trust with staff. I know that the amount of work that's gone into this, and I'm very satisfied with the response from staff to alleviate any concerns around community engagement. I know that that will happen. This is a mechanism to get funding and it's come such a long way. I'm just not comfortable at all with having even the slightest net of risk thrown over that at this stage. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Firstly, the SchoolLink and UniLink are both incredibly exciting projects. We heard from students today their safety concerns. We've also heard in multiple ways that kids do want to ride their scooter, their bike to school and home again. They want that independence. They want to be able to socialise on the way, to get exercise and feel good at school. And so this is incredibly exciting to actually finally give them that choice. In terms of the UniLink and the amendment versus the motion, I'll be supporting the motion to start with because firstly, I do actually think that the preferred choice of Cook Street is the right one for a higher investment. So it's not an either or. Beale Street and then the Ruakura Te Araha Street options are still there. We can prioritise them before we even do the Cook Street option, so we can have those already there before we tackle what's going to be a more challenging project. But it does capture more people. It draws in more people into the cycle lane, whereas if you look at the Western Rail Trail, it's actually very isolated. It doesn't connect to a lot of communities. The catchment for the Western Rail Trail is relatively small, and it's more of a get from A to Z rather than, or A to B, rather than having A, B, C, D along the way, where you collect lots of people and they connect into it. So I think that that's a really positive thing with Cook Street. The other big positive is that we have the opportunity to actually do Grey Street Shopping Centre or area some justice. It's got amazing shops and restaurants coming in there, and yet it's like a mini highway. It's not friendly for people to cross the road there to. It's not a nice environment to be in generally, with a lot of fast-moving traffic. To get to it is extremely challenging. As a pedestrian walking, say, from Grey Street further up into Hamilton East Village, you'd have to cross 3 separate sets of traffic lights to even get onto the main street there. So there's a huge opportunity to make this a more people-friendly place where actually businesses thrive because of that. And it will take time. We've got to work closely with those businesses in the community, but I do think that there's a huge opportunity to make this a wonderful place to be. And so that's why I support that, and I'd really like to see this go through and us secure that funding.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. It wasn't until, I think it was Martin was talking about 30 years ago, or 30 years ahead in terms of what the city will look like, and I thought back 30 years, flip, it was 1991, and I remember coming to Hamilton to celebrate, we had 100,000 people. I don't know if anyone else remembers that. But at the same time, I was quite privileged. I got to go to Southall for a few years, and I used to bike from Southall through 5 Crossroads, stop in at Gaylor's Cape Kitchen, get a pinwheel, about $1.
Well, that's going back.
When I was less nutritionally cognizant, and that would fuel me all down Boundary Road, over the Whitiora Bridge, past the rugby park, up over the Massey Street Bridge where I'd wait at the top of the hill and wait halfway till the light was red and hoon down knowing that it would change green in time, all the way to Dinsdale. And then I went to Boys High and did a similar thing, would drop out the back of the schoolyard down Beale Street and come into town. And then eventually went to Fraser High where I walked until I could drive, and that's another story. But 30 years on, I wouldn't probably want my children to go down the same pathway in terms of Boundary Road and Fiora Bridge, etc. So this is really important that we address this, and we're probably a bit behind the 8 ball now, but the best time to start obviously is now. So I really support the essence of what the motion and the amendment are trying to do today. And both recognise the shift in Five Crossroads, and I'm glad that we're going to re-explore the options of underpasses, because cheaper is not always better. And in terms of that high frequency roundabout, I think separated is going to be the key. But I'll look forward to that analysis. Why I'm supportive of the amendment is it doesn't stop anything else that the motion does. It just says, hey, let's take 3 or 4 weeks and really test this Beale Street Boys High option. It's direct, it's cheaper, and it's separated. And those are three good reasons to take a few more weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Osten.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I will be supporting the motion today, and for reasons that I believe around timing. We heard at a meeting that I was at also with the Minister last week that there's some really positive feedback from him about the plans that we've made in Hamilton, and that we are thinking ahead. We've got some great planners to be able to do that, and some good strategy to build it upon. These are not first time out proposals. They've been around for a very long time. And so with that, there's a lot of expectation from the community that we'll be starting to deliver on it. And by holding off on any part of it means that we put that funding at risk. We've heard James talk today about the critical timing of that, and that 90% of the funds are already committed. So there's only a very small slice of it left. And with the really positive feedback from the Minister, with the great work that's gone on to be able to put our case up, I believe that we'll have the opportunity to be successful in getting that funding and being able to move ahead with different parts of the project that are ready for it. There is, of course, the opportunity then, once we've secured the funding, to work through the other glitches, certainly around being able to engage with the public and with being able to educate other users of those, all of those carriageways. In terms of Hamilton East, I'm a bit biased. That's my rohe, and I've got a great love for it. It's really having some rejuvenation that's coming up. There's projects for development around the use of the Hills Laboratory now becoming apartments. The Regional Council are moving out, and again, that's going to be a rejuvenated area there with a higher density living. And there's a really wide carriageway all the way through Grey Street up to that really lovely ice cream shop on the corner, and other great businesses that can really benefit from having a slowed down, slower pace coming through there. So I really can see the benefits for Hamilton East and being able to move that pathway through. That, of course, will take time, and the City Bridge needs to happen as a part of that. But by delaying it further, puts that funding at risk, and I really don't want to see that delaying anything or jeopardising anything. So, in conclusion, I'll be supporting the motion and urge you all to be able to have a think about how that can happen. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll support the amendment. I'm happy to have further conversations on the Uni-City link and keep an open mind on that. And I disagree. It's not going to put any funding at risk. If we're talking about maybe 3 or 4 weeks discussions, which is my understanding, it's not a long time period, I don't have any issue with that at all. I can support the. I was primarily concerned about the school link, and I can support the amended motions there today, or the wording of the amendment. The key for me is that I need to know that all options in regards to 5 Crossroads are going to be wholeheartedly considered. Because if they're not going to be, then we won't be being honest with our community. And I remain worried that there's still an element of predetermination. We all know that the City Council and NZTA to this point have favoured the closure of Brooklyn Road and the creation of 4 Crossroads. And this report is pretty clear about that. And I don't doubt that 5 Crossroads needs a makeover, and it needs lights and perhaps other modifications. But my fear is that that we go down this route and NZTA finally come back to us with, we go through all this work, they come back to us and say, here's the best option, 4 Crossroads, and then we get the whole argument of, well, we've got government money, if we don't proceed down this route now, it's going to put all this at risk, we'll have to go back, and slowly we break the spirit of the residents of that area who oppose it. I don't want to see us do that, and I certainly won't be. But I'm prepared to give this a chance, as long as I can be assured that we are going to genuinely look at all options. And yeah, so that's where I am with that. But look, I don't see any harm in another month's discussion on this. We're not putting funding at risk, and let's get the best possible result. And I think Mark makes some really good points, which I agree with. It's not always about trying to push cycleways through busy areas to create a new environment. That's not always the way you have to go. It makes sense to push cycleways through quieter areas instead of causing that conflict that we seem to be desperate to create. I was in Mount Maunganui on Saturday and there were cars everywhere. And I'll tell you what, there are about 300 businesses just completely going off. I've never seen so many people in my life. And there are about 100 restaurants doing crazy trade. So let's not always try and create a new environment and a sort of Pollyanna-ish environment, a lovely peaceful environment. Business is still business, and I favour cycling routes going through quieter areas, off-road, wherever possible. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
It's finely balanced. What I am clear about is the Eastern Pathways. I want that, the Eastern Cycleway, want that to succeed. That is, as we know, a little bit of history here too, that was always predicated with the Eastern Aotearoa Ring Road. The whole point of that, because historically State Highway 1 was due to go down Galloway Street, Peach Grove Road, Hukanui Road. That was a plan at the time as an interim measure. Obviously, I want us to be bold about 5 Crossroads, and this is where, for a while, I was tracking with the Deputy Mayor Taylor on that one, and I think we shouldn't, for 5 Crossroads, accept second best. We should also respect that the number of submitters who came to us today have achieved our neighbourhood living streets, safe streets. They certainly don't want us to accentuate the problem which we're trying to avoid, and that is unsafe vehicular rat runs. But of course, naturally, I look forward to the eastern route. We're getting on with that absolutely, in terms of, and some really good submissions from, a cross section, including users. The issue of the Beale Street Boys High, for me, it's extremely finely balanced. I probably, on balance, will just support the amendment, but I'll be voting for whatever's the substantive. If it falls, I'll certainly vote for the substantive. With regard to Grey Street, I do note that it is quite even separate from this. we are going to be faced with the challenge of upgrading the Grey Street Hamilton East precinct. Cycleways in themselves don't automatically negate a shopping precinct at all, and if you want to have a look, I've just recently had experience to go to K Road, for example, in Auckland, and it's really fascinating the work that they're doing there, and it appears that they, in terms of the revitalisation of that area, you know, if you do it right, you can get a win-win. I would vote for the amendment on the very strict understanding this is a short, sharp 4-week analysis, and then we move on. And the other thing which I would say, and I'm hoping I can trust Deputy Mayor's analysis around the funding, I would be very, very, very angry if the 4th metropolitan centre of this nation was somehow in some 4-week lottery, a yes or no situation. I would have confidence that the system would ask us on this, you know, the uni to city route. We just want to do a very quick bit of due diligence, that's all. But finely balanced.
Okay, I'm the mover of the motion, but I'm not going to exercise a right of reply. So we will go to the vote. No, I knew you were going to ask that. Here to help. Let's do it on the board. Maxine, if you can please use your electronic yes or no buttons, that would be great. We're voting on we're voting on the Councillor Bunting, Councillor Hamilton amendment, which is, there we go, which is to have another look at, spend a little bit of time looking at the Unilink. Okay, so let's cast our votes now. Has she voted? Voting on the amendment, Councillor Bunting's amendment, which is to spend another couple of weeks just having a look. Use the yes or no button.
I've done that, but it comes off after a period, so...
Okay, just verbalise your...
Indicated again, I'll be voting against.
Thank you. Yep.
So the amendment is carried, noting that Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Pascoe, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Van Oosten voted.
Thank you. Now the amendment becomes a substantive motion. Oh yeah, that's right, isn't it? 2 or 4. No, 4's 4. Yeah, no. Oh.
Give me the code.
Weird. I know. Oh yeah, 2. 2 or
1-0. Hell, that's a big vote.
Here we go. It's not, Maxine, it's not popping up from us, so just verbalise your vote for the substantive motion, which is the amendment.
I'll be voting for the substantive motion.
Great, thank you. 20. It is going to be a long day. And this is the water stimulus delivery update, and this is on page 488, item 20.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for accommodating my early...
Welcome.
So today's report is part of a series of reports to provide a regular update to the Infrastructure Operations Committee on the completion of the Three Waters Reform Stimulus projects. A further report providing an update on the wider Three Waters reform is being presented at Thursday's council meeting. So today's report is only in relation to the government-funded stimulus projects. Overall, the delivery of the projects are on track and is progressing well, with most of the projects now transitioning out of the establishment phase and into delivery. So a number of the projects also have physical works underway, such as the inflow and infiltration and water leak detection projects. So we've identified a number of the faults and are progressing to fixing the remedial works in the Templeview area. Also, the Taitua Arboretum bore water supply, the works are predominantly completed there, just waiting the final section of pipe replacement that is required there. The Low River Contingency Deployment Project is actually going to have its trial deployment starting this week. And in terms of the security measures project, there's work underway around fencing at Rotatuna Reservoir site, which has had some previous problems with security, as well as a number of upgrades around the control system cyber security measures that have been identified in a previous report. So there's been some really good progress there. We are expecting significant works to be progressed and the level of expenditure for the program to increase over the next few months, and the indication of the forecasted program cash flow is in section 42 of the report, just to give you an indication of how much that's actually stepping up. Today we're also seeking approval of 2 new contract awards and variations for 2 existing contracts, and if these are approved, it will enable us to progress with 3 further projects around asset renewals, asset improvement, asset information improvements and stormwater gully improvements. So it would be really good to get those underway and progressed. At the last committee in February, Councillor O'Leary asked elected members to identify some of the projects that they were most interested in and wanted a higher level of involvement or update on. So Councillor O'Leary has collated that list and sent that to me. So over the next fortnight, I'll be making contact with everyone just to confirm what level of involvement they want or level of information that they would like. So at that point, I will take the report as read and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you. No one's on the list, so I'll just a comment really. Thanks for including on page 490 the table there, the traffic light. I think that's a great idea for going forward. And also thank you for, because I do like to follow the money, and I know the quantum is the same, but there's been a bit of movement around in some of the projects, but you've outlined that, so if you can do that going forward, that saves me opening up the document of the first thing we agreed on and looking at the numbers like this, because I was doing that. So that's really great, thank you. There are no other questions? Clearly we want to dispatch you early, so all right, so we'll go to the recommendation, which is on page 488. I will move, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Is there any debate? I have none. There's no debate, we'll do that on the show of hands. All those in favour, raise your hands. That's great, there are none against, that's carried, thank you. All right, so we'll jump back to item 8, Hamilton Transport Centre Rejuvenation Project. And that's on page 69.
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Deputy Mayor seconded. Are there any questions? Councillor Gallagher.
Who's reporting on this?
Some helpers with me as well if there's some technical stuff about the business case.
No, look, and I realise it's, fortunately Councillor McPherson's not with us, but Angela, is just, I guess it's a higher level when we do the business case, the future-proof, and obviously we have aspirations for multimodal, and particularly the train aspect of that multimodal, in terms of our connection with Auckland, Tauranga, etc. Where does our future proofing in terms of the future rail? There is a platform, but I'm just trying to work out in terms of the business case.
It doesn't come into this. This is a rejuvenation project of the existing asset. So the business case is focusing on the existing asset rather than the future location or form of the transport centre as such. So
nothing we're doing preempts anything.
Certainly not. No, this is
like
just.
Imagine painting a house, but you're not cutting off anything.
No.
And I see some very knowledgeable people nodding.
They're very knowledgeable behind me.
I mean the motive of the question is obviously I think the direction of travel is cool, as long as we're not doing a thing that shuts any options.
No, and I think the direction from council when this project kicked off was that it was to be a project that would look at maybe have a 10 to 15-year focus because of the desire to look at the future of the transport centre in relation to other things that are going on in the city centre, and that is the rail connections and any redevelopments going on, say at Centre Place or stuff like that.
Right, so that's part of the...
Yeah, this project is really to deal with the issues around security, personal safety, road safety, and also sort of amenity stuff like weather tighten, sort of waterproofing, and you know, we've got a lot of people standing out in the rain.
So it's benefit for current users of current level of services, but it's done in such a way that we're not closing our eyes, minds and ears to the evolution of this centre into a more comprehensive...
You're dead right, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
And thanks, Martin. Paragraph 21 talks about one of the internal improvements under F as a 24-hour seated waiting area. Is that likely to create, security issues and so forth if it became an overnight stay place for homeless people?
We'd certainly be working closely with the CitySafe team to make sure that doesn't become like that. There'll be plenty of CCTV cameras in that area for them to keep an eye on things.
Yep. Is there a need for a 24-hour?
Yes,
there is.
There
okay.
is, particularly with the intercity services that use the facility currently. They've expressed a desire to have this facility.
Okay.
We think it's actually providing a new level of service for our customers as well.
Okay. Yep. And the report talks about limited land area. Are we doing anything in terms of long-term planning, say 10 to 15 years out, when this may need another rejuvenation, as to what our options might be if we can't expand, we can't grow the area in terms of being able to handle more bus movements?
One of the factors that was stated by council at the beginning of the project was that we have to work within the existing footprint for this rejuvenation project. Because of that, I think that future aspiration of looking at, is this, as the central city develops, is this the right place for a transport centre? So there were some non-negotiables as we kicked this whole project off, and one of them was around working within the existing footprint. So that's what we've done with this project.
Okay, so we're not looking at other land elsewhere
not
in
through
terms
this.
of a long-term to either recite it or to develop a second transport?
That's a parallel piece of work that'll be going on that sits outside this project.
Okay.
And that's part of that central city plan.
Yep.
And the metro spatial plan as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Hello. When we heard from Regional Council earlier on, they said they're moving towards a more ridership-based model, which means fewer routes. Is there still going to be the need for the same design, or is that going to alter what we need with the transport centre?
It will change the way the transport centre functions a bit, but that, I mean, the timescale that Andrew Wilson was talking about was that the transport centre rejuvenation project will still have quite an important role to play over the next 10 to 15 years. Some services, those direct services like the Comet and the new Meteor, don't actually go into the transport centre.
Yeah.
So we've got sort of regional services that do, we've got local sort of coverage services that do, we've got intercity that do, but currently the Comet sticks to Anglesey Street, and the Meteor is going to use Bryce Street.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So they won't go into the transport centre.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions. It's been moved and seconded. Does the mover want to debate? I got there in the end, didn't I? It's you. It's got on here, you one. Councillor Gallagher?
Maybe the mover or the seconder who get the right to reply will speak later in the debate. Compliments on the journey, compliments on the work. And you know what I'm about to say? No. When we and the Regional Council run a transport terminal, we get warm waiting rooms and we get to use the loo. when Kiwi Rail runs their transport terminal, and I've had experience when I went up on a bus service from our transport terminal, lovely, thinking of the new evolved one, and then came back on the rail and used the Kiwi Rail one down in Frankton. What a contrast. I'll leave it at that, and I will not hesitate to keep pushing that point, but I think that aside, this concept, in my humble view, is a tribute both to that partnership between the Regional Council, Waka Kotahi, and our City Council. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Just want to say this looks fantastic. Excited to see it happening right in the centre of our town. It's been a bit of an eyesore for some time. So really congratulate staff and chair and everyone been involved in the process. Look forward to it being another successful aesthetic outcome for our city.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, did you want to write a reply? Okay. Let's do this one on the show of hands. Has Maxine gone? Oh no. All those in favour, raise your hands. Any? We'll just wait for Councillor Van Osten. We can't. Is she still there? Okay, all right. So no, she's not here for the vote. There are none in favour. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, item 9, personal hire devices, end of trial review. Kelvin, good afternoon. And before I move to Kelvin, there's a motion from the Deputy Mayor, so we'll just get that up on the board so everybody can have time to digest that. So over to you, Kelvin.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. Today is the report back to this committee on the outcome of the trial of personal hire devices. This is the 4th or 5th time I've appeared in front of the committee here. There have been regular updates along the way as we've made some incremental changes along the way. I think the report speaks for itself, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. Just a question on paragraph 80 on financial considerations, where you say the proposed fees and charges set for this activity are not enough to fully cover the costs. I presume you mean there the council costs. What are the council costs, including internal staff costs?
That
we will incur, irrespective of whether ongoing, given that in terms of the recommendation.
I'm not quite sure that I can put that into a definable part insofar as there is some flex in there. What I can say is that we've canvassed up and down the country. We're not aware of any council which is recovering their total costs, and it comes to how wide your cost recovery model is that you're talking about. Are you talking about my time, Robin Denton's time? You're talking about, is how wide you wish to go with your cost recovery. So,
well, at least I'd like to know what the costs are, even if we're not going to recover them. And that was really the point of my question was, what is it going to cost the ratepayer? And, I appreciate that we may never, ever recover the costs, but I'd like to know what the costs are.
I can't answer that
today, but you could. It is possible to sit down and work those costs out.
They have been worked out and has been in the past reported either through this committee or at a briefing in detail. Essentially, mainly staff time, but you can circulate that again.
The original, when we went to the 12-month part of the trial, the cost was charged out at $85 per device. That was based on the ability to recover costs. And even then, I would think we didn't recover every cost that council would have incurred in its totality. So that was the costing that was at that point in time. And that will not have changed.
Okay, I can't remember those costs, but if you say those costs were there, then I assume that they're still there. That was the only question I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the only motion on the board. Is there a seconder? Yep, councillor Bunting. I think it's very clear. So Deputy Mayor will move into... Do you have a question? No. Oh, okay, so, all right, you're ready for debate. So we'll, as the mover, we'll move into debate. Thank you, Calvin.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, this motion is really about the fact that I accept that exclusivity, I have trouble with that word, of Lime needs to come to an end, and I think it is fair enough that at this stage we open it up to competition. What does worry me a little is how many scooters the city can handle. There's 450 roundabout at the moment seems to be the ceiling. So it does worry me a little bit, the prospect of opening up to another operator and potentially increasing the numbers, but because I would hate for this decision to unwittingly lead to a situation where we suddenly found that Lime pulled out or something like that. But having said that, I do think it is time to open it up. We've given them a good introduction, which they deserve, because they were the first cab off the rank and took the risk. I think scooters have become a very important part of the city. As I say, we don't ever want to lose them or put them at risk. And I guess by the purpose of my motion is just to ensure that elected members are closely involved in the decision making that occurs around scooters. Both involved in at least discussion when it comes to the permitting process and with 3 monthly reports back to this committee so we can keep abreast of what's going on. It's a high profile issue, a very tangible issue for the public, and I just think we need to be on top of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm obviously supportive of this this motion. I like the fact that it is coming back to us. I like the fact that there potentially could be competition now too, because I think quite simply Hamilton ratepayers are going to get a better deal out of this. I'm grateful to Lime for the chance they've taken on us, and I would assume that they'll still be competing to carry on. It looks really good. I'm glad that we're going to have, if this goes through, we're going to have those regular catch-ups, because things change. I mean, 3 years ago we hadn't even heard of Lime scooters, so things change. I think this is a sensible motion.
Councillor Thompson.
Oh, thank you. Supportive of the motion. I just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight again how important our biking and micromobility investment is. We've heard from the disability community, from older people, that it's quite scary sometimes sharing footpaths with these scooters. I had a personal experience not long ago where, coming around a corner, I was pushing Leo in a pram and we nearly collided with someone riding a scooter, and Leo, who's 10 and a half months old, would have been the first one hit in terms of that kind of collision. So it concerns everyone using our footpaths that we don't have an appropriate space for these scooters at the moment, and it is critical that we invest in that space.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah. I obviously rank Leo higher than myself, but very similar weird and very scary experience. Obviously, thanks Deputy Mayor about the 3 months report. Of course, Leo's ranked higher, obviously, but the 3-month report so that we do get that, because it's also about education of the users. What other things do we have to do? Obviously, what it does is I think it's absolutely propelling us towards that multimodal. The different options and where do people fit. And obviously, we've got our river trails, we've got our off-road walkways, which you have this juxtaposition of pedestrian, cyclist, traditional cyclist, scooter user, all of that. So certainly proceed, but General Manager, very much looking forward to that good interactive monitoring, just to see what else we have to do, particularly in terms of the points that Councillor Sierra raised.
Thank you. Sorry, just one moment. On this item, can we do it? Debate. I think we can do that after. I think that's quite wide. Yeah. Look, I'll speak in support of the motion as well. I agree with the Deputy Mayor. I think it is time that we open it up. I was intrigued at the focus from the other operator that came today on safety. I'm not too sure that I'd be keen on wearing a helmet that everybody else has worn, but I quite liked they had another rider when a rider falls off. I guess if you're coming, I don't know, in contact with the ground or the machine does. So I quite liked their different approach, and I think it's really a good thing for a city to be able to give people an option. So, yeah, very happy to support. There are no further speakers, no? So we'll just do that one on the show of hands. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Right, item 10, Onion Road, Ruffle Road. Jason, you're in the hot seat. Page 282. Thanks for that, Mark. Hi, Jason.
Hi.
All right, do you want to briefly introduce your report, and then we'll go for questions?
Yep, sure. Thank you for your time. Look, I will take the report as read, but there's some background information that I just wanted to share with you. As I was preparing my notes, Onion Ruffle Road, for those who know it, and for those who don't, is a section of the network that really hasn't changed over the years as the surrounding network has in terms of growth and development in that area. I've heard Hamilton described as a teenager in the past, and while we have matured in some parts of the city, this is certainly one of those teenage moments where it's like a pimple ready to burst. And so we have got to a point on a serious note where we just can't leave it as it is. I'm in a position now where I feel like we've done all we can with the existing network, given the constraints around or the challenges around safety that KiwiRail have raised over the years. The alignment of Onion Road and the configuration of the Onion Road, Ruffle Road intersection and the proximity of the level crossing make it a really challenging site. There's existing traffic demand there, limited access into the city from this part of the network, and growth continues to happen. And so we've made a recommendation that we've brought here. Staff are saying, and this is one that I've endorsed personally, I've talked to Chris and Evelisa about it, that, hey, we need to do something drastic here to ensure the safety of both the road and rail users. And that's our objective. It aligns with Vision Zero. And I think it's fair that people expect that when they use our network, they can do safely. That said, I've been out informing the businesses out that way and those members of the public, our customers that we've had previous engagement with, because it's fair to say that I'm not consulting or engaging. It's serious enough that I'm informing them that, hey, we're looking to recommend some change here while we look to, I suppose, develop the rest of the final network there. So I've been giving you guys some updates last week about what we've been doing, meeting face to face with the businesses. And the feedback coming back is that they agree that the current situation on the changes that we made back in December haven't worked. We've had a safety assessment done of the level crossing, and it's still a medium to high risk of fatal or serious injury accidents. People seem to understand why we're proposing the temporary close of the level crossing to traffic. However, they do acknowledge that, hey, that's going to cause them some inconvenience. For some businesses, it will be higher than others, and for the travelling public, it will mean that their travel trips may take longer, or they'll have to try and find alternative routes into the city, which are limited in this part of the city. It's fair to say that a lot of people don't particularly support the proposed closure, and that's primarily from the businesses on the east side or the Te Rapa side of the rail crossing, as well as the public in general. It's fair to say that there's an interest in the extra traffic or volume of traffic that will use Arthur Porter, primarily from the businesses on the Arthur Porter side. That the upgrade of Te Kōwhai Road, Arthur Porter Drive, which is a current T intersection, you will see in the report, is a good idea. And Finally, that if we do close the level road or level rail crossing to traffic, that we should get on and do the realignment of Onion Road now and not wait 7-8 years. I just need to point out that I've heard some of the feedback from the public saying that we've been bullied by KiwiRail, and that certainly isn't the case. KiwiRail have advised us that they've got some serious safety concerns and they want them addressed, and it's fair enough. And we've been looking to see how we can address those while keeping the level crossing open. And we've got to a point now from the monitoring that we've done, the feedback we received from the public, and the level and the safety assessment of the level crossing, that we've got some concerns that we're just not able to address with our current strategies that we're employing. So with that said, I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions.
Great, thanks for a good introduction there, Jason. Are there any questions? Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Jason. In paragraph 88 to 90, will the mini roundabout accommodate the large? I'm anticipating that we're going to get some adverse feedback from some of the business truck operators in the area. Will that mini roundabout accommodate those larger trucks?
Yes, it will. It's a mountable roundabout, so truck and trailer units will be able to negotiate it.
So even those big 45-tonne trucks?
Yes.
Yep, okay. The total cost of $400,000 for the two initiatives, is that subject to Waka Kotahi funding?
It makes up, no, like that's already locked in. Like we're just using existing programs on the low cost, low risk.
Yep.
Or we may have to use other programs if we can't fund it fully from there. But we will talk to Waka Kotahi as we're looking to implement this work, just to make sure that it's all eligible for subsidy. And we would expect it to be.
It's not guaranteed, but there's a reasonably strong chance that we
would look at this, yeah.
Because we do get that funding, don't we, on that low risk stuff?
Correct.
Yep, okay. And just have a quick look back here. I just had some notes on consultation, but I assume after this morning's group and that we will conduct consultation with those businesses and residents who are affected, who are likely to be affected by the closure?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Can I just qualify that by saying I have said to the businesses that I would go out within the next 2 weeks, giving them an update on what came out of this particular meeting, as well as we'll be going back out to all those that we've all the customers that we've communicated through emails. Some of the feedback we have received would be from Te Kōwhai residents and those in Onion Road, who said that, hey, they've been seen as an afterthought and that we haven't updated them as well as they would like. So I've taken that on board, and we'll soon look to do a better job in that with the next round of updates that we'll be providing to the wider community.
Yeah. Are we obliged to consult with them if they are not Hamilton City residents?
I don't know if we're obliged, but as road users, and this is the line I've taken, that regardless of where someone lives, their health and safety as a road user of our network is paramount.
Yep.
So we would look to update them. We'll be working with Waikato District Council in that effect, just to make sure we're not running off and just engaging with their constituents without them knowing what we're doing in that space.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Jason, for the mahi you're doing out there face-to-face with everyone. It's appreciated. There was a submission from Brett Parsons that we received this morning, and I just want you to qualify his comment. My submission is to return the intersection to its previous status, but to prevent damage to the barrier caused by the trucks turning left from Onion Road. No trucks, no left turn should be implemented, and basically says that should do the trick.
Yep, so returning it back to what it was, wouldn't address the safety issues that KiwiRail have. Putting up signs alone won't necessarily ensure compliance, and KiwiRail were looking for a higher level of certainty about the protection of their assets, so they would function every time there was a rail crossing there. So we had looked at that. Really what the changes that we made in December were our last chance really to see if we could keep the rail crossing open as it is, and that configuration of the rail network or the road network like that. It hasn't worked, and we've acknowledged that, and now we're just looking to move forward on the next steps.
Okay, so we've really tried, left no stone unturned in terms of remaining options.
Yeah, look, staff have been working on this since 2015, various iterations to see if they can make this work. I'm anxious about even the changes that we are making now and leaving the Onion Road realignment so far out. I think with the growth that continually happen in that area, yeah, I've got some real concerns about that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair Angela. Jason, thank you. I've just got a couple of questions. Just remind me the cost of the realignment project in the LTP for Onion Road.
It's approximately 16 million. Oh, okay, sorry. It's in the report, just bear with me. I think I was closer. It's 15.8 million.
15.8, yeah. Let there be a lesson to the GM. Thank you for that. And I think I've understood you to say you're concerned that that's too far away?
Yes.
Okay. Help me understand how this has come about with Onion Road. What has been the trigger to the problem?
Ideally, looking back, it would have been good if some of the more permanent pieces of the roading network had been built by now. Really, I've seen this before, and a couple of intersections that come to mind are Huntington Wairere and Thomas Gordington, where we've had growth in these particular areas, and the network hasn't been changed, or we've tried to change it doing minor works to make it work for that growth, and it just hasn't worked. And ideally, we would be bringing online the longer term roading networks like the Onion Road realignment in particular would help address the issues that we're seeing here at the moment.
So you're saying that it's all related to growth, that this has triggered this problem?
I think it's amplified it. I think it's been there, but when it was like a rural road with 150 vehicles per day, it was probably suitable. And now we've got over northwards of 2,000 vehicles a day easy, and that was back in 2018, that last traffic count was done. And there's more growth that if you've gone out that way, you'll see it's happening. It's happening in the Waikato District Council area, it's happening into Kōwhai, and a lot of that traffic is coming through this one area.
Okay. I'm a little concerned now that you say you're concerned that this temporary solution doesn't negate your fears. I just want to flesh that out.
Look, it does address the immediate safety issue. What I'm saying though, like with the feedback that I've got and the inconvenience it will cause, ideally we would bring forward the longer term works if we can. If not, then it will be safe, but growth will continue to happen in this area. And so that's just going to put more pressure on this part of the network.
And so one final question, if I could. As a result of this growth, the realignment, the long-term solution, the realignment, a proportion of that will be funded by DCs?
I'll let Chris answer that.
Yes.
Well, there's not much ambiguity on that answer.
Yep, no, it's clearly in our schedule of assets for a DC-funded project.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I think Ewan may have mostly answered my question. So basically, just to have absolute clarity, while there'll be issues of inconvenience of people needing to route a bit longer to get where they need to go, the safety issues will be addressed through this.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The other question was just in terms of the reprioritisation from the low cost, low risk budget. Is this coming from the Road to Zero section of that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, there are no further questions, so let's go to the recommendation on page 282. Thanks, Jason. I'll move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Bunting. Is there any debate? I have none. Okay, we'll do that on the show of hands. All those in favour? There's no one on Zoom. No. Oh, yes. Thanks, Maxine. That's been carried. Okay, so item 11. This is the State Highway 26 revocation. And this is Robin Denton. Hello, Robin. Where are we? Item 11.
Right. So, good afternoon, councillors. Everyone's aware that with the Waikato Expressway going through and nearing completion, end of this year, early next, that there is a section of State Highway 26, Morrinsville Road, that will be revoked and become the responsibility of Hamilton City Council. So we've been working with Waka Kotahi and Waipa District and Waikato District because they're doing it as one business case, looking at the section of 26, some of which is in Hamilton City, some of which is in Waikato District, and also the full length of State Highway 1B, to work through a business case approach for determining what would be a fit for purpose outcome for that area once it gets returned to those individual councils. So for the section of 26 that Hamilton City is responsible for, in summary, we're looking at between the Burger King roundabout and Silverdale Road. The recommendation is for separated cycle facilities, one on each side of the road. A roundabout at the intersection of Silverdale Road, Martingi, and then a shared path on the northern side of State Highway 26, or Morrinsville Road as it will be, between the Silverdale roundabout out to the new bridge where the expressway goes under. There is an option if council wishes to pursue putting in traffic signals at the intersection that we could pay the extra over for that cost. But at this stage, the business case basically is they're seeking endorsement from the three councils so that they can then present that to their board with the aim of making the funding available for Hamilton City Council to implement the work. At the time of going into the next stage, then we'll be responsible for going through the design, all of the consultation with the community, working with elected members and finalising the details. So a little bit like the business cases you've been looking at this morning, it is a high level at this stage just to unlock the funding. The detail will come through in those next stages. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Robin. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I'll just be quick. So if we're going to have a shared path on one side of the road, there are not many houses on the other side, are there? So there won't be much need to cross the road as a pedestrian?
Yes, so for the section from Silverdale Road through, so heading out of town, the reason why we're only looking at it on one side is the bridge that crosses the expressway only has a path on that one side, so we're linking it with that.
Okay.
In the future, as development comes through there, we may need to look at additional facilities on the southern side and some sort of crossing, but that's likely to be some way away.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Robin. The roundabout, I was just wondering, have we spoken with, say, Maria Barry's team around what is being planned for shared paths, walking, cycling stuff on the Martangi side? Because there's the gullies there where there's opportunity to connect them and then have like a shared recreation facility basically with shared paths and things. But I'm concerned that there's only a pedestrian crossing over a couple parts of this, and you wouldn't necessarily be facilitating that connection between the two.
So I've had a chat to Maria about this. At this stage, we think that work, so the plan on, too small, page 304 and clause 47 sort of shows the gully network through there. There's a couple of opportunities there for hooking into that gully. Yeah. Currently, there is actually a shared path on Matangi, and it's on that western side, so that hooks up very nicely with what's being proposed at the moment. So there's a bit of a bridge in bits and pieces. Longer term, Maria wasn't that certain where it was, and it's something we can certainly work through. And I know that as part of the Cambridge Road works, we've also been looking at Annybrook Road. So Annybrook Road currently comes out next to the Riverlea Wreckers. That entrance will be closed, but will still be open to walking and cycling, but will be linked through to Matangi. So that also provides another really great walking, cycling connection through there. So I'm happy that at this stage it doesn't preclude us doing something additional there if we need to.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I guess because it costs, I don't know, a couple of $100,000 to do a raised pedestrian crossing, potentially, that if we think that we're going to need something there or further down where Mark was talking about, would want to have it included in this business case.
I think that if we can succeed in getting the proposed improvements 100% funded by Waka Kotahi for what we've got laid out, I think we'll be doing really well.
Right.
I think that there's certainly, when we get into the detailed design, we can look at that, and you know, it won't cost a lot to do it as part of the works.
Okay.
So that would be my recommendation, that we'll have a better idea with some of the work Maria's doing with Waikato District by that stage.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, and thanks, Robin. With the opening of the Eastern Expressway, will it be on the agenda that Cobham Drive will become a city road, or will that always be a Waka Kotahi road?
So at this stage for the Waikato Expressway, this section of 26 is the only section of State Highway that's proposed to be revoked in the city. Longer term, once Southern Links is completed, then there will be another discussion around the Cobham Drive and the rest of the network within the city, but that's obviously some way away.
Some years away, okay, thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, apologies, Councillor Sarah Thompson's activated me with Deputy Mayor Bates' submission made to the LTP, and obviously with Maria Barry, the issue of the opportunity with cycleway, walkway links to the Tamahiri, broader Tamahiri Matangi community, and I take it that that'll, you know, when you do that further discussion, those routes will be factored in. I mean, I don't know they don't come up to this particular route, but obviously the opportunity of the safe pedestrian cycle joining of the two Matangi Tamahiri communities to Hamilton.
Yes, very much so, and I guess that was the point of the facilities that are proposed, particularly at the Silverdale intersection, because at the moment that has basically nothing for getting across if you're walking or cycling. So that really is a nasty intersection for cars, but even worse for people who are walking and cycling. And certainly as part of the Cambridge Road work, we've been looking at some good facilities there. And as I said, that Annybrook link as well.
Sure. And the roundabout, as per the rough design, that obviously has the physical effect of starting to achieve traffic slowing coming into that region.
Yes, and it has raised platforms associated with it where the pedestrian crossing facilities are proposed.
No, that's good. That's good. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions. The recommendations on page 297. I'll move. Seconded by Councillor Bunting. Any debate? No, no debate. Let's vote. All those in favour, raise your hands. Yep, And there are none against, that's carried. Great, thank you. All right, item 12. We're halfway. We're halfway through 20-something items. Moved by Councillor Bunting, seconded by Councillor Pascoe. Yeah, all 12. Are there any questions? Chris, is there anything you'd succinctly and briefly like to update us on?
It's so pointed.
Isn't it?
No, just to reiterate that this is not a funding request,
Yeah.
it's a contract approval.
Yeah. There are no questions, no? Councillor Wilson has a question?
Is it going to be on time and within budget?
At this point in time, it's really tight, but it is going extremely well at the moment. Like it's, as we report through to the capital, we had this discussion last time. We keep it on the orange risk report to you every meeting, so we can keep you informed. But at this point in time, you can see the piers out of the ground, which is great, and it's going well.
Okay. Thank you. All right, there are no further questions. It's been moved and seconded. Any debate? There was, I think everyone just shook their head. Thanks, Chris. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour, raise your hands. There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, this one, do we just want to stop for a... Yeah, we're going okay, I think. So let's just stop for 10 minutes, 1:45. We are up to item 13, which is the low cost, low risk transport improvement program. Stay focused because the staff are only looking for approval for, at this stage anyway, for year one. I think that's right, isn't it, Robin?
So basically this is a rinse and repeat. It's a process that we do every financial year where we basically come back to elected members with an overview of what we think that the next year's program is going to look like. I think the key differences for next financial year are that in the first instance the low cost, low risk maximum figure has been increased from $1 million to $2 million. So that's under the Waka Kotahi rules. And the other thing is that they have, instead of basically having one program which is the low cost, low risk, they've split it up into the 4 activity areas. So we've got the Road to Zero, the walking and cycling, now it's disappeared from my brain, here we go, public transport and local road improvements. And with that higher value, $2 million, there is a greater scrutiny being placed by Waka Kotahi on the projects that we're putting up. And particularly the Road to Zero category is one that they're having a very, very close look at. And that's because they are reporting back to the government, to the minister, around how the country is getting on with delivering the Road to Zero, tackling unsafe speeds, all of those sorts of programs. So they are reporting back to government regularly on what work is actually being done and the expected reduction in deaths and serious injuries as a result. So I guess the final thing I would say is that this is somewhat of a discretionary program. This is the one program that there is a little bit of flexibility for working with the community and elected members as to the final projects that get put in. We've given you a bit of an idea on the list of projects by showing you years 2 and 3. They are certainly not locked in, and you can expect to see us back again this time next year with a new list. It will have a lot in common, but it's probably going to have a lot of new ones that pop up throughout the year as well. And that even for this year's program, as we get into the detailed design, we will be looking at what the most cost-effective way of delivering it is. We have some ideas as to what the sort of work is that we think we're going to do, but until we actually get out, do that design, talk to the community out there, the affected parties and all of those sorts of things, we haven't got it nailed down 100%. So we're coming to ask you for an approval of that tentative program, noting that it will change throughout the year, and we will keep you updated on our progress, both through exec updates when we are out delivering the projects and also through the GM reports. And I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thanks Robin. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I asked this question mindful that there was a tragic death of a pedestrian, was it yesterday?
Correct.
On Whara Road. But there's more than 30 raised safety platforms amongst all of these, and I've been noticing a hell of a lot around town. And I just, are we in danger of overdoing the old raised safety platforms in places? It just seems like they're everywhere, to be honest.
So the road safety platforms are seen as being a real critical tool in our toolbox, and actually one that in some cases actually saves us a lot of money from doing a bigger project. They have the ability through the approach angles to be modified depending on the speed environment that you're in and depending on the speed that you're hoping to achieve through that. So when we've got pedestrians involved, we want to get the speeds down, pedestrians and cyclists, we want to get the speeds down to 30 k's.
Yeah.
Because that's a survivable crash.
Yeah,
And things like traffic signals, signalised ped crossings, zebra ped crossings, all of those things, we know that even with those facilities in place, we still have people running red lights or just ignoring people on zebra crossings, and we do have those close calls and those incidents. which is why we are putting in the raised safety platforms so that if, touch wood, if something actually does happen and we have an incident there, that at least the speeds are low enough that people are going to survive it.
Okay, so there's no end in sight to the raised safety platforms?
You could spend a lot more money. So one of the items we've got coming up soon is Gordonton Road, Gordonton Dajong and Gordonton Puketaha, for example. Those two projects we are proposing mini roundabouts at, and the only way that we can get them across through a safety audit and that sort of thing is by putting the raised platforms, because they will manage and control the speeds at those sites. If we didn't put the raised safety platforms, we'd be looking at significantly larger roundabouts so that you could get all of the deflection that you needed to manage the speed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks, Robin. We had a submission this morning from Kat. I wrote her name down here.
Yes, that was with regard to Thomas
Roundabout,
and Whakanui. Yes.
And Horsham Downs Road, I think it was.
Yes.
2 potential areas. Are they covered in the proposed 12 months or somewhere?
Yes, it is. Yes, we
item 12.
Yes, so under the
number 12.
low cost, low risk walking and cycling, that was project number 12, was specifically to go in and do some work there, and that was as a result of our site meetings with Kat and others.
Awesome.
That's great.
Thank you.
Under the walking.
On the list, sorry, number 12 on the list in year 1, yeah.
Cool, thank you. And also, obviously, there was a lot of submissions, a little bit of cut and paste from Te Papanui this morning. And they're in the program and they're just affirming that, is that right?
No, so unfortunately we became aware of that a bit later in the program after I'd sort of finalised this, and they're certainly one of the ones that we're keen to, as I said, that bit of flexibility throughout the year. So having noted that, and it's really great to see that community have got together and actually worked out what they really want. So when we put the safer speed areas in there previously, we struggled to find a community to actually engage with and to be able to work out, what was the best thing to do there. So that's certainly something that we'll be trying to look at how we can perhaps accommodate them in the year 1 program.
Yeah, awesome, because there was come up with the LTP2 and obviously Te Aririma and Fifth Ave and some real probably critical priority areas potentially that we could help.
Yes.
Yeah,
So we're certainly keen to take that list and see how we can slot that into year 1 if we can.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, thanks. Just a continuation on Deputy Mayor Taylor's question about the what do they call them? Raised platforms. Given the government central government have recently or going to legislate to reduce speed limits around schools to 30k. Yes. Is that likely to lead to us needing, to install fewer raised platforms around schools, given that 30 kilometre legislation speed is going to be covered by legislation?
So I think if you talk to the likes of Sam Charlton, who is a psychologist and experts, a sign will not produce the outcome you're looking for. You need to create the right environment. I think that a lot of our areas we will be fine and generally able to put in the sign, and because mainly of the congestion that happens around that time, the speeds will be okay. We still do have a lot of school facilities that aren't up to what I would call a safe standard, and that I believe will still need to have those raised safety platforms in order to operate safely. And as much as anything is to give the children who are on patrol the safety, because they're the ones that are walking out into live traffic with a lollipop sign, hoping that everyone stops for them.
Okay, so the answer to that is no, it's unlikely to result in fewer raised platforms. Okay, wonder why the government are doing it then. Second question is mini roundabouts. Do you define a mini roundabout to be the same as the roundabout that I frequently use in Paeroa when I go over the bridge and I'm heading towards the Krangahaki Gorge?
That site's probably large enough to be a full-size roundabout.
Yeah,
I
but,
think that's
but they've just got a bit of tape on the ground basically, and
Yes. And I think they're really lucky for it to be still operating safely. I think it was a really good test, an innovating streets type process, and I think it's proven its worth at that particular intersection.
Yep.
And I guess I would be strongly encouraging Waka Kotahi to make it more permanent.
So we couldn't use that kind of roundabout as a mini roundabout in some of the areas in Hamilton.
We can certainly look at that sort of thing. The problem you have, and we've got a temporary one like that in place currently in Ham West, around near the school. So when we had...
Hamilton West School.
Yes, so when Palmerston Street was closed for doing that major upgrade, we put a temporary one in there. So while the traffic has loved it, it is really quite hard from a walking and cycling perspective because there is no management of speed. People can whip round there quite quickly as a car, and it means that they're busy looking for what the gap in the traffic as a car, not necessarily looking at the other users that are there. So that's when you get this balance between providing better traffic flow, but not necessarily providing for those more vulnerable and perhaps slower moving.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the answers.
Yeah, if we can just focus our questions on the list and the priorities. I realise we've got there's some understanding needed of the project, but let's not get into the conversation on how we design things and what we do, because this is a funding list that Robin needs to guide decisions. So, with that in mind, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you kindly. I know Martin Parks has been working with Hamilton Boys High School about a potential pedestrian crossing outside there. I couldn't, is that on the list? I couldn't find it.
That's part of Eastern Pathways.
Oh, Eastern Pathways?
Yes.
Great, cool. The signage on the Claudelands Bridge, is that something that would, if there was to be like an education campaign, is that would that come into this, or would that be separate?
No, that's part of our normal education campaigns.
Bottler, going well. And last question, if something should come up, like for example the Discovery Drive issue that's come up in that, is there wriggle room in this? Well, what do we do? Stuff drops off the bottom basically, I take it, is that right? Or?
Yes, it does. Part of it depends on the timing on when that issue comes up. So Discovery Drive, we have included it in the program.
Like Enderley, for example.
That's right, yes. As part of the timeframes of actually delivering this, by the time we've done the concept designs and consultation, got it out to contractors, so we basically around February, March have committed our funding for the financial year. So it was unfortunate for the Discovery Drive that was when that issue came up, and we've basically committed this year's program, but we've popped it into next.
Right.
And so there is that sort of juggling act that we do, and our flexibility is much greater at the beginning of the financial year than towards the end.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher.
Just perhaps picking a wee bit on just when I'll give you two examples where you've done it, and this is a good Palmerston Street, which curiously still you've got other parts that still have 50k coming off it. And yet eventually the debate will happen as whether that's better lent as a 40k because of the high density, but at least the engineering works is traffic starts to self-regulate. I'll just use one example, is the Cameron Road long straight stretch, extremely high density residential, high car parking on the street because people, two cars. 50k, starting to have a lot of people crossing over the road. Where do those, I'm just using that as an example, where do those kind of streets, and there are others where you suddenly, in the last 5 or 6 years, you've had a transition from the bungalow type to very high density. You're finding in other parts of Hillcrest as well. Where do they start to fit in our program? And what you've done here seems fantastic. I'm just going through the list, obviously, but...
So they would be part of our safer speed areas rollout that we'd be looking at doing. So at this stage, we've got an indicative 500,000 per annum. And we've got some suggested areas that we are going to go in and do, that sort of approach. We are constantly looking at what those areas are and reprioritising, and one of the key things for that is community feedback and community requests. So that sort of is something that we'll feed into that sort of program.
What we've discussed, and Sarah hit the nail, in my view and others, is, the notion of, it's not just safer speeds, it's urban regeneration. If we look at our high density areas like Five Crossroads, University Precinct, Melville, also some of the, some of the high need, social need, economic need of, of a total, do you know what I'm trying to, the safety and design plus the totality of the streetscape as well.
Yes, so I guess for 500,000 and to treat these larger areas, we are basically spreading the Marmite really thin. And we are looking at key treatments at entrances to these areas, and then picking some key locations where we've got high numbers of people crossing. So it might be a walkway or a park or a dairy or something like that that's attracting. But these safer speed area treatment certainly does not purport to change that general environment. And I understand the sort of environment we'd like to create, but that funding does not get used for that sort of purpose.
And through this committee, does that messaging still come back to us? That, this is what you're getting for this money, but you're not getting that?
I guess that we certainly share the sort of treatments we're doing. They are very traffic engineering-ish. They're not the urban design type treatments, and that we just don't have the sort of funding to enable that.
Because through the chair, I'd like to have that, what you're doing with your DOE is fantastic. I'd like to obviously have that broader, as we've discussed before, the broader brush conversation, because obviously as in some zones of the city, we're having increasing intensification. I think it's I'm sure Councillor Hamilton totally agrees with me by his positive expression.
It will be a very relevant discussion point for the National Policy Statement on Urban Design, and where that sort of thing looks at that his real intensification. That's where it's going to be really critical.
He's just said he wants to go to his committee. That's good. Thank you.
I'm just looking, we've still got 9 items to go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. That's a good way to get rid of Councillor Wilson's question. Councillor Thompson.
Okay, very quickly, courtesy crossings versus zebra crossings. We've had a chat, Robin, but just with this list, are there any that you would say we could look at if the safe speeds are achieved, that are actual zebras is then put on?
There's probably quite a few in here, because it is about getting those speeds down, and once we're comfortable we've got speeds down, then zebra crossings are a possibility. And it's not a lot of money to retrofit. The big cost is in the race safety platform.
Okay.
Putting the zebra on top's relatively cheap.
So it's something we can go back and look at once it's all done. Thank you. That's all.
So, Councillor Thompson, did you have... You're happy with the list you indicated?
Yes, there was that. It was a staff action, was it? That was it an addition?
I don't know. What's your?
I guess it picks up on Councillor Hamilton's comment around.
So the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
So I was just added in as part of the motion that staff have engaged.
The staff recommendation in the agenda,
Added to that staff engaged with Te Papanui Enderley Community Trust to agree on some priority works in that neighbourhood, and that they can come back to us on that.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, so Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, very quickly, Tristram and Collingwood. ACC, head of the loop. We know in 12 months that project will be finished.
Yes.
600 people. What are we doing around that roundabout?
So it's not a low-cost, low-risk project. It's a separately funded project proposed, not through the long-term plan, for traffic signals. So staff are starting the concept designs, and we are boxing on the assumption that funding will be approved through the long-term plan process.
Thank you.
And the design will, committee members will be able to see that design at some point in the future, once the funding is
Once the funding is approved
Approved.
through the long-term plan
Yeah,
process,
okay,
yes.
great. Okay, all right, we've got the staff recommendation with a tweak, a slight addition there. Councillor Thompson has moved the motion, Councillor Bunting seconded that. Is there, Councillor Thompson, any imperative to debate? Great, okay, anyone else? Yeah, just in case, yeah. There's a squeaky little voice over this side, the little mouse. All right, there being no debate, we'll do it on the show of hands. All those in favour, raise your hands. There are none against. Thank you, that's carried. Thank you, Robin. All right, next item. Oh, she's staying anyway. Item 14. This is the Korikori Green proposal to declare a pedestrian mall, and this is the deliberations and adoption report. So, Robin, just before you introduce the report, I'm just going to go to the Chair of Regulatory and Hearings, Councillor Gallagher, who chaired that particular part of the process. Yeah.
I have nothing. I think Robin will cover it very well, but thank you.
Sure, thank you.
I don't want to take any undue time.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. So, Robin, did you want to highlight very briefly? Because we're all familiar with this. It's been a long process.
Yes, it has been a long process. No, I think basically there was general support for the closure. The submitters that we heard at the hearings raised concerns around some of the congestion that happens in around that Rototuna High area. And elected members asked us to come back with information on a couple of items, including what it would cost to do some travel planning with the schools in the area, and traffic flows was the other one that I undertook to get back, and despite problems with the counters, I finally got an answer of about 2,500 vehicles per day going through that site. Looking at the speeds, generally they're okay, but there are certainly some people that are going rather quick. So there were some speeds up around that 60 and 70 k's an hour through that section. So,
Crikey.
But I would say that that's probably happening in lots of streets in Hamilton. It's just, you know, at night, and the boys have a bit of a go. There might be a few girls
and
there
some
too,
girls,
probably.
I'm sure.
But apart from that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Right. Thanks, Robin. Councillor Bunting?
Thank you, and thanks, Robin. So at these submissions of the possibility of being able to raise it and shut it for certain events, the option that you've proposed is the easiest one and the most cost-effective one to do that.
So basically, the option proposed is that normally the bollards will be up.
Yeah.
It means that for the public in the area that they expect that they're up, and it's only when we have big events and we need to get buses, etc. through that we will lower the bollards.
Okay. And so the feedback we got from one of the parents, I think, was talking about her little prince. Remember that lady?
Yes, she did, and she did describe it as a prince. It wasn't.
But she was saying that this will contribute to quite a bit to gridlock at the moment if people can't use it.
Yes, so I think looking at those traffic counts, there's not a lot of cars using it at the moment. And the aim is still to try and increase the number of people that are walking and cycling. And there's a really good cul-de-sac head there, so you can actually go in to the bollard location, drop off the kids, and then go back, and that does make it rather a short walk.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there are no other questions. Councillor Gallagher, thank you very much. Seconded by... Sarah, did you have a question? Yep.
The travel plan that is mentioned in the report, I presume that would be an LTP discussion?
Correct.
Would it be, I'd be keen to learn a little bit more about how we approach travel plans and how we might be able to include some other schools maybe on the west or something as well. So it's just, is there that opportunity to...
Yes, so I guess staff are more than happy to have a chat around that. We've put up a proposal in here, and I believe that's been reflected back through the LTP questions that have been raised, and we're certainly keen on doing that sort of work. It's something that we're just getting into, and as Andrew Wilson outlined this morning, we're doing some really good work with the DHB at the moment, which is giving us some really good learnings.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Great, thank you, councillor. All right, that's been moved by councillor Gallagher, seconded by councillor Wilson. Any debate? No? No, there's no debate, so let's pop that one to the vote in the show of hands. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. Right, let's move on to item 15, page 355. This is the deliberations report for the Stormwater Bylaw Review. We've got Raywin? No? Yes. Oh, hello. How are you? And I'm going to do the same because this has been through the hearings process with Councillor Gallagher's committee. So, Councillor Gallagher, is there anything you would...
No, I'll just move if you would want to second.
Okay. All right, so that's been moved in second. Ray, when you can take the report as read, we're very familiar with the entire process of bylaws and etc. So I might just go to questions, if that's okay. See how familiar we are? And there are no questions. No? All right. That's it then. Thanks, Ray.
Right, thank you.
We'll put that one to the vote. All those in favour, raise your hands. Thank you. None opposed. That's carried. Great. Thank you. All right. Item 16, Gordington Road intersection upgrades. Oh, hello, Robin. Nice to see you. And Nick, is it?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Nick. Welcome. All right. So this is the macro scope. So, and if you want to touch on a couple of things, but again, we are really familiar with the project. But if you want to, you've taken the time to write the report, so you're entitled to touch on some highlights.
Cool. Tēnā koutou, tēnei ahi ahi. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Nick Murphy, the Business Manager for the Capital Projects Unit. This report provides the committee with an update on both the Darjon-Gordonton and Puketaha-Gordonton intersection upgrades and seeks macroscope approval for the Puketaha-Gordonton intersection upgrade. Since the last report to the committee in October 2020, where the Darjon intersection macroscope was approved, we have further progressed designs and costings for both intersection upgrades. In particular, the proposed 3-leg roundabout option at Puketaha-Gordonton, with the option to add the 4th leg connecting St James in the future. Note that design for a signalised intersection option at this intersection has not been progressed due to a number of issues, including traffic signal pole clearance concerns with the Transpower 110 kV lines. Take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Nick. Question, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Nick, for the report. Insofar as Gordonton Road and Puketaha intersection is concerned, has Waikato District Council indicated a wish to participate in the macroscope of that intersection?
No. I know that it is an LTP suggestion that we have a chat to them about coming on board with some funding, and that's been noted by staff. But when you look at the Greater Waikato District and the growth issues that they have got going on, this intersection's probably not one of the key ones for them.
So you don't think it's worth inviting them to perhaps indicate whether they wish to contribute both their expertise and money to the project?
I believe that that is an item that's going. We're doing an LTP submission on their LTP. Yes, and so that I believe that's been included in that.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Paragraph 12. You estimate after 7 years following the opening of the expressway, we'll be back to the same sort of vehicle movements that we've got on Gordonton Road, presumably on Waiwiri and around that particular roundabout, the roundabout Waiwiri and Gordonton Road roundabout, which I recall a couple of years ago when we were working with the Huntington Group, I think Chris may have made a point at that stage that that was almost at capacity. Have we got anything in the long-term plan that will allow us to focus on addressing what we might need to do in years seven onwards.
So are you talking Wairau Drive specifically,
Yeah,
or Gordonton Road?
yeah, or Waiweri Drive and that Puketaha and the Gordonton Road area.
So apart from this proposed work, there is nothing
There is
that's
nothing
shown
further.
as funded for either Wairau Drive or Gordonton Road, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct. We have a project which is unfunded that we bring up most LTPs, which is about, you know, the four laning of that Waiari Drive through that section there.
Yep.
So I think it's quite a big fix, you know, and I know some will jump to it's just a car fix, but it's a fix that's required, and how we use any road space could be up for debate, but it will be a looming important project.
So it is in there, but it's in there as part of our infrastructure, long-term infrastructure needs, but unfunded.
Yeah, absolutely, it's unfunded.
So there's an opportunity for it to eventually get funded somewhere along the lines of those 3 yearly reviews of the LTP.
Yep, every 3 years it's a candidate project for councillors to consider.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. During our submissions, a couple of things came up. One of them was the Puketaha school students were talking about a recent accident at the corner of, and you know, I hate to sound macabre, but the basis of these decisions is on the accident rate. What do we have any more details about that accident or what happened there? Or?
So, been in touch with the police who have reported that it wasn't reported to them, or they weren't notified of it. So next steps will be to get in touch with the resident to understand if they have any idea of what's happened as well.
Okay, cool, thank you. Looking at the feedback we're getting through the LTP discussions, people are going, wow, $3 million, that's quite a bit. Really what, you know, the intention of this is to get something done to slow stuff down, right? Are there any other cheaper options we could do other than a roundabout that would last us until we can do the four?
So I think that was outlined in the October report. Basically, the only other choice we've got at this intersection is a little bit of localised widening and potentially putting a few hit sticks in there. I don't think that it's going to solve the problem, which is the large queues that we're getting up Puketaha Road. Who are struggling to get out, and it's almost telling the Gordonton Thomas story all over again, because once people wait for a certain amount of time, then they start making poor choices for pulling out. We're lucky at this site that we have now got the 60k speed limit in place, so that helps somewhat. And the installation of a roundabout at Darjong will also help with speeds. But if there was a simple fix, we would have done it.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that looks like that's all the questions. So let's go to the recommendation, which is page 418. Yeah.
Just
Oh, sorry, councillor.
From me, Chair.
Yes. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
and I'm in a bit of a patchy coverage here.
It's okay.
So my question was with regard to the low cost, low risk with Darjong and Gordonton Road, is there the possibility that it could fit under that? Sorry, did I come through on that?
So I think the question was, could Gordonton Puketaha also be a lower cost and therefore fit into the low cost, low risk category? Was that the question, Councillor Max?
Yes, that's exactly it. Sorry if I'm dropping in and out.
Yeah. Okay. So at this stage, our early estimates do indicate that the 3 million is probably closer for that Puketaha, Darjong, and Puketaha Gordonton intersection. And that's particularly to do with the levels and getting them right for the long term. In the report, we've given elected members the option of whether that's a 3 or 4 leg roundabout, because there is the opportunity to open up St James as well. That does have some good advantages for particularly the buses who currently go into St James and then double back out to then come through Thomas Road. But I expect that that will be something that gets finally landed through the LTP process.
Maxine, is that answered? Yep.
Yeah, thank you. And that's the same for Dajon? Would that be your estimation too, Robin?
So for Dajon, we're happy that we can deliver something in around that $2 million. So we're happy to have that in that low cost, low risk Road to Zero program.
Perfect, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councillor Bunting, did you want to move this one? You've been a fan of this side of the world for a long time, an advocate, so...
Yep, cool.
Okay, and that's seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any debate? Have I scared everyone off the debate? Okay, there's no debate. All right. Okay, let's do this on a show of hands. All those in favour? Are there any against? There are none against. Thank you. That's carried. Okay, item 17, page 437, road stopping for Southern Links. Who have we got for this? Andrew? No? He's on holiday. Well, that's not fair, is it? No. Moved by Councillor Hamilton. Don't sit down just yet, no. I'm happy to second that one. Yeah, no, you can sit down. You can take the report as read, but is there anything in particular you need to point us to or in the report?
Not really, just to reiterate that the road stopping is part of a
Yep.
Land acquisition program.
Yep. Okay. And we can see on the maps there, are there any questions from the committee? There are none. You could have stayed standing up. All right, thank you, gentlemen. So that's been moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by myself. Councillor Hamilton, did you want to share a few wise words with us?
Right of reply.
That seems to be the thing today. Okay, there's no one debating on this one, so we'll do that show of hands. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. All right, waste management and minimisation bylaw. So this is, we've been through this, but the staff found a minor error. Do you want to tell us what the minor error was in 2 words or less?
An error to the reference to the Local Government Act instead of the Waste Minimisation Act.
Yeah.
Section 9 of the bylaw.
Okay. So let's take that report as read. It's pretty clear in the report. Are there any questions? There are no questions. Okay, I'm happy to move this one. Seconded by Councillor Wilson. I'm going to assume there's no debate. Well, that's right, but I'll keep my right of reply. Oh, no, Councillor Bunting.
No, it's just a very quick grammatical question on recommendation B, Romans 1. What's that word?
T approves.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Sorry, silly me. Is it as in?
It.
Oh, cool.
Is it? Yes, that council. It. Council being it approves.
Or should we just remove T?
There you go. Thank you, Councillor Bunting. Well spotted.
Good spotting.
Yeah. Let's vote on the show of hands. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. We've done item 19. We've done item 20. Okay, we're up to item 21, the General Manager's report. Now, this is on page 523. We'll go through this section by section, so up to you how long we are here for tonight. I think the last time we met for the General Manager's report, it was 2 hours. So let's just... there's some... Let's start with we'll go item by item. Curbside service. So, Tanya, you're down for that one? Some interesting information in there. You can probably take this one as read as well, because we're always interested in the General Manager's, what she's got to say. Any questions on this one? Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, just two quick questions. Well, the extra truck that the EnviroWaste are putting on, is that going to cost us? Is that going to cost council any more than what we're currently paying under the contract?
No, I don't believe so. I think that's
okay.
all part of the service, yeah.
Okay, and just a reflection on the contract, does that come up, does that have an annual renewal adjustment? Or is there a period of time where you sit down and re-look at the contract and look at the pricing during the term?
I would need to go back and have a look.
Okay,
at
that's
that
right.
specific,
That's right.
But I can come back to you on that question.
That's not super urgent. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
Just a question on Heaphy boundary, but we're not there yet.
Not yet, not there yet. I just have a quick question on the waste audit. So when will we be communicating the outcome of that and then starting the education campaign?
So we will start to look at using that waste audit information and education probably in the next couple of months. The team have been putting together a communication and education plan, and that's one of the actions out of that.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Let's move on to, so if there's nothing else for the waste, let's move on to the accessibility review, which is down the bottom of page 525. Oh, no, sorry, that's the same for waste, isn't it? That's waste. No, it's not. No, it's not. It is. Okay, who's doing that? 525? Robin? It's like musical chairs, except there's no presents.
Or music.
Or music.
Yes, I'm happy to just take it as read and to answer any questions.
Yep, okay. I'm going to go to Councillor Thompson. But do you have any questions on this one? Because this is your cup of tea.
I am really interested in it, but maybe it's something to discuss offline. It's just interested in what the scope of these audits are. In terms of, because they don't seem to include like where crossings are needed and things. It seems to only be looking at maybe accessibility, wheelchair accessibility in terms of the footpaths and curbs.
Yes, there is the ability to include where we think that there's a destination that requires something more than that, to include it within it. But it is low levels of funding, and we'd be looking at the walking and cycling type program picking up the bigger projects.
Right, okay, so basically if there are more substantial projects than these, then it gets picked up in that longer list.
Yes, they basically look at all sorts of maintenance, sort of general stuff that gets sent off to the IA for dealing with, so potholes, trip hazards, those sorts of things. This is about low cost, minor tweaks to curb lines and bits and pieces that can make quite a difference for wheelchairs, that sort of thing, yeah.
What is the cost of doing the auditing itself? And is there a way that we can cover a greater area eventually in terms of the audits?
So part of it is actually engaging with the community as well. So you can do the theoretical sort of stuff, and we're certainly working with Tim and the skills and resources that he's developed. But the other thing is just having a chat to I guess the locations that are likely to generate. So that might be a village or older person's village or care or home or something like that, and having a chat and understanding where their sort of trips and routines look at.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Thanks. Councillor Bunting?
No, that's
No?
with Tim's app.
Yep. Okay, let's move on to the next item in the report is the PT Network Studies, which is on page 527. This looks like an interesting piece of work, probably long overdue. Robin, is this you too?
It's basically Martin, but I
Okay.
can probably answer
If
any
there are
questions
questions?
if necessary.
Yep. I just have a quick question. How long will the review take?
So we're
the
wanting
study?
this work done by the end of this financial year so that we can start feeding it into our future programs.
Okay, and in terms of aligning that with our funding and the LTP, it will be misaligned then, won't it? But it's probably something we could look at through the annual plan,
Correct.
depending on the outcome. Okay, great. All right, so Vision Zero is on page 528. That's statistics. And remember, committee members, Robin will end up transferring this information into her future report on all things road safety that we talked about at the start of the year.
And just to note that we had a fatality yesterday too, which is obviously not captured in these figures.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Hamilton Biking Connectivity Projects Update, which is on the bottom of page 528. I have a very quick question. Is that here, somewhere in here? The bike parklets. Can we, I noticed somewhere in the report there's a rollout of quite a few of them. And I noticed that at the stadium the other day, a certain councillor rode her bike to the stadium and there was nowhere to lock it safely. So that's a bit of a growl for the stadium. But in terms of those parklets, elected members have been circulating amongst themselves some really cool, innovating, you know, the double-storey racks and stuff like that. Do we have any intention to do anything like that? Because I think otherwise you're going to underwhelm elected members.
Certainly. So the idea around the bike parklets, and they're the pretty blue and yellow little units down here, is a little bit of a try before you buy type thing. Putting in a facility and seeing what the uptake is before you then commit to something permanent. So that's the point of those sort of parklets. We definitely have funding in through the low cost, low risk program. To put something more substantial, more like the double stackers and that sort of thing, in place. So that's a separate program, but this helps inform where those sort of demand spots are.
Okay, can I really urge you to keep the elected members informed on that, because I know there's some really strong support for us to be bold in that area. I think Councillor Maxine sent round a real even better photo than the one that Councillor Hamilton saw in Wellington, which was a lockable thing. Yes. We really, you know, we're going to be investing so much in biking and micromobility. We need those end of trip facilities.
Yes, definitely.
So keep us in the loop before you go and buy 50 containers of something we hate.
Yes, very much. Yes.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a question just following on from that, and then if we could go back to, I think we skipped over my section, but
sorry.
Yeah, just from an efficiency point of view, Robin, the photo you've attached for the use of the space, having 4 parks, doesn't actually, I would have thought, entice more cyclists. It's quite an inefficient way of the picture on page 533.
I was going to call them pikelets.
But I appreciate you're just pikelets. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to pass that on. As I said, it's not something I'm directly involved with, but we are getting, you know, and have had some reasonable use out here. I think that the aim of the bike parks is to try and get something that has enough room to get your bike in there safely, and Councillor Sarah probably would be able to talk to this. They're more and more with bikes and their panniers and that sort of thing. Trying to squeeze bikes really closely together creates all sorts of issues. The old wheel stop ones weren't great for the fact that you often bent your wheels as a result of being put in there. So this work was designed to try and accommodate that. It is a short-term try, see what we get before you go in and do something more permanent.
Okay, back to, I've got to find where I've got it. Sorry, on page 529, installation of a signalised pedestrian crossing across Boundary Road just west of Casey Avenue.
So that's part of the Boundary Heafy report, is it?
Yeah.
So are we finishing the biking micromobility?
Oh, we skipped over this one.
Yeah, no, we didn't. I was speaking to the attachment for this item.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Am I good?
Yeah, no, you're not. No. You're next. I'll come to you
okay.
first. We'll finish with the biking one. Councillor Gallagher?
Yeah, assuming a daytime bike ride to our facilities and others not nighttime but daytime. Just have our people there, just like once we do all this stuff, are we doing a bit of a audit on the facilities we run directly and just having that facility?
I believe so, yes, and it certainly will be following up with the H3.
Yeah, because like Angela, I observed that particular issue was a bit, frankly, it was quite weird. But, you know, obviously.
The website,
Yeah.
Yep.
And, you know, we've got things like our major football tournament, you know, all the major things coming up.
Councillor Pascoe?
A quick question on collecting statistics of cycle lane use and so forth. We have previously talked about this, and I think with this morning's discussion on this mythical 12 or 13%, it would be useful to start collecting stats of users. Have we started on, you know, I'm thinking of the Western Rail Trail and the Claudelands Bridge. Have we started collecting regular stats of usage?
Yes, we have, and it was actually, I know, one of the questions in the LTP. And I will undertake to circulate to councillors.
I'm just having trouble hearing.
Councillors?
Thank you.
We have just recently worked with the Waikato LAS, and we've got an open data source site now for our transport data. And so we're putting all of our counts and bits and pieces up on that. So I've just dug out the information to answer off an LTP question, but we'll get that circulated to elected members as well. And I understand that's fairly much live, so that has all the existing cycle counts and that sort of thing, as well as all of the work that we're doing to get more of those in place, because we're doing quite a lot of work through John Kinghorn's team to get better recognition software so that we can do counts through traffic signals and all sorts of other clever things. So
all that technology is quite inexpensive now, isn't it?
It
what
is.
It used to be.
Yes, yes. And we're lucky we've got some very clever people in-house who are also wringing the most out of that clever technology as well. So, and getting that put up into that site, which then produces all sorts of wonderful graphs and bits and pieces and that sort of thing, so you can actually see the data. You don't just give them a list of numbers, you can look at it over weeks and bits and pieces.
So can you put this into your work program so we get a regular sort of reporting back on how...
we can make
because I think stats are going to be an important factor going forward in terms of where and when and how much we spend on a lot of our projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting?
Thank you, Chair Angela. Just looking at you, could you please pass my thanks on to the team for the work they've done around the Claudelands Bridge area? I'm very grateful. Does that include some signage on the bridge that tells cyclists and cars to share lanes?
Yes, it does.
Yes. That is good. Thank you. That's happy news. And and how have you been? How's kids? Yeah, good. No, we don't.
Councillor Thompson?
For the Claudelands thing, it looks really good, but just because it looks like it's expected if you're turning into, say, Brooklyn Road, that you go across the pedestrian crossings to get there rather than potentially turn right with the traffic if you want to do it safely. Anyway, the question is, are we doing anything with the signals to make them more friendly for pedestrians and cyclists?
I will have to come back to you because I don't have enough detail of this. As I said, I'm sort of stepping in for Martin because he'll be travelling back over the hill at the moment. So I can get him to come back to you with that.
Thank you. Just some context, as if you do that kind of cross with the signals, it can take a really long time.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, we're on to Boundary Road and Hefe Terrace intersection safety improvements, page 529.
Thank you. 529.
Yes.
Installation of the signalised pedestrian crossing Boundary Road west of Casey Avenue, Robin. Has there been any network impact considerations to what this might do? And I'm thinking about peak traffic when it builds up right across Whitiora into Victoria Street, etc.
Yes, so that will be certainly part of our more detailed design. We do have the ability to control the timing around PED signals and their responsiveness. So something similar, for example, in Anglesey Street, even the one in Hammer East. So at certain times of the day, when the pedestrian pushes the button, they almost instantly will get a green, and the traffic will be stopped. For busier times of the day, we can give it a slightly longer lag period, and we can also make sure that literally every 2 seconds you don't get another pedestrian, or that pedestrian's just crossed and somebody else comes in. So they're the sorts of things that we can certainly put into it and do that sort of intelligent technology into it.
So when we read this installation, it's not just being done without that?
No, it's not. That will be a key part of that, and that's certainly something that we work very closely with John Kinghorn for that to really understand.
Okay, and are you familiar with the ones at the base where, pedestrians push them and it says 15 seconds, it counts down until you can cross, and it gives everyone real visibility about the timing? Is that
yes,
easy
that is an option. The trouble we have at the base is these are illegal, and they're the wrong way round. So we're trying to work with them to get them corrected, so there's something that we can do in place. The countdown is meant to be how much longer time you have to get across the road, so that it helps pedestrians make a decision. You know how a lot of people get concerned because the green man comes up and then the red man starts flashing.
Yeah.
And some people take that as like it's going to suddenly have traffic running through there and you've got to go across in a great hurry.
Right.
What the point of the red man flashing is to say, if you haven't started, don't. But if you have started, just continue, because there's still some more time. So the idea of the countdown is to try and give the person crossing the road a better feel for how much longer that they've got.
Okay, and thanks. Just for another quick question on that. I guess the inverse is true too, where we see people, they push the button, they want to dart across, but they go, oh, I can wait 10 seconds, it's all right. So it does help allay.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could integrate both.
It is something that we've got to look at, because we need to make sure that we don't end up with conflicting stuff in different parts of the city, and therefore people confused as to what we're trying to tell them.
Okay.
The other technology we have as well is the ability to have the signals know that even though the pedestrian pushed the button, they've found a gap and have now crossed, and so there's no longer that need to run that phase. So that's the other sorts of things that we want to try and look at.
That's cool. And I think this is in the section, I don't know, correct me if I'm out of doing a Martin, but Heath, Boundary Road, Heafy, the intersection treatments that you're looking at there, and there was that raised platform pedestrian thing. Does that mean cars don't park on that hashed area so pedestrians can make a user discretion to cross, or is it signalised? How does that work?
So the proposed plan that was shown in attachment 2. So this is basically following on from the May report. We looked at whether we could safely put in raised safety platforms at this intersection and improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists. There are a number of factors at this site that make me uncomfortable, and that's why I'm not recommending that it proceeds at this site. The idea was that the dotted sort of area and hashed area would be where the pedestrians and cyclists would cross, but we were looking at putting longer raised platforms in place just to try and really manage the site safely. But I'm still concerned, and that's why I'm recommending that we don't actually proceed with the improvements at the roundabout, and that we look at work at crossings nearby. My big concern is that because we've got 2 lanes circulating, entering and exiting, that there is a real possibility that you have, for example, a bus or a truck come up in one lane and slow to let a pedestrian cross, and the pedestrian starts moving across and a car comes up and carries on through. Now, again, this comes down to managing speeds that we talked about earlier, about in theory, if we can get the speeds down to around that 30k, that should be okay. But I just didn't feel that this was safe enough in order to proceed. So at this stage, I'm not recommending that, and I'm recommending that we look at other improvements in the general area and try and proceed with the traffic signals, which is another project that's sitting in the long-term plan for elected members to make decisions on.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Bunting?
Thank you, Chair Angela. You're just teasing out that one. So you're not recommending that we raise the platforms because otherwise it would be like the Te Araha Street, Grey Street, and one like that, wouldn't it?
Te Araha Grey I'm more comfortable with because it's a single lane of traffic.
Okay.
And I think we've probably got the speeds low enough that we'll be having a look at whether we can actually put zebra crossings on there.
Okay.
My big concern was that shadowing effect at this site.
Yeah.
And the other thing was that we had a couple of the corners are such that they've got fences and that sort of thing, that the visibility for pedestrians to actually be able to see and choose a good gap was somewhat limited as well.
Right. And yet we've got the mosque there, which is really high pedestrian as well.
I understand, and I'm really keen to provide safe facilities. I just had concerns that we weren't going to be able to actually achieve the safety with this particular solution.
Totally noted. So you'd be keen for us to bring forward the signalised option in LTP?
It's shown in the LTP. It's phased over about 4 years. That's going to require land take. It's going to require a lot of work. So yes, if it could be brought forward a bit, that would be great, but there's still a process that needs to be worked through in order to implement that. So it's not something that we can magic up next year, I'm afraid.
And those crossings you're talking about being further back, and this is the last detailed question I get into, but do they actually work? Because I'm thinking about the Five Crossroads one and Fifth Ave, and it's very seldom you see people use that one because it just seems to be a long way back.
Yes, I appreciate that. I think the one, certainly Heafy Terrace ones, they will be in good sort of,
close.
The walking distances and where people are coming from and going to, so it'll be logical. I think the ones in Boundary Road are going to be a bit harder for us. But there are still quite a few people that are moving through that, not only to go to mosque, but to get into town and those sorts of places. So.
Okay. Thanks, Robin.
Okay, thank you. Those are some great questions. So we'll move, the recommendations just to receive the report. Thanks, Robin. So moved by Councillor Bunting, seconded by Councillor Pascoe. Any debate? No debate. All those in favour? Hands up. Baby, hands up. Give it you. Yep, that's been moved. Thank you. That was a great skating song, that one. Okay, it's getting late in the day, eh? We're drifting. Right, item 22, this is our regular external committees update. So I'm going to ask the members to be very succinct with their updates because this was a long one last time as well. We'll start with the Regional Transport Committee. Now, I sit on that, Councillor McPherson's the alternate, but actually I have nothing to add other than what's in the report. Other than I sat at recently the hearing, public hearings process on the RLTP, and that was a good process, and then as part of that we'll deliberate, I think, sometime in May. And some of the elected members that worked on that submission are going to meet with myself and Robin just so I can put forward what we want in our submission through that deliberation process if there's an opportunity. So that's really all I have on that one. The Regional Connections Committee, you all know now that myself, Councillor Thompson, Wilson and McPherson sit on that, and Councillor Gallagher is a regular attendee. I think that's covered everything in the report as well. I have nothing else to add. Did any Councillor Wilson or Thompson? Councillor Thompson, did you want to highlight something?
Maybe just a correction in terms of the Regional Connections Committee and the bus fares. We ended up deciding on a slightly lower cap for the adults. So instead of it being 10 times the $2, 10 times the fare in that particular zone, it's 9 times, so that you get some benefit of if you're commuting on weekdays.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for picking that up. I think I left that meeting early, that one, didn't I? So we'll get that here to catch a bus.
So just wanted to clarify, that was what the staff report was at the meeting, and therefore the draft minutes will be confirmed on Friday at the Regional Connections Committee, so then we'll have that update.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so I just tried,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Councillor Wilson sits and represents us on the Rail Governance Group. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, look, I'll keep it very brief. Really pleased with the first 3 weeks of operations. Encouraged by the building patronage on the service. Councillor Angela and I and the Mayor spent a constructive hour with the Minister in the last week, highlighting the areas we believe are required to provide improvements in the service. There seems to be some general consensus of what they are, particularly deeper penetration into Auckland through to Puanui, and that enables us that great connection to Auckland Airport, train to Manukau, and the 2 tracks going north, and obviously increased frequency during the week to enable Auckland Hamilton return journeys each Monday through Friday, and some assurance that Saturday services will be more regular, and hopefully Sunday services. Rest assured we know what we need to do to make the improvements, and we are working constructively with all parties to achieve that. I truly believe that Te Huia will be an ongoing success. You've just got to have patience with us as we work our way through these finer improvements.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I was interested in Andrew's report today. He was saying that we're talking about 140 odd people or something, but the media is saying 30 people on the train. They're obviously the same figures. How do they work out? Or is the media just giving it a hiding?
Look, I can't answer the exact question other than I know I and others get the figures every couple of days. We seem to be monitoring the figures quite accurately.
Right.
I have no reason to disbelieve the figures I'm getting.
Can I help you?
Yeah, that'd be great.
When you go to the 120, it's the total boarding for the 2 services up and the 2 services back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Okay,
that's
yeah.
so that's the total boarding. So the question, or the councillor had asked today for the loading, that was the right thing to do, because you'll get a loading per trip up, and for 2 trips up and 2 trips back.
Okay.
I will expand just very quickly. I mean, it's very clear to us that our early service departing Frankton is not as well supported as the one that leaves 30 or 40 minutes later. What we're saying is if we get through to Puanui, that connects us to the airport, we believe that earlier service will be well supported. But rest assured, if having got Puanui and that earlier service isn't well supported, then we will look at trying to optimise the schedule and find a timing that the market will support. But we don't want to start playing with the schedule until we actually get the optimal route network, and that's why we're pushing for Puanui.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher?
Is it correct that the opposition national spokesperson for transport said if we don't achieve these things, there would be, quote unquote, a very lost opportunity, which implies, I think, that he is sharing in the vision.
The answer is yes, and I am just heartened that now National appears to have embraced the service and have now suggested, with an improvement of adding Puanui to the network, that this could be a success. Clearly the memo was lost to Mr. Bennett, but that probably has now been found, and he too will be embracing the service. As I understand, the spokesperson for National made it very clear that this could work with the addition of Puanui.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Can I, when we had Andrew Wilson from Regional Council here on the PT update, Councillor Pascoe asked if we could, if we could have just informally some of the passenger boardings just a bit more regularly through you. So if you're happy to share in your own words once a week how it's going, just at least in the short term, would be great. And then we know exactly what we're relying on, a credible source and not reports or lost memos.
If I could jump in, I've already actioned that. So
Okay.
it'll be
Oh, great.
coming
Thanks,
through, and
Chris.
I thought maybe executive update would be a good place to put that just for the next little while.
Yep, we're really interested. That's great. Thank you. Very efficient. Okay, so recommendations on page 539. I'll move. Seconded by Councillor Wilson. No debate. All those in favour? And there are none against. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we're on the home stretch. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Okay, let's move into public exclusion.